he hurt his fingers or hands. Broke it.
He needs those, doesn't he?
You shouldn't be swinging on a guy wearing a helmet. I think that would just be stupid, right?
Right. Well, okay, welcome to football.
Yeah.
It's what we do.
No, but I'm saying, like, you would agree, like, if you're going to bare fist punch a man in the face wearing a helmet, you're not bright, right? Now, if this is just two guys scrapping after a drill, I mean, that's football. That happens. Right?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. We all know that bones break on helmets.
Yeah.
Yet, every football player, I guarantee you, every NFL football player has at one time taken a swing at somebody wearing a helmet. It's just, it is what it is. It just happens.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. No Tyreek or Waddle. Pump the brakes. Is this signed Mike Tirico? Is there an asterisk on yesterday's practice?
Oh, no.
All right, well, those guys don't play defense.
It says defense will be better. Top three secondary will allow the D-line to surge. As a Miami fan, my team is soft, all caps. This has been their culture for too long. Nothing against Detroit. They're a very good team, but Miami is just plain bad. Signed KC. We know the defense will get injured when it matters. I'll believe if and when they win a playoff game. Otherwise, it's a foregone conclusion they will get hurt when it matters. Golf will turn into goof, and either way, they've shown us until they've shown us otherwise.
Yeah, well, I mean, until they win the Super Bowl, some people are just never going to buy in. They
I don't
always want to
that.
be I'm going to protect myself because they want to be the individual that says when they don't win a game, see, I told you so. That's the I told you so guy.
And I know that guy drives you crazy. It also kind of drives me crazy that you'd hold off embracing and riding the roller coaster, like enjoying the highs and we can get on them when there's lows, but that you're going to hold off and like emotionally reserve yourself until they win the Super Bowl. So you're not going to enjoy the journey at all along the way.
Yeah.
The only joy is going to be
that.
when they 248-539-9797. We'll get some more thoughts on this. They dominated joint practice. Doesn't mean anything. It's 97-1.
After dominating performance yesterday, maybe you wanted to sit down with a nice cold beer. All Day IPA is the one that hopefully was your drink of choice. It should be, because Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of IPA that's never out of place. So whether you're tailgating, maybe you're down at camp, you want to hit one on the way home, or not on the way home, sorry, when you get home, grilling, hitting the beach, on the boat, just kicking back, whatever the moment, smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. That's a great description for their all-day IPA. It goes where the good times are, so look for all-day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
So I guess this is how I would describe it. We talked about the hangover from last year, that the sheer shock that the Lions lost that playoff game at home as double-digit favorites to the Commanders. And that hangover. And then yesterday, I'm sitting there on my phone reading about how they're dominating the Dolphins. And I don't think the Dolphins are particularly good, but it kind of re-energizes you. Hey, football's going to be here. And you know what? This team's still going to be right in the mix to win a Super Bowl, and it does energize you. And I don't know if we've talked about it that way, because we've done a lot of talk about how it could go wrong again, because we've seen them come close and fall short. Well, now it's going to be 2 offensive linemen. Now it's going to be 2 new coordinators. Now it's going to be whatever your concerns are, the edge opposite Aiden. And yet they're going out there, and Miami can't score a single play, first team, second team, third team in the red zone. Detroit's offense, every weapon's firing, whether it's St. Brown or J-Mo or Tisla. They're running the ball. They're doing everything at will against the Miami Dolphins, and it goes, oh, this is a well-oiled machine.
Right.
This is still a prime roster, an elite roster in the NFL, and it kind of wake up a little bit. Hey, football season, man, let's go.
Well, some of there's always going to be a hangover effect where, okay, we know that this last roster is offensively is still loaded. We know with Hutch being back, like that's a huge game changer for the defense. We've seen the best of this team at times through 15 wins last year, even overcoming some of the injury things at the end of the year defensively, where they're calling up guys off the street. Hey, can you give us a couple of downs?
Yeah.
Like that's we've seen the best of this team. We've also seen the worst.
Some ticket text says that he feels they actually overachieved last year. And I think I understand what he's trying to say, like with the injuries to get to 15 wins, but I can't call a first-round exit overachieving for a team whose goal was verbally, specifically, the Super Bowl.
I think the overachieve was getting to that 1 seed because of all the defensive injuries. They just kept winning.
Did you hear Dan Campbell? He did a sit-down with Brad Galley. It was actually a really good interview. And Campbell said he wonders if he set the team up for failure by stressing the 1 seed as much as he did, because he felt like even if it was a slight exhale, there was almost a, all right, we did it, instead of, hey, if we have to go on the road, man, we're undefeated on the road. I would rather be at home. And he has talked about how he's shaping the message a little differently this season.
Well, yeah, and so it's a sign of an individual, whether it's your coach, your quarterback, your offensive lineman, that they are learning and adjusting. And this is a team that it's going to take a different message this year. Every year it's going to take a little bit of a different message, but you learn as you go. And the ultimate goal is always getting the 1 seed. Just because you lost as the 1 seed doesn't mean it would happen again.
I still want it this rare. Year. Yeah, I want to play one less playoff game. I want to have home field. I want all of it.
But no one knows the team better than Dan Campbell. And if that message he felt was not exactly the right message, you are allowed this year to tweak that message and make it different for this team.
And they're on that stratosphere.
Yeah.
And I think that gets lost sometimes. So, again, I'm not proclaiming them Super Bowl winners after a joint practice, but it was just a kind of an eye-opener. Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. We're kind of the badass team here, and we expect to do that again this season. Texter says, J-Mo can throw punches, just don't throw passes.
Yes.
I understand why there's more doubt. I don't understand why there's any more doubt than last year. Says they thought they were going to the Super Bowl last year. Why wouldn't we think they're doing it again this year?
And you can be someone that believes that they're Super Bowl bound. And there's a lot of different ways that you could frame this as a fan. Hey, this schedule is tough, but it will better prepare them for the postseason. You could even think, and rightfully so, they can't possibly have as many injuries at one position as they had last year.
What do you make of this text? It says there's less pressure on them this year.
I don't know that there's less pressure. It's different pressure. And maybe the pressure is that they're not Super Bowl favorites. Because there were some people that did have them as favorites to win the Super Bowl.
There's a large stretch where they were the favorites.
Yeah. And so...
But I don't think that pressure's going away. I think it's internal pressure, which I think is good. I think they know what they're chasing here.
Oh, yeah, Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah, that's not changing.
No.
So that pressure's the same. Quick phone call? Ryan and Canton. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Hey, so I know the different shows keep talking about, there's a few of them that they're negative, like new coordinators. This just isn't going to work out, especially with the whole thing that came out last week. Like, Goff has more say in the offense. And
Well, he should.
And he should, and I agree. And if you're going to put Morton up high, I think it's something that's a win-win. Put Morton up high in the booth. He sees the field. We can relay things to Goff. You got Campbell on the sideline. I just think this is a big positive that's going to give Goff even more say, more tools, hit his options, and
Ryan, he's
I
earned
think
it.
It's going to be smooth.
He's earned it. The offense should stay largely the same. He is the general. He should absolutely have more say. The only question is just going to be, does he have time to get to his reads? And that puts the pressure on the interior O-line.
Right.
That's my only question.
And logic tells you that when you change the play callers on both sides of the ball, like there could be, it doesn't mean that they can't be better or that they won't be as good. It just means that there's probably going to be a learning curve at the beginning of the season. And when do they play their toughest opponents?
First half of the season. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Hey, fewer and fewer Americans are drinking alcohol than ever before. A record high percentage of U.S. adults, 53%, now say moderate drinking is bad for their health. And it's really the younger generation, the younger adults that are taking charge of this trend. Younger adults, they're the group that is most likely to believe drinking 1 or 2 drinks a day can cause health hazards. But older adults are also getting in on this too, are now increasingly likely to drink moderate. They think that moderate drinking carries health risks.
Well, I think we all kind of know that, right?
Yeah, but there's been studies in the past that have shown that moderate drinking can actually be good for
like
you.
a glass of wine a day.
Yeah, good
Yeah.
for heart health and things. So there has been studies like that in the past, but now the scientific consensus has kind of shifted, and several countries have lowered their alcohol consumption recommendations, and people's view on alcohol is changing.
Oh, I know, Gen Z hardly drinks, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
compared to previous years. Yeah.
Yes. In the U.S., it says men should limit themselves to 2 drinks a day or fewer, and women should stick to 1 or fewer. As a non-drinker, I mean, I drink.
Yeah.
But I don't. I drink like socially, and I'm not that social anymore because of my kids, so I rarely drink. To me, having 1 drink a day, that sounds like a lot.
7 in a week. I don't have 7 in a week, or in this case, it'd be 14 in a week for a guy. Yeah, I don't.
That sounds like a lot of drinks.
Yeah, and
on the weekend, I'll have a couple or with dinner, but
here's,
not every day.
Here's the thing about these studies too: is like one will tell you, okay, a glass of wine a day is great, and then you can find another one that says it's bad. It's all.
I know.
All how you frame it or what you're looking for.
Yep. You might have seen this story trending. There's a freshman punter at the University of Nebraska who has captured the hearts of fans across the globe and really sparked a conversation about masculinity after his first media appearance went viral. So when he was asked about being away from his home, from his family during this routine press conference, 19-year-old Archie Wilson shared a really candid response about how being away from his family impacted him. I mean, if we played the whole sound, you just heard that, but the whole thing, it was really heartwarming. He talked about how he has 2 little brothers, his mom and his dad, and it's been hard to be that far away. Obviously, you could hear his accent. He's very far away.
Australian.
Yeah. And the heartwarming moment really struck a chord with fans. There's now mental health experts are speaking up, saying that it's crucial for young men, for boys to understand the importance of showing emotion. They say it can contribute to building long-lasting relationships, overall mental health and wellness. And a lot of people just kind of shared their support for him on social media.
Cool.
I mean, I get it.
Sure.
What's the sure?
You're not a fan of men crying?
Oh, men can cry. I've cried. And you can miss your family, especially being that young, being that far away.
It's his first time off to college.
Yeah.
That far away from his family.
I'm just thinking of, and we all hope that everybody is mature and everybody is accepting. And his teammates, how accepting are his teammates going to be? I'm sure they
It
are
sounds like
supporting
very
of them.
supportive,
Yeah.
and the coach
But
too.
I get what you're saying, John. You've been in locker
yeah.
rooms, guys make fun of each other. I guess what I would say is don't let the fact that someone might make fun of you stop you from feeling the way you feel.
Right, yeah. And so we used to have a session before the coaches would come in. We would call it the crack section, right? Where we're cracking jokes about everyone. I guarantee you this comes up in their little comedy session.
And maybe it
In
will come up
levity,
as
yeah.
yes, it lighthearted joking, fine, but to really like rip this guy for feeling how he felt in the moment is ridiculous. I mean, he didn't weep the whole time. He
Yeah.
he answered the question,
Yeah.
kept going, kept talking, and
That struck a chord.
yeah, sure did.
All right, I think we're out of time for news, but we
We
got
are.
one more news later in the show. We got Dan Miller later in the show at 9:35. Talk to him live from Lions training camp. Coming up next, there's not one big Tiger topic today, but there are a series of smaller Tiger topics, almost appetizers, if you will. So we've got the Triple Dipper next. 3 different little apps, and you can nibble on all of them. Maybe you want to focus on one, but we're going to throw out a Tiger conversation menu next. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on my morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick, check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, first place I turn is to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life and my personal and financial goals and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. They'll do the same for you. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, as an individual, not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers. It's their community as well, and they know and are passionate about the needs of their local community. We all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
Got some feedback from you guys on the Triple Dipper.
The Triple Dipper.
And now someone on the ticket text says we screwed up, John. It should have been the Appetizers. But either way, we threw out a bunch of smaller tiger stories. John, I don't think there is like a big tiger story right now. In some ways, they're kind of stale. Right? They're just kind of humming along 500. It's all it's going to take to win this division in all likelihood, but it doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. And I thought Caputo actually put it pretty well. He's got an article up on 971theticket.com. Says there's nothing certain about these Tigers. Unpredictability surrounding them is maddening. They're just kind of treading water right now, right?
Well, they are, and it is maddening because we know at times they can play like a good team, and at times they can play like a really bad team. And here's my takeaway. If you can win games when you're not playing your best, that's what teams have to do to fight through stretches that they're having. And they can find ways like how they're using Melton. Okay? It's AJ's figuring that out. And if I wasn't clear last segment, I want to be very clear now in regards to he doesn't name a closer. You asked him that question when he was on with us last. And he doesn't want to do that because he doesn't want to change the mindset for Finnegan or Vest. If he needs them in the 8th and they're not going to be a closer, he wants them to be able to be flexible as to when they go in. Because it might be Finnegan and then Vest. And in the next game or 2 games down the road, it might be Vest and then Finnegan. Whatever matchup works best. Same thing with Melton. He probably had it in his mind last night or yesterday that, hey, he's the opener, and I want him to go 3 innings. If I've got a really good 3 innings on it, then I'm going to let him ride, and I'm going to give him 4. I'll see 5. But he wants him to go into the game, Melton to go into the game with the mindset, I'm only going once through the lineup. I'm going to give you all my best stuff, and then all of a sudden he tells him, let's get one more.
Oh, I get why he does it specifically with the closer. It wasn't me like disputing his thought. He wants the flexibility. He doesn't want to box himself into a corner. If the heart of the order's in the 8th, I'm going to put the guy I trust most in the 8th. With Melton, I asked because there have been stretches where we don't trust this bullpen. And if I can limit the number of innings the bullpen throws by starting Melton, if I trust Melton more than up and down Morton and Flaherty and Paddock, that's why I think it's a small topic. It's not some overarching thing. John, you said if you can play well enough while you're struggling, it says something about this team. I would agree. But if you can't pick it back up, it will also say something about this team's viability in the postseason. So here we sit just kind of bumping along, floating along. There's just this malaise right now. I look, they're doing what they're supposed to. They took 2 or 3 against the Angels, 2 or 3 against the White Sox. They got a 4-game series with the Twins.
We've seen it before. In if you can't hit in the postseason, you can't win.
Yeah.
And so we've had really good, better teams than this version of the Tigers go to the postseason and not hit and not win. It's a matter of when you do it.
Speaking of hitting, we have a ticket texter who thinks we missed an Appetiger.
Oh, topic?
Kevin McGonigal. Look, everybody's excited. He's 20 years old. Great bat-to-ball skills. He's clobbering it. It seems like he passes every test they throw at him. He had 2 home runs the other night. I think 1 last night. I get why people are going, dude, I don't need to see Sweeney or Ibanez. Does Jahmai Jones have to have a roster spot? If Baez is playing more center while Meadows is out, call up McGonigal. I understand. I'd be excited to see him. I just don't think it at all fits what management has said and done. There's not urgency to win the World Series this year. The deadline indicated it. I don't know why they would, quote, rush a player up to give them a chance to win the World Series this year. They're going to focus on what their long-term plan is for McGonigal. And if that's not calling him up this year, they're not going to do it with the thought of, well, we could win a couple more baseball games. That's clearly not their biggest motivator.
Well, if the thought is we could win a couple more games in the postseason, then maybe they bring him up. Is a September call-up? Because it's not going to change. It doesn't start his clock.
Right.
And it doesn't change the fact that if he does make the team next year, he could still be Rookie of the Year. He could still do all those things as a rookie.
My point is they only do it.
He is eligible to play in the postseason if they bring him up in September.
They'd only do it if they thought it was the right timeline for him. They wouldn't do it if they thought it would help them win the World Series. That's not their focal point. I know that sounds backwards, but I'm telling you, that's everything they've done.
Right, but I'm not going to sit there and say they don't want to win the World Series this year.
Well, they would like to, but it's certainly not their biggest motivator.
I heard Mike and Rico were talking about bringing up McGonigal, and they think it would probably be a pipe dream. But then Rieger and Crosstalk was like, there's no way they would ever do this because that's just not their nature.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't believe it's on the table.
I'd be okay with it, but I
I'd
also
like to
think
see it.
I think you're also grasping. You couldn't hold it against him if he didn't play well. I don't think it hurt him or anything,
Right.
But there is a chance of finding some lightning there. The whole lineup's just stale right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate ripping a team when they win, but it's like winning 6-3 in football. The way when they win games, like their wins were this week.
You're saying the one they won with Torque hitting a foul pole in the ninth, and then a 1-0 win yesterday.
Yeah,
they're wins. We like winning. Winning's good.
And they won another series.
Keeps the Guardians away.
Yeah.
But it doesn't inspire confidence at the same time.
Well, no, you're not going to look at it and inspire confidence. But if they can win while the bats are dead, then I'll take that versus anything else. Now, they need to fire up the bats. It needs to be Riley Green. Torque has to be continue to hit the way he is hitting. Colt Keith has to be there. Torres. Somebody needs to find Javier. Like, where did he go? He's no longer. Again. Yeah, he is Javi of the previous 3 years.
I think the lineup just isn't scrappy right now, if you know what I mean. Like they're not. It seems like they are so home run reliant to score most of the time. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, why wouldn't I think this team wouldn't maybe win an ALDS again or compete like they did last year? And I don't feel that way right now.
Some ticket texters.
Like, this team is better than last year's team, right?
Yes, I believe it is. But they also have to be. Last year's team was able to win in the postseason and almost make it to the ALCS because they got hot at the right time. And that carried over to the 3-game series against Houston.
Yeah.
They've got to find a way to get hot again.
The difference between this time last year and now is a productive Parker Meadows, Larry in Commerce. He was a huge spark. You want to talk about being hot at the right time? He was making plays in the field. Didn't he have like a hit in every playoff game? He was everywhere for them.
That's more likely the guy that's going to come into the lineup and infuse him, hopefully.
Than McGonigal.
Yes.
Well, and
they need him
hopefully,
defensively, though. They need him defensively.
Instead of sending him to AAA, he's going to get some rehab starts in AAA, and maybe that's just simply what he needed to find his swing again.
I mean, he hit the grand slam in San Diego last year, remember?
Yeah.
A crucial win that you had no business winning when they were trailing 3-0. And then, again, I'll go back to that Baltimore series in mid-September last year where I thought that was when it was going to become a reality. Mm-hmm. He stole a couple huge extra base hits in the outfield.
Ticket Texter says we should call them Finnegan and acquaintances because they weren't all friends and some aren't here anymore. Roy and Clarkston. That's well said. Where are you seeing third best odds? Text says they have the second best on FanDuel, tied with Toronto, and still have the best odds in a 3-way tie on DraftKings. I think this morning when we started the show, they were just behind Toronto. Now, if that's shifted a little bit, I was looking at FanDuel, but they are not the favorites there. Seattle is the favorite.
No. And I mean, Seattle has been on a tear. Even though Eugenio Suarez is not hitting, they have other guys that are, and he will eventually hit again. And Toronto was on a screaming heater when they came to Detroit.
9 o'clock hour, we'll have Dan Miller, 9:35, live from Lions training camp. Our football coverage on 97.1 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Dear John is next, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans, Lions linebacker Grant Stewart added some fuel to the fire before this week's joint practices with the Dolphins, and now Miami head coach Mike McDaniel's responding. Earlier this week, Stewart said, "I don't know if they're ready," adding he doesn't know if the Dolphins practice how we practice. Coach McDaniel, your thoughts on that? Now, despite that war of words, practice yesterday was rather tame. The only dust-up happened when Jamison Williams got into it with former teammate, new Dolphins safety, Efatsu Melanfonwu. These two teams are back on the field this morning, 10:30 before their preseason game at Ford Field on Saturday. Make it back-to-back wins for the Tigers, who now have a 4-game weekend series with the Twins up next. Tarek Skubal's on the mound tonight. The Tigers closed out their series at the White Sox with a 1-0 victory yesterday. Troy Melton was really good. 5 scoreless, 6 strikeouts. The Tigers' lone run, a sac fly from Wencio Perez. You can hear first pitch at 7:40 right here on 97.1. At Michigan camp, players and coaches are gaining confidence in the Wolverines' offensive line and think it will regain form this year. Head coach Sharon Moore says the group is, quote, in a good place to challenge to be one of the better O-lines in the country, saying the goal is to win a Joe Moore Award again. And Michigan State head coach Jonathan Smith having a whole lot of fun during the dog days at camp. He invited the hockey team over to the facility, put on the goalie pads this week, and took some shots from freshman forward Riker Lee, who was firing tennis balls at Smith. Now Lee is a first-round pick, and it's unclear what Smith's future is on the ice. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal, and the same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you're going to need an attorney who makes it personal. That someone is David Femininio. His slogan is Get David, Get Paid. Well, to him, it's not just a slogan. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or somebody you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Only run they scored. Potent sack fly for the Tigers. They won 1-0.
Only one they needed.
Yeah, look, they're not collapsing, but they're also not inspiring a lot of confidence for the postseason either.
Hey, win as many games as you can. I don't care how you do it. We all would love for them to be hitting home runs every single inning. They're not doing that right now.
Yeah, I want to clarify. I'm not complaining. I know that's my default setting, but I just think they're kind of in this like malaise. They're just kind of flat right now. We do have some Dear John reactions. We have Dan Miller coming up at 9:35 from Lions practice. If you missed it yesterday, where were you? It was all over social media. They dominated the Dolphins. What does it mean? Probably not that much, but I had a moment. It hit me. I go, I know we have questions and it's hard to win a Super Bowl, but for a day, got a bunch of badasses, and it was a good reminder. Like, this team's got some dudes.
They do. And some dudes with some experience now as well. They know what it's like to be in the postseason, what it takes to get there, what it's like to win in the postseason, also what it's like to be ejected from the postseason way before you thought you would.
Get you in the mood for football. Hearing Dan Miller's voice.
Do we need something else to get us in the mood for football?
I'll say, and Dan Miller's voice is only going to add to that. Ticket text. You guys missed the point on the smelly food topic. The guy who got in trouble deserved it. Racist a-hole. Well, yes. But I think we all were just caught up in the moment of like the audacity to bring in smelly food repeatedly.
I mean, if nobody told you, why not keep doing it? I mean, he obviously didn't think it smelled bad. I understand why he kept bringing in the stinky food because nobody said anything to him.
Texter says, I served in Korea for over a year and we had kimchi in the mess hall. It smells bad, like really bad. Definitely not the sort of thing you would take to work ever.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, me either. Yeah, I asked you about the one reportedly vegetable.
It's like a radish type of thing. Yeah. But the kimchi is like a big Korean thing. And it's like fermented, is it it's not seaweed. It's fermented something. It's fermented food. So you're going to get that odor.
Yeah.
You bring in fish and eggs to work and heat them in the microwave, straight to prison, Tyler in West Bloomfield.
Yeah, that's probably what most people were thinking.
Bunch of babies about food smell.
Bunch of babies?
Yeah, they think we're a bunch of babies.
I don't want to smell it. And the thing about scents is when you're in that room or that environment, you feel like it permeates your clothes.
Oh, it does sometimes.
Yeah, and then you walk around smelling like that all day.
And it depends on what type of office it is. Like if your desk is right near that kitchen, I mean, if it's a small intimate office, like
you're not avoiding it.
No.
By the way, kimchi is fermented cabbage.
Well, cabbage smells bad in general.
Again, why I've never had it.
I think the thing with smells, too, is if you can begin to taste it almost. Oh. You know, like it's so strong and it's a smell you don't like.
Yeah.
On the Labor Day trip, it's just wrong. With kids, you don't do that, especially before school starts. Another text says, Mom can take the kids to the family cookout without Dad. Go on the trip.
It's true.
Yes, you certainly can. And there's...
But I think the thing is, if you're going to not ask, but like demand or tell your partner 2 weeks notice, see you.
Peace out. Have fun with the kids.
Yeah. And
otherwise, I'm supportive of like take your guys' trip, do stuff that maybe your wife wouldn't appreciate or your kids aren't old enough for. And that's fine.
It doesn't sound to me like this one where they're not supportive of it. It's the short notice. And if this is just your average trip somewhere, like if there is one of your friends is on deployment or going on deployment, hey, he's going to be gone for 2 years. I may not see him. Right. May not see him ever again. Like, okay, go have that time.
But if you're just doing, hey, we're going to go up and drink some beers with 2 weeks notice, like you got to consider your family.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
I agree.
All right, before we get to Dan Miller, Heather with the news.
Well, the talk of the day, Taylor Swift. She unintentionally crashed YouTube's live stream during her appearance on the New Heights podcast as viewership skyrocketed to a record-breaking 1.3 million viewers. About an hour and 44 minutes into the interview, the screen just went black.
Oops.
Just a glitch, they said. Anyway, during the broadcast, the New Heights YouTube channel saw crazy growth. Subscriber numbers jumped from 2.8 million to 2.9 million in real time. She unveiled, of course, a lot of things about her upcoming album, The Life of a Showgirl. It will be released on October 3rd. Also debuted the name of the tracks that will be on the album. I mean, and she talked, it was her podcast.
Well, is one of them called I Love Travis?
It's not, but it would be great.
Travis, my man.
This is the first podcast.
We can
My
name
show
all of her
man,
songs,
yeah.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
But she's never done a podcast before.
No, this was her first podcast, and I mean, they let it be her podcast. I mean, they obviously asked her questions
They
and
let it be her
interjected,
episode,
but I mean, like she did all the talking.
Paul just gave us an update. How many views is this up to on YouTube?
Currently up to 9.2 million views.
Not live.
No, I
right.
know,
So
but
those
like
1.3 were live when it was on, but yeah, since it's crazy,
Blowing up.
It's wild how many people were watching.
I did
so.
appreciate, she did poke fun at how certain viewers are going to feel about her.
As we all know, you guys have a lot of male sports fans that listen to your podcast, and we all know there's one thing that male sports fans want to see in your spaces and on the screens. It's more of a show.
Yeah.
Some self-awareness.
Yeah, for sure. So days after announcing her split from Zadarius Smith, Detroit rapper Cash Doll, maybe implying that the two are back together? Maybe? So on Tuesday, which is exactly 3 days after she publicly confirmed the breakup, she wrote on X, "I love my man." Now,
Well,
fans,
she could have just moved on quickly.
that's what fans are trying to determine. Who's the man?
Is this a new guy?
Yeah, is
or is Zadarius?
Or is
Or
baby
was she
daddy.
double crossing him? Like, was she seeing someone on the side? Okay, I'm not going to go down there. Anyway, even though I did.
what
But
I'm
is she
wondering-
working in conjunction with Brad Holmes? Hey, Zadarius, if you're not coming back to Detroit, you're out. And then all of a sudden he says, well, hey, maybe I'm going to be coming back. I love my man, my Detroit Lion.
Well, she did delete the tweets about the
She
breakup,
did.
which made me think this is Zadarius, and they
Right.
wouldn't be getting back together unless he was putting down some roots right in her backyard, right?
And it's definitely not the ex-boyfriend, the father of her child, because he had some things to say about this too. Oh boy. So it sounds like it
Wow.
is. We'll have to wait and see.
Love it. The drama. It's amazing.
A Trenton man thought that he was meeting a teen, but instead he was met by an undercover agent who immediately arrested him. So 30-year-old Andrew Day started chatting with a girl, 15-year-old, who, he met on Reddit. He allegedly sent some explicit photos to her, and he arranged to meet her for, as you can imagine, sex, I would believe. However, when he met at the meeting site, he was met by police and immediately arrested. So he was charged with accosting a child for immoral purposes and using a computer to commit a crime. He had his bond set at $100,000. The votes are in. Red Coat Tavern has the best burgers in Metro Detroit.
Oh, wow.
All
Right in
according
Royal
to
Oak.
this year's Vote for the Best contest. Yeah, right in Royal Oak. And after that, after Red Coat Tavern, Miller's Bar in Dearborn came in second, followed by Basement Burger Bar, Falls Sports Lounge in Dearborn, and Shamrock Pub in Utica.
Cool. I love the fact that they're coming out with these kind of like a new one every single day. I think today was the best donut shop, which ends up being the Looney Baker, which is right off of 96 there in Livonia. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my grandpa was a staple at the Looney Baker.
Oh, really?
It's right down the road
Yes.
from us. Yeah, we make that trip quite frequently.
You guys remember that zoo in Denmark, right? That asked people to bring their pets to feed to predators.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, there is a woman who followed through and donated her daughter's pony. And she says she has no regrets. Now, the thing is there's a whole backstory. It wasn't like she
Was
was
it
like,
a little pony?
well, it was a pony, so it wasn't as big as a horse. It was
Was it a mini horse?
No, it's not a mini horse. It's not a mini pony.
Did you say this is my little pony? This is what I was getting at.
John, no, she didn't. But the thing was is that this pony, this horse, was 22 years old and had been suffering from some pain from a health issue. So it was time to put this horse down anyway.
What's so funny
See
about
if
this,
it can
John?
run away.
Oh, God.
It's disabled.
No!
It can't run from the tiger.
That's not how it actually was fed to the lion. And no, it wasn't
to the
live. They euthanized it first. And she said it was her daughter's pony, who's 13. And she said her daughter got to make the final decision about its final resting place. So there you go. Leonardo
Yeah, there's a little bit there. There's a little bit there. There's
I'm
a
sure
little
she
bit
didn't
over
watch
there.
that. Leonardo DiCaprio is 50 years old, but emotionally, he feels 32. In this new interview with Esquire, he was asked, if you don't know how old you are, how old are you right now? And he immediately said 32. And he called it his emotional age. And basically, whether he's 32 or 50, he said he believes he wants to be more honest and not waste time. He said, I can only imagine how the next few decades are going to progress. And the interview went on and asked him a lot of things. One of his biggest career regrets was turning down Mark Wahlberg's role in Boogie Nights, he said.
So how old are you?
I'm probably 31, 30.
Okay.
28.
Okay.
How old are you?
14.
Emotionally,
Yes.
for sure.
Yes.
Hey, having friends costs $250 a month. There's a new poll of Gen Zers and millennials, and it found that having friends costs you an average of $250 per month.
Okay.
And that's money that you'd spend on really anything you do, whether
Guy
you're going
trips.
to dinners. Yeah, I bet maybe a little more than that for a guy's trip. Brunches, bar nights, just general
Being
hangouts.
social, yeah.
Yeah. For men, the average price is $296. You're spending a little bit more. For women, it's $208. I mean, you're buying
I
us a
kind of
drink.
don't believe that, though. Like, women get together and, like, do hair and nails, and that stuff costs more than, like, drinks and food, right? You guys are also doing drinks and food. You guys are doing big boozy brunches.
It's true.
I don't believe that. I feel like women spend more on their friend with
But
and
maybe some of those, pedicures are
Are
like
paid
here.
for by the guys?
Yeah, it's on me, sweetie.
Yeah.
Go get those nails
Yeah.
done.
Go away.
And they are saying that a lot of the younger generation has like FOMO, though. Well, even though this is costing them a lot of money to go out with their friends, they don't want to miss out. So even though they know they might be going to death, they're still going to go out anyway and have that good time because they don't want to miss something good.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. We talk to the voice of the Lions, Dan Miller, next, 97.1. It's a fun day out at practice yesterday down in Allen Park. By all accounts, Lions dominating the Dolphins. Mm-hmm. Big buzz. We got Dan Miller down there today. Dan, good morning.
What do you say, guys? How's it going?
Hey, it's going great. We got football to talk about, and we hear the great voice of Dan Miller. Every time we hear your voice, we think it's football season. We're one step closer. And first of all, thanks for joining us. I know it's a little hot and steamy down there. You got a lot to do. What was your reaction to yesterday? Was it as dominant as we have heard?
Well, just reading all the reports, I was not here yesterday, but reading all the reports and looking at everything and talking to people out here this morning, it appeared that it was. And, you know, we've seen that before in some of these joint practices where one team one day will be dominant and seem to really run things on both sides of the ball. The funny thing is the next day it tends to level out. So I'm really interested to see what happens today. Listen, these Dolphins have been on social media. They've read that they got their tails kicked now for 24 hours. So I think this practice is going to be high intensity. I think it's going to be chippy. It usually is on the second day. It usually is on the first day, and we had a little bit of it yesterday. But look, by all accounts, the Lions had a great day yesterday. And looking at today, I just want to see how Miami answers it and how the Lions step up to that intensity that I have no doubt Miami will bring.
Dan's going to be on the station later tonight for Lions Review at 7 o'clock. I'm sure you'll be reacting to what happens today at practice. What are you looking for when you go out to camp?
You know, I think there's questions with this team that I don't even know if we'll be able to answer until we get to Green Bay. And those questions are about the interior of that offensive line, the balance of that defensive line once you get beyond Hutch and Reeder and figure out what else you're going to get from some of these guys. Tyleek is a rookie. Marcus Davenport staying healthy. And, you know, man, you see him out here. That dude just moves people. But it's his availability that you always come back to that's a question. So the coordinators, just watching how the offense and the defense work, you know, I know you guys talk to people all the time. I talk to people all the time, and all you hear is, what about the coordinators? What about the coordinators? Do the Lions take a step back? And the answer is we don't have the answer right now.
Yeah.
And I don't think we'll have the answer until the season starts. And I think for most, if not all, the questions that we have about the Lions, I just don't know how much you can answer right now. I think it's more about what happens in the season, what happens when you're facing another team that's game planning for you, what happens for when you face another team that's game planning for the interior of that offensive line that's going to be short on experience outside of Glasgow. So I just think there's questions that are here. There's a lot of answers, too. This is still a really good football team with a massive amount of talent. But you ask what you're looking for. Those are things I'm watching, Jim, but I just don't know that you can get the answer to them right now.
What are you – I know that you talked to Lomas and TJ. They're probably giving you a whole bunch about Mahogany and Ratledge and some of the guys in Manu. But one of the things that fans will notice is Isaac Tesla. What are you, or what have you seen from him for the practices that you've been at? What have you seen from Tesla that leads you to believe he could be a really nice weapon for this team?
Well, I mean, John, it goes back to what they gave up to get him. And I think on draft day, we're all like, man, they really wanted him because they gave up a lot of capital. And then you hear the general manager, Brad Holmes, say he was my favorite receiver in the draft. And you're like, okay, it's a lot for this kid to live up to. And from day one, that anything I saw in the offseason, anybody I talked to in the offseason, and from day one of camp, he's just looked like he belongs. He's big-bodied. He's got speed. He knows how to use his body. He's got great hands. I just think I haven't seen any red flags whatsoever. Everything I have seen from him has been exciting. Everything I have seen from him tells me that he is going to carve out a role on this team and that they have one of their three receivers going forward for a long time. I mean, look, he's got to answer a lot of questions and write his own story in the NFL when the games really count. But, man, up to this point, I love everything that I've seen. The toughness, dropping his shoulder early in that game, in the Hall of Fame game. You heard that crack all the way up in the press box. You probably heard it on TV. And then watching him block downfield and his willingness to get involved. And you have to be that way if you're going to play for this team. I love everything that I've seen, and so far you kind of nod your head and you say, okay, I kind of see what Brad Holmes was talking about there and why he was willing to do what he did to move up and get him.
Talking to the voice of the Detroit Lions, Dan Miller. How about this Hutch rule where they have to let the play continue because otherwise they couldn't get practice in? What do you make of him?
I think, listen, guys, I think we were all coming out here watching 97 to see what he looked like. We'd all seen the videos on social media of him running, and that all looked great. But we wanted to see him out here, and I think there were mile markers. I think it was, okay, how do you look early in practice? How do you look when the pads come on? How do you look when you start hitting people? And every box has been checked. I think people were a little bit taken aback when Kelvin Shepherd stood up there and says he looks better to me than he did before he went out last year, but I can't argue with him. This guy has been unblockable in camp. He has been just disrupting everything that you're alluding to, Jim. I'm so excited about what he can be this year. And frankly, he has to be that because this team needs to disrupt the quarterback more. And that's what he does for a living. And the thing about Hutch is, and you guys know this, there are not many players in this league, in my mind, you watch that are as driven as he is to maximize their absolute potential every time they go out on the field. This dude's maniacal about himself, his body, his game, improving. And, you get a couple of guys on your team like that, like Amon-Ra and like him. They can just lift everybody else up, and I honestly believe he does that. But I'm so excited about what he's going to be able to do this year. I think he's going to pick up where he left off last year and then level up from there.
Dan Campbell is a guy, what you see is what you get. And there's no one that gets to sit down with him on a one-on-one basis more than you. And I don't know how much you've been able to do that through this training camp, but when you do, what's his demeanor? When he talks about this team, what type of identity do you believe this team is going to have?
I think a lot of the questions, John, are about the changes in his coaching staff. And I've had a couple of opportunities to talk to him about that. And he said, in essence, what I said a couple of minutes ago in a different way. He said, look, these guys check the boxes for players knowing them. Jared's got a relationship with John Morton. All these defensive players know Kelvin Shepherd. But really it's going to come down to, what do you call on 3rd and 7? What do you call at a critical time at a football game when we knew that AG and Ben Johnson were going to be ready for that moment? What do these guys do when that happens? What do these guys do? And that was the comment that he made to me. And he said, I'm going to be on headset. Those are things we're going to discuss. He said, and there may be a moment where I say, hey, let's think about this instead. But I think that's what he's waiting to see. So I think that's certainly part of it. But the beauty of him, John, is that he doesn't change.
Right.
And I think it's his consistency that makes him the guy that players want to play for. I think it's his consistency that makes them understand that he's real. He doesn't change. He is the same guy if you're off in the corner talking to him, drinking a beer, if you're at a press conference, if you're one-on-one doing something off to the side. There is just a consistency to him that I think allows him to relate to people and for them to relate to him, and I think that's why he's so successful in leading these men.
Dan, I'm going to ask you this loaded question, but it's the question. Things are different in the air over the last couple seasons, right? You accelerate the timeline, you make that NFC title game, you have the 1 seed a year ago. Everybody's dreaming Super Bowl. What's your read on their viability this season to get it done?
I think they're right there. I think they're right. Look, like I said, we have to answer some questions. There's no doubt about that. If they have a gaping hole in the middle of that offensive line and we find out that for some reason Mahogany and Ratledge are not ready for that and Graham's kind of not playing as well last year is an indication of where he is in his career versus not being healthy, which I think a lot of people think that it was, then that's going to be a problem. But if they can check that box, if they can impact the quarterback and get some help on that defensive line for Hutch, for Reeder, if Tyleek comes along quickly, if Marcus stays healthy, I think every team in the league has ifs. I'm not trying to make it seem like the Lions have a bunch of hurdles they have to get over. If you asked me about Minnesota or Green Bay or another team, Washington or whoever that's trying to make it, I'd give you the same questions they have to answer. But this team is loaded with talent. That hasn't changed. When people talk about Ben walking out or AG walking out, they didn't take these players with them. Every team in the league has questions to answer. Those questions are the bridge to getting to where you are talking about, which is winning a Super Bowl. But I think it's certainly there. They've got multiple players on this team that rank at or near the top of their position group in the league. Not many teams can say that. They're as talented as any team in the league. I just think your spots that can be a little bit soft is where you have to come up and lift your performance to get to that level to be a Super Bowl team. But look, 15 wins last year, that's not a fluke, but it's also a pretty high bar. You could see this team winning 11 or 12 games and winning the NFC North and then putting themselves in position to do damage in the playoffs and hopefully be playing their best football when they get there. And that just wasn't the case last year. You go back to that Buffalo game, and it's just this goes to the road, Jim, that gets ultimately to that game. You go back to the Buffalo game last year. From the Buffalo game on, they were giving up 30 points plus a game on defense. They didn't have any guys left. And they were vulnerable, and Washington took advantage of that vulnerability. You can't be vulnerable in January, and this team can't be vulnerable in January. So you need to build it starting now. You need to sustain it. You need to get better, and you have to be playing your best football at the end of the year. But with this talent, answering some of the questions that they have, not unlike a lot of other teams, I think they're right in that mix. I think they put themselves with the best teams in this league that have a chance.
Before we let you go, I want to have just a little bit of fun. I don't know if you've heard the buzz over the last couple of days, but it's all about trying to come up with a nickname for Isaac Tisla. Until the voice of the Lions uses one, it really never becomes official. Where do you stand on what does a guy have to do to earn the right to have the voice of the Detroit Lions use his nickname in a game?
How many of them besides Coleslaw have we heard?
So Wojo's pushed that one. Are you falling victim to that?
Well, let's face it. Wojo pushed it because he heard it from somebody else and he stole it. But
you're right.
That one's intriguing. I don't know how that flows in a game.
You want to give us the touchdown call? Touchdown Coleslaw?
Yeah, Coleslaw. That just doesn't feel right. I don't know. J-Mo flows,
Right.
Sun God flows. I just don't know if that flows.
Yeah,
I think we got to workshop that, John.
Yeah.
What's that?
Sonic and Knuckles. That one flows.
Yeah.
So we've
no
seen
doubt. Coleslaw feels a little. It feels
clunky.
Lumpy.
Yeah.
And I don't know where you
I don't know if we're there yet.
On the Trons, the Mayotron, the Cybertron, we've seen some of those. I don't know if those work either.
Mayotron.
There's the reaction.
I hadn't heard that
I
one. agree
with you. That one is a laugher, and I don't ever expect to hear that to come out of your mouth.
Definitely in the workshop, we got to come up with something. But the cool thing is, I think we're going to be calling that kid's name, and he's a lot of fun, man. He's a lot of fun. I love everything that I've seen from him, and something will come organically. Not third person from Wojo. Something will come organically, and we'll have some fun with it.
You always do. Dan Miller, appreciate your
Thanks,
time.
Dan.
Hey, appreciate you guys. John, good luck to you. You're getting started soon as well, man. We'll be listening.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, guys.
He's Dan Miller. It's 97.1.
Summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's super easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
That makes it easy for Dan.
Yeah, it just depending on who scores the touchdown, you're ready to go.
So, getting back to trying to find a nickname for Isaac Tisla.
Yes.
I thought, well, let's just see what is the origins of the name Tisla. So maybe this will help originate somebody with creativity that is better than we are at coming up with nicknames. The last name Tisla has Dutch and Flemish origins. And his dad has been vocal, I think, down at Arkansas. They did you found this article, Heather.
Yeah.
They're a heavy Dutch presence in there.
He said 100% Dutch.
100% Dutch. If you ain't Dutch, you ain't much. Stemming from the combination of geographical feature and occupational role and the word sla, which can mean clearing or a piece of land. That's according to My Heritage. And it's also believed to have originated in the medieval period. So we could go full medieval on this. That opens up a whole new realm of possibilities.
Like you said, someone who's creative put this together.
There's a little more information for you.
Before we get to the guys down at Allen Park, Pete Thamel with pre-breaking news. This isn't breaking news, but it's pre-breaking news. He says the NCAA has formally notified the parties tied to the Michigan NCAA infractions case that an announcement will be publicly released on Friday. That's from Thamel and Wetzel. So
okay.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Boys, how you doing?
Doing all right.
Good.
Doing all right. It's it's nice out here. Beautiful day. Hopefully humidity stays a little bit lower, but it should be beautiful out here. Getting ready to talk to one of the assistant coaches to start the show.
Oh, who do you got?
Dion Hamilton, linebacker coach.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yep. Deep room.
It is. And so I guess we got to ask the question, right? Since you guys were there, witnessed the entire massacre, was it as dramatic as we have heard on social media and from everybody that was there talking about it?
Well, how about this? Doug, why don't you address the offense and I'll address the defense?
So the offense was to our left, and they pretty much scored on all the red zone plays, 2-minute drill. Amon-Ra was uncoverable, and they ran the ball up the middle. They ran it to the outside. Goff was dropping dimes. The offense looked exceptionally good for that day.
The defensive side, Hutch was a problem in the backfield the whole time. You saw several interceptions off of my buddy Zach Wilson. Tua Tagovailoa looked like he was completely frustrated because their offense was not able to move the ball. It was a complete domination of a football team on both sides of the ball. It was, for lack of a better word, guys, awesome.
It was really cool.
Doug, I've got to ask you this because you have been well educated on all things offensive line, and I'm just curious, were you able to see how that interior was? And I know you guys had Mahogany on later, but how would you say Tate Ratledge and Christian Mahogany have been doing or did do yesterday?
Pocket was clean for Jared Goff, and they didn't run the ball up the middle much, but they did effectively on one red zone play with David Montgomery. Look, small sample size. Of course, the Dolphins barely played Waddle, didn't play Tyreek Hill. So, we're at a point now where if they follow up today and do it again, and remember last year the Lions got dominated their first joint practice with the Colts and came back and went 15-2, right? So, it's not – It doesn't mean anything other than a data point on this day. The Lions really had a good practice.
For people who missed that Mahogany interview, you guys should check it out. I know it's podcasted, the Karschen Anderson page. For people who missed the start of our show, John's encounter with a raccoon this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Go download that podcast once we get off the air here. Karschen Anderson are next, live from Lions training camp. It's 97.1.
Our second day at a joint practice out here at Allen Park as the Miami Dolphins buses have just rolled up, and the Dolphins have to rebound apparently from what happened yesterday. The Lions had a very, very good day. It was fun to watch, and we're excited to do it all over again from out here in Allen Park. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's bring in Lions linebacker coach Dion Hamilton, who joins us. How are you, Coach?
Doing good. Excited for another day. I appreciate the beautiful weather we got. I'm even glad that we're practicing at 10:30. Guys get so spoiled practicing at 8:30 in Michigan. They need to see what it's like a little bit warm outside, so I like it.
When you sat down with the film after yesterday's joint practice, did you see what it looked like to us? A very good day for you guys.
Obviously we are our biggest critic. If anything, we can't be worried about our competition, our opponent, whatever. It's a race to improve with us against us. Day in, day out. So what about let's see if we can stack days. We've been to the playoffs years after years. Now it's just like I said, it's just all about us. So let's see how we come out and respond after having a good day.
Is this how it's gone for you guys? Really have just been stacking days on days? The offense has talked about going against you guys and how tough the defense has been. We had Jared Goff on Monday, and defense is incredible right now. What we got to see yesterday looked like to us was like total domination. Is it just stacking another day? Is that what it was for you guys? Or, are there some things that you look at and like, really got to shore this part up?
Oh, yeah, it was just a lot of things that we need to improve on. We had a lot of offsides, penalties, DPIs, details, guys still not doing their jobs. And, you're talking about stacking the days. That's a long season, and so with that being said, guys need to be equipped and ready to play hopefully 22 games or 21 games or however many you play to get to that ultimate goal that we have. And we know that each game, each week, you got to stack. If you don't, in this league, if you don't play at a high level, you'll lose. So that's important that we now start callousing the body and start improving day in, day out, so that way we can be able to withhold through the long season.
Dion Hamilton with us, Lions linebacker coach. You have a very deep and talented linebacker room. And let's start with the guys at the top. Alex Anzalone, Jack Campbell, Derek Barnes. You have to feel pretty fortunate to have that kind of talent.
Oh, yeah, I'm, super grateful. Those guys, all of them are studs. Some of all three of those guys are probably some of the hardest workers on our team, great leaders. Great young men, And we even you take away those three guys, we got a list of even guys that's behind them that, those three know that every day they got to bring it because, it's guys behind there, Zach Cunningham, Trevor Nowalski, those guys, they're coming. Grant Stewart, just another name to name. But, we've got a great room.
Talk about the experience that you get from having a Zach Cunningham on this team. And this is a guy who started in the league for a while and was really, really good. Asked to do a different role here with this team, but bringing that kind of leadership, that kind of experience, what does it mean to this young core?
It means a lot. Whenever you can get a veteran guy who's played in this league, has played at a high level in this league, to buy in and, understand, we're trying to do the things that we're asking him to do. Maybe things may be a little bit different from how he's played in the past. And, like his total buy-in, we appreciate that as an entire staff, because a guy like that, you get it, right? He's made money. He can do whatever he wants to do, how he wants to do it, but when the guy buys in, that's part of the culture. You appreciate that as a coach.
How do you get guys to buy in? You're a young fella. You're, 29 years old. This is your first year coaching the linebackers solely because Shep did it last year, and you get the promotion, he gets a promotion. How do you personally get guys to buy into what you're going to say?
Man, it's one way, and it's going to be a standard. I got high standards for those guys, and, if you can't do it this way, then I'll find somebody else to do it. It's plain and simple, and I always say, I always heard Coach Saban say the eyes in the sky don't lie. So when we hit play and we watch this film, if you're not doing what you're supposed to do, hey, I'm going to find somebody who's going to do what I'm coaching them, asking them to do.
You mentioned Zach Cunningham, one of your depth guys. Can you update the people on Malcolm Rodriguez and his recovery and when you guys might be getting him back?
So I know he's still rehabbing. He's going through the process. I'm not sure what's his timetable and stuff like that, I know you were talking about those three guys. I always tell people, don't lose sight of him, even from, when we're in meeting rooms, I'm making a point of emphasis for myself to okay, make sure let's not forget about Rodrigo. He's been a stud. He's going to be a stud this year for us when he comes back. But he's doing great in the rehab process. He's killing it. Once he's ready to rock and roll, I'm going to be excited to add him back to the holster.
I feel like the early returns on Grant Stewart is that the fans are going to love this guy. He plays with an energy and an enthusiasm. And whether he's a depth guy or plays more than that, tell us what your early impressions are of Grant Stewart.
I'll tell him every day he's a maniac. You love that guy because he's the same person day in, day out. And I remember it was one practice where, he was maybe a little lazy, loafing a little bit. I'm like, are you sick or something? He said, no, Coach. Oh, yes, that's it, because you showed on tape and on film how you are. So we only expect one way out of you, but the fans are going to love him, love his personality, love, man, every day he's bringing this hard hat. And I'm glad we have him.
How did you – we asked the same question yesterday when we talked to Tyler Roll, the tight ends coach. How did you get on this staff? I know you played with the team and had some injury issues, had to retire, but how were you able to latch on it and catch up with Dan Campbell to make sure that you had a spot?
I think I set the tone, in 2021 when I was here as a player. Unfortunately, I ended up tearing my tricep first preseason game, but I set the foundation. I didn't know. Then as a player, and AG, then it was like, dang, they had no idea who I was, and I had no idea who they were. But, from the training camp and how I was wired, how I was going about from OTAs to training camp, like, man, this guy's, pretty cool. Then they re-signed me in 22, and then we had drafted Malcolm, we had D. Barnes his second year, and then I wasn't maybe the guy, but I was a backup. But I was the guy who was like, okay, we get a meeting and Shep is telling them like, okay, y'all see him, this how it's supposed to look, this and that, and I'm all good. I want those guys to be good at the time, and so I'm coaching them, helping them up, and this and that, and then okay, you fast forward till you get released. Meet with Dan, meet with Brad, and had obviously met with AG and all those guys. And, they said, man, if you don't have any serious interest from teams, we want you back on our staff, and for me, that was year 5 for me. I had checked off all the boxes, I had made money, things like that. I'm like, what better way than this group of guys, and something in my spirit, just told me that, like, man, like, latch on to these guys, it's going to be better for the next 20, 25 years. I'm so glad that I stepped away when I did.
You knew right then, I'm going to go into coaching. You weren't going to try and keep playing?
Yeah, I did. Just because I think, when you know how it is when your gut tells you something.
Oh, yeah.
I think at that point in time, from going to Alabama, winning national championships to getting drafted, starring in the league, I feel like I had checked off all the boxes, and I feel like, okay, my purpose was to start influencing and impacting other guys.
I want to ask you something about Alabama because I just, for the heck of it, I wanted to take a look at the roster that you played on the second national championship that you were on. And you're on the defensive side, right? Some stars on the defensive side. But you had to go against Tua, Jalen Hurts were the quarterbacks. You got Devontae Smith, Najee Harris, Jerry Jeudy, Irv Smith, Henry Ruggs, more than that, Calvin Ridley, Bo Scarborough, who we saw here in Detroit, Josh Jacobs, Brian Robinson Jr. Are you kidding me? Every day in practice, what is that like in practice to see? Now, again, you guys had talent on the defensive side, but that's like a whole different world of what they had on the offensive side.
It was crazy. I remember when I first got to the NFL as a rookie. I'm like, I already played against the best of the best. I done gone against T.J. Yeldon, Derrick Henry, Kendrick every day at practice. You think I'm scared of any of these guys? But, man, it was great. I always say that those lessons that I learned at Alabama playing against those guys, competition brings out the best. Once you get to this next level, it's second nature. Even coaching now, anytime you can have competition and raise guys' levels of play, it elevates the entire room, it elevates the entire team. But it was, man, I love the competition that Coach Saban had at Alabama. It made everybody better players.
Lions linebacker coach Dion Hamilton, before we let you go, when the defense is out on the field right in front of us today and we're on the air, what are things that we should be looking for that will make you happier than you were yesterday? Even though it went well, you said you're your own critics. So what should we be looking for today that will make you happier?
When guys are detailed and they're not making the same mistakes that they made yesterday, I'll be happy. and I won't lose my voice.
Well, maybe give us a thumbs up if it's going well. Would you do that?
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
Hey, thanks for coming by.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for having me.
Thanks, Coach.
There he is, Sean Dion Hamilton, Detroit Lions linebacker coach, fourth season with the team. Joining us here to get our day going on 97.1 The Ticket from Lions training camp. We're going to do it all over again, just like we did yesterday from here at the Meyer Performance Center with the Lions taking on the Dolphins in a joint practice. And I hope it's as good as yesterday, because yesterday was fun to watch.
It's tough to live up to.
Michigan Auto Law Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. Because they specialize, Michigan Auto Law has recovered more million-dollar auto accident results than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. And if you do your research, you'll see the truth about Michigan Auto Law, like the largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Call my guy Steve and his crew at Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit their website, autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Training camp here at the Meyer Performance Center in Allen Park. It's Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, and today's coverage here on The Ticket is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save and get more with Geico. So there's a bit of breaking news here. The Dan Campbell meeting with the media as we speak. The Lions haven't made their way out on the field, but the Miami Dolphins are out warming up right in front of us. And the word is that Sam Laporta has something. He's going to be down for a bit.
Uh-oh.
Danny Rogers from the Lions says it sounds like he's going to be down for a couple of days.
Well, that doesn't sound too terrible. But you don't like to hear that he's out for any reason.
No, and I mean, look, this is the kind of thing that, I'm not panicked by any stretch of the imagination. I don't like some of the injuries that have taken place so far. I guess we were all a little bit scarred from what happened a year ago when they had just injury. Coach talked about stacking good days of practice. Stacking injuries.
Healthy days.
They stacked injuries last year defensively, and so look, they've got. They really like Brock Wright. You actually love Brock Wright, and I think Brock Wright's one heck of a tight end too. Shane Zylstra, will probably see a little bit more of him today, and get down into their depth guys. But all in all, yesterday was a good day. I suspect that the Dolphins cannot be happy with what happened yesterday. And I brought up at the beginning of the show, or maybe it was crosstalk, the Colts and Lions had a joint practice last year. And, we found actually a story coming out of Indianapolis. Matt Ryan and the first-team offense dominates. And they got stats, and they basically said that the Colts dominated the Lions, and it didn't have any impact on who the Lions were during the season, clearly. So, don't want to overreact to what we saw yesterday, other than it looked good. It'd be great if it looked good again today. But just like the Lions bounced back, so do I expect the Miami Dolphins to bounce back today.
Yeah, that'd be I think it's completely expected. Doug, you can just look out there and see that they are warming up with a purpose today. That's what's going on.
Well, I want to see the 11-on-11 stuff. Because when they did red zone stuff, Dolphins just didn't put the ball in the end zone. The Lions did repeatedly. So we'll see. And Terrion Arnold's expected to be on the field today. We'll see if Hill will get out there. Watt will be more involved today. I guess we'll find out. So.
Well, I'm hopeful those guys are out there because you want to see. And the whole purpose of these practices is to get tested a little bit, right? And you're not going to have that opportunity in a preseason game to go up against Tyreek Hill or against Jalen Waddle. This is the place where you can see that happen. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see a ton of it yesterday. Certainly none of it with Tyreek Hill, and very limited with Jalen Waddle. I really hope we get to see that today. I think it'd be exciting for guys like Terrion Arnold and the other corners to have that opportunity because you want to test yourself against the best, and those are two of the best in the business.
So other things we're going to be looking for today, follow up on yesterday, but with Laporta out, I guess paying attention to the backup tight ends and some of the depth guys. But, Zylstra is a guy that they keep bringing back. He's been around, but he's never really been one of their top two guys. So there's something about him that they really like behind the scenes that they see here in practice and what he gives the team. And I keep our eyes on him today and see, how he does with getting more reps with the ones, given Laporta's injury.
Yeah, well, I think there's a comfort factor with Zylstra because he's been part of this team for a couple of years. So there's familiarity, and anytime you know on offense, you're going to have an advantage. So this would be a great opportunity for him to kind of solidify the standing with the team. But I suspect that he's pretty solid anyway.
It's funny. You asked a question in your show sheet about which position group do I feel the best about right now. I probably would say running back. I think they got two great running backs and a very, very serviceable, if not better than that, 3 in Craig Reynolds. On defense, it's linebacker. And this goes back to a pre-draft crush on Zach Cunningham 9 years ago. Couple that with the addition of Grant Stewart. You look at, they love Nowatzki, they love Pittman, and then you got the 3 starters. You got Rodrigo coming back. we just had a coach on here, and I think his group is probably the position group, at least defensively, I feel the best about on this team. And even better than safety, which is weird, but it's the depth.
You feel that way about the linebackers?
I love the depth in the linebacker room. Love it.
Well, I love Zach Cunningham. And
Yeah.
the fact that he's a backup on this team I think that speaks volumes to the depth on this team. I look at the receivers, and I think it was starting to really kind of feel it yesterday and starting to see it yesterday. I think they have really good depth receiving core. When we're talking about a rookie who can make an impact like Tesla, it's not because the team is devoid of talent. It's because he is that talented. And the forgotten guy in his receiving core is Khalif Raymond, and he shouldn't be, because with the ball in his hands, he's dynamic. And then they've got all these other guys competing for those last spots. It's going to be fun to watch throughout the rest of training camp, and hopefully they're able to hang on to some of these guys in a practice squad situation.
So setting the scene for people who weren't with us yesterday, there's 2 practice fields in front of us. You've got the Dolphins occupying the practice field center right here, and then to our left is where the Lions are trickling out. Dolphins, they roll in buses just after 10, and they go through their warm-ups. The Lions are second to get to the field. I don't know if they're doing more stuff inside or whatever, but right now some of the quarterbacks are out there and the specialists just kicking the ball, and the quarterbacks getting loose, throwing the ball, and we'll see how they come back today, day 2 of these joint practices with the Miami Dolphins. Stoked for it, man. Stoked for it. Other things to keep an eye on is Amon-Ra St. Brown and Hutch. It's funny because you kind of want to – I think everybody asks about the new guys. The 2 old guys were dominant yesterday. Amon-Ra uncoverable, and we just watched Hutch. I watched him blow up a tight end on a play, sent him flying, and people say he looks very, very good in his return from injury.
Well, he does look very, very good. And I just saw something from the kicker, Jake Bates, that I did not expect. I had to look at the number and say, that was a kicker that just did that?
What do you do?
So he's out there warming up, doing some kicks and whatnot with Jack Fox as well. And somebody threw a ball over to Jake Bates. He had to jump up in the air. He already had a ball in his left hand. He jumped up in the air, did his version of Odell Beckham Jr., caught it while he's jumping in the air, palm-catched it with his right hand, and just brought it right back in.
Love it.
That's another weapon. That's how deep the receiver room is.
Well, it's a skill set. You never know.
That is something you don't see.
Yeah, you never know when you might want to take advantage of that.
I mean, we know that we know the punter can throw.
I am not seeing Tyreek Hill out there at all. Yesterday he was in uniform. I'm seeing Jalen Waddle.
Yep, Waddle is right there.
But I do not see Hill.
Maybe you have to tinkle.
It's quite possible. But he was in uniform yesterday. Didn't participate in the stuff against the Lions, but which is too bad because I'd like to see those matchups. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. There's another bit of breaking news as Pete Thamel has tweeted out that Michigan has gotten word from the NCAA regarding from the Committee on Infractions, and that is expected to be released shortly. I don't know if it's going to be today or tomorrow, but I am eagerly anticipating this to see indeed what the ramifications might be from the Connor Stallion stuff. And that will be probably known in the next 24 hours. Here it is from Pete Thamel. The NCAA has formally notified parties tied to the Michigan NCAA infraction case that an announcement on the findings and punishment will be publicly released on Friday. Sources tell Pete Thamel and Dan Wetzel. Our guy Dan's been all over this one. So something that we'll keep an eye out for and pass it along. Carson Anderson from Lions training camp here on 97.1 The Ticket. There's basically going to be stretching and skeleton drills until about 11 o'clock when the two teams will face off against one another in this joint practice day 2 with the Miami Dolphins. So we will get into what we're seeing when 11 o'clock rolls around. We could do play-by-play of the stretching, but we'll probably pass on that.
I'm proud of you going all football jargon, skeleton drills.
Yeah, well,
nice.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, well, you're doing passing routes against air. Okay, so Tigers win yesterday, 1-0 over the Chicago White Sox. Cleveland lost. The lead is 6.5. The Tigers have the second best record in the American League. Game and a half behind Toronto and a half game ahead of I got that wrong. Are they a game and a half behind Toronto, a half game ahead of Houston for the third spot, or are they a half game behind Toronto, a game and a half ahead of Houston? I'll look it up. Anyway, they're the second best record in the American League, and they won the series, Scott, in spite of many people thinking they are doomed. And now they got a Scooble start coming up, and good chance to get to a point where they will have won 4 or 5. Look, the offensively, they didn't do much. And I was realizing one of the disconnects between the Doom crowd and why I'm not the Doom crowd. I actually don't expect the team to hit on all cylinders every day. I think it's really impressive when you're winning in spite of the fact that you don't need to hit on all cylinders to win. Yesterday, they pitched and played good defense. And the pitching was outstanding. And defensively, they did pretty much everything you'd want them to do. Javi out in center field covered a lot of ground and made some plays. They turned one big double play and came close to turning another one on a very tough play. But, and there were some uncompetitive at-bats. I mean, Javi early in the game, I think it was the 4th inning, they had the leadoff runner on. They stranded him, and Javi came up with 2 outs and struck out on what looked to me like 3 pitches, none of which were in the strike zone. And I went and looked it up today, and indeed on MLB.com, none of those pitches were in the strike zone, and he struck out. But, I mean, if Troy Melton, Sawyer Gibson, Long, Kyle Finnegan, and Will Vest can do that, they're going to win a lot of baseball games.
Well, I'm not concerned about the 8th and 9th inning. I think both of those pitchers can get the job done there. And I was excited to see, Troy Melton pitch as well as he did yesterday. I said yesterday I'm going to see what that pitch count is at, how deep they can let him go. And he was perfect through 4. Gets into trouble with the 5th, a leadoff double in the 5th.
Yep.
And you're like, oh, come on, because you can see how this game is going to go. The offense is going to be sluggish like a wet sponge, and yet what happens? Strikeout, strikeout, strikeout. He was fantastic. Then comes out of the game, and Gibson Long comes in, does the job. It was you could look at it a bunch of different ways. I want to look more at the positive side, which is the pitching was outstanding. The defense was outstanding. Javi Baez looks more comfortable in center field than, I don't know, 75% of center fielders you watch in baseball, man. He is incredible. So good out there, and it's just fun to watch him glide in the outfield and take the right routes every time and make the plays that are tough, make them look easy, and that was great. Of course, there is downside. They had 5 hits in the game.
Yep.
They had 5 hits in the game. They faced a pitcher who was known to not have great control, and they didn't parade the base pass all that much in the game yesterday, and that's a little disappointing. But tonight's a different story. They go up against a pitcher who they really roughed up a couple weeks ago against in Minnesota at home against the Twins. They really roughed up the pitcher who they're going to go against tonight. Got him for 7 runs on 11 hits and hit not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 home runs against him. So maybe the offense is going to come back in tonight, and that'll be great. And then you can look at yesterday and say kind of a one-off. I hope that's the case, but the pitching was the story.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of these games in Chicago, the offense wasn't they didn't do much at the plate at all for 2 of those games. And, those were the 2 they managed to win. If you take a look at Melton, he's an interesting find and a card that they have to figure out how they want to play it. Like, when do you use Troy Melton moving forward? Does Troy Melton get another start here? Do they return him to the bullpen? Is it? They're still kind of seeking what this can be. Assuming, and it's not a safe assumption, it is a solid assumption, but assuming there's postseason baseball in Detroit, what role do they use Troy Melton? They got a month and a half to kind of maybe experiment a little bit and see if they can get more get more out of him.
Do you like math?
I do like math.
Okay, 40 games left.
Yep.
40 games left. If you have a honest 5-man rotation, you're looking at 8 starts per starter.
Yep.
And got Skubal going tonight, so I think it kind of coincides with that. Melton has thrown 97 plus innings so far this year between the minors and the majors. His career high is what he did last year, was 100 innings last year. If he were to be part of the rotation the rest of the way and just goes average 5 innings per, that's going to put him at 140 innings.
Yep.
I have no idea what the innings count or the innings watch is on this young man.
Yep.
Right? But I can't imagine it's going to be too much higher than that, if even that high, because they want to be very careful with these guys and maybe open it up.
I think you're probably right. I think, if typically pitchers in their early careers, they kind of ramp them up, 70, 100, 130 as they build up, strength and get used to it with their arms. So you very well might be right that in the case of Troy Melton, there is a really good chance that they are not going to start him in a bunch of games so that they can use him more in the postseason. I mean, they got to love what they see. It's clearly early, but I can already see us getting calls if they do decide to ration his innings, if you will. People go, why aren't they pitching Melton?
I know.
That's probably why.
But there's, like I said, we don't know what the innings count is. That's a question for A.J. Hinch, and I'd love to hear the answer to that question, because there's a number of ways you can go at it. You don't have to start him 8 times the rest of the way to get to that extra 40 innings, if that's what the number is. You could limit his starts. You could bring other guys up, which other guys will come up at some point, or maybe they're going to lean on the rotation that they had going into it. I'm excited, though, because he looks like he's a piece.
Yep.
He doesn't look like, he's just some call-up for the sake of calling him up. No, this is a top 10 prospect in an organization who has hit the ground running, put together a nice season this year in the minors, and gets the promotion, and he looks good. A little shaky in one of the outings, but outside of that, he has been rock solid for this team.
Yeah, and I mean, Melton is young guy. He looked pretty nasty, and I think you experiment, you push him as much as you can, but you're doing it to get him ready for the postseason, and then you got to see if Flaherty turns it around. I don't know what Flaherty's is. Flaherty tinkering, treading on thin ice here to maybe not be part of a postseason rotation? I guess I got to tell you, that outing yesterday, there was a bunch of runs given up, but it wasn't that bad.
His outing.
His outing, yeah, a couple days ago. Jack Flaherty was missing a lot of bats, and guys were waving at it, and they got a bunch of bloop singles. I thought he didn't get rewarded for a better outing. And, I think they're probably a long way away from saying Flaherty wouldn't be in a postseason rotation, but, he's done enough lately. The way he's pitched lately, you certainly can question it. I said Paddock's job is to help him get to the postseason, but that to me is it. I feel like they might be leaning on Charlie Morton. That feels like an A.J. Hinch guy, right?
Well, yeah.
History together.
But they may have history together, but he has to perform.
Yeah.
Because that game Saturday night was not good. And despite the fact that the old man can throw it in the mid-90s, which is awesome, he got hit. And he got hit hard. So they need to figure some things out here. That it would be awesome if Jack Flaherty, if what we saw the other day, really should have gotten a better result than what was there. It was just bloop singles and soft ground balls that just found holes.
And an outing in the season.
Yeah, and there's a lot to like out of Jack Flaherty's last outing. I'm sure he's itching to get back out on the hill as well. But, he's one of the keys to this team moving forward here the last 40 games and going into the postseason, if not the number one key. They've got to have somebody step up and be that solid number 2 starter behind the ace.
Well, look, it feels like there's this sort of battle amongst fans, and I don't mean battle in their own head of whether or not they should feel confident in this team turning it around after that dreadful stretch. And it's been a slower turnaround than earlier in the year when they had bad stretches. They won a series. I feel like, Kang, you said to me today, Kang, back in our studios, you said to me today, they pretty much won this series and probably did little to instill confidence because of the way they did it.
Yeah, it was the least inspiring, confidence-building series win the Tigers have ever had in the history of the Detroit Tigers, right? Our pets' heads are falling off. We barely beat the worst, one of the worst teams in the league.
But they won.
Exactly. And that's what you got to remember that fact.
Yeah, I think people look. If you watch the whole game yesterday, bases loaded, nobody out to get one run out of it. When you're that team that is your defense. When you're on defense and you've given up the bases loaded with nobody out, and you get out of a one run, you're like, that's a win for us.
Yeah,
but it was the one run that won the game.
Yeah, and they were a foot away from it being a 3-run inning
at
the very least, because that would have been an easy double, would have cleared the bases, but it didn't, and that's baseball, Doug.
I know.
That's baseball. I mean, like we said, in the 5th inning, Sox did the same thing, leadoff double, nobody out. And he gets stranded, not at third, at second base.
Yeah.
Because Troy Melton buckles down and gets strikeout after strikeout after strikeout.
So, fans, how you feeling today? They win a series at Chicago. Would you describe yourself as feeling any better? Any better? Do you feel any better? Because the Tigers, we've all become a little bit of, listening to A.J. Hinch. It's win series, win series, win series. And that's the formula they used in the first half of the season. They kept winning series. And, look, that turned them into being the best team in baseball, or having the best record in baseball. How you feeling today, fans? We're at Lions practice here in Allen Park, and Dolphins are out there warming up. When the two teams get together, we'll tell you a little bit more about what we're seeing. But right now, both teams going through warm-ups. Hey, lots of air quality alerts out there. Are you concerned about the air you breathe? You should be, and that's why you need to contact CGC Home Services. CGC offers Aeris Active Pure technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. We've got one in our house now. Feel good about it. Why choose CGC Home Services? Rapid response, zero hassle, upfront pricing, no hidden fees, plus the latest advanced equipment and precision techniques. Call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242 today. It's 855-339-4242 today, or visit them at cgchomeservices.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. We'll get to some Lions stuff when they actually start going against the Miami Dolphins. Right now, just stretching and warm-ups. The two teams out on the field. It was fun yesterday. It was really, really fun. In the meantime, talk some Tigers because yesterday was a win is reassuring. Kang said somewhat facetiously it was the least reassuring series win in the history of the Tigers organization. But, I get it. People want them to look dominant at all times. And the reality is in baseball, you got to find ways to win games when stuff goes wrong because it's very rare that your offense, your defense, your fielding, your hitting, your pitching is all clicking. When that happens,
your power play, your penalty kill.
When that happens, you're blowing people out, right? And they won these 2 games. They scratched out 3 runs in the 2 wins, and hey, they found a way. They found a way, and that's what matters. But it's the White Sox. The White Sox. Good news is the White Sox have been scoring a ton of runs. They were averaging 6 runs a game post All-Star break coming into this series, and the middle game they obviously put up a big number, but in the 2 Tiger wins it was 1 run and no run. So pitching did get the job done. But here's the feedback coming in to the Carson Anderson inbox. You know what? This Tiger team's best is good enough to win it all, and I'm excited to see how they perform when it matters most. That's from an unnamed texter. Josh and Warren says, does Javi need hip surgery again, guys? Is that why he's swinging at bad pitches again? Yeah, I mean, he had a very ugly at-bat yesterday. It still creeps up every once in a while. But they've got enough guys that you assume that Javi's going to play a role, but it might not be an everyday role.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an everyday role or close to it, just because of his position versatility as well. I mean, until Parker Meadows is proven that he can come back, I think Javi's the best option they have in center field. He's without a doubt capable defensively, and offensively, you look at his numbers, and they're not eye-catching. They never really were. What showed up was that, at least they never really were this year. What showed up was that he was hitting for average. And he would deliver in more clutch situations, which we didn't see him hit for average at all last year. Strangely enough, he actually delivered in clutch situations last year, despite the fact that his average sucked. This year, it's the same thing. He still has an OPS. It's like 850 with runners in scoring position, and he's actually hitting 300 with runners in scoring position. So you'll take it. It's go through the ups and downs of the season. It is what it is. But yes, he has. We've seen him stretch and expand that strike zone more than you feel comfortable with from time to time, but at least he's still getting on base.
What do we got here? Unnamed texter. Melton is too good for the bullpen. Give me 5 or 6 innings every 5 days. Okay, if you mean 5 or 6 innings every 5 days the rest of the regular season, there's a good chance that they'll cap him before he gets to the postseason. Maybe not, but, that is something that teams do. They allow pitchers to kind of take steps as far as innings pitched. And what did you say? He's at
97 and 2/3 innings this year.
And what was he last year?
100.1, I believe.
Okay, so he's still got some starts in him for sure, but are you sure you want to use him every 5 days the rest of the way? Especially with, I know people don't see it as a comfortable lead, 6.5 games, but it's comfortable-ish. It's comfortable enough that you can maybe try and thread the needle of not use him as a starter and be able to stretch him out to get him into the postseason if you want to see him pitch in the most important games. Mike in Plymouth says Flaherty is a veteran who will absolutely be part of the postseason roster, unlike the struggling youngster Casey Mize last year. That's from Mike. I suspect Flaherty will be on the postseason roster, but what would it take for him not to be? I wouldn't say it's written in stone, and it's probably not written in stone with Mize either. Mize has these really weird outings where he's 60 pitches and he's just starting the 3rd inning.
Yeah, he has had those, and that's compiling obviously way too many pitches, and yet still able to navigate and give you 5 or 6 innings most of the time. But that's a guy who was obviously an all-star first half of the season and has not pitched to that level in the second half of the season. Been way more inconsistent, but it feels like a lot of the Tigers have been way more inconsistent in the second half. It's a 40-game sprint now. It's time to turn it back on, and he's going to have to be a big part of their success the rest of the way.
248-539-9797. Tigers win a series. Did it make you feel better, people? From an unnamed texter, I don't really feel any better. Sure, they're winning series, but against bad teams and struggling to do it.
Well, it's against a team that they just beat a team that is a top 10 offense in the league since the All-Star break. And I'm not going to blow up the White Sox and make it seem like the White Sox are awesome, but how about, is it fair to say the White Sox are playing a lot better baseball now than they were back in May?
Yes.
It's a different team. It's still not, I wouldn't say it's a good team, but it's a team nonetheless that you have to win the series, and they did just that. They won the series.
Let's go to Hal on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Hal.
How you doing? I really enjoy your show.
Thank you.
Just on the Tigers, just generally my thoughts are right now they really are a 500 team the way they're playing and with all the various different things you've been talking about. And, they'll win another 20 games. And I think it's going to come down to those final games with Cleveland to see how they do. But I think they'll make the playoffs. But I don't think the way things are going, I just think they have much of a chance of them making it into the second round of the playoffs. They're just off, and unless they can fix something, and of course that's easier said than done. But I think they'll make the playoffs. I think the Cleveland games will be close, more exciting than we want them to be at the end of the year.
So let me ask you a question, because they've won 4 of 6 here. They got Scuba going tonight to make a great chance to make it 5 of 7. They beat the Angels in a series. The Angels then went to L.A. and swept the Dodgers. So, I mean, are you being maybe a little too dismissive of the way they've played lately?
No, I don't think so. I like I said, I think with their pen work not working any better, their starters haven't struggled. They're having a hard time hitting, and I'm thinking they're gonna. These guys are going to pull out of it, and they're going to start fixing some of that stuff. But like I said, I really think they're like a 500 team now, and I think that gives them 90 wins or 91 or something like that, and I think that should get them there. And I think I'm afraid we're going to have our playoffs when we start playing Cleveland at the end of the year.
All right, Hal. I mean, I guess the starters and the bullpen were great in 2 of these 3 games in Chicago. One game was bad, but they were great in 2 of the 3 games in Chicago. But we asked you, do you feel any better? And your answer is clearly no.
Well, I would say this. I can understand if the playoffs started today or tomorrow, right? If playoffs start tomorrow,
yep,
and the Tigers match up against Seattle, I don't think I'd have a ton of confidence. But if they started tomorrow and the Tigers match up with the Yankees, I feel pretty good.
So the crazy thing is, I mean, the good news is they don't start tomorrow. They got a lot of time to work this out.
Factual.
There's the Tigers aren't playing their best baseball of the season right now. So if this version of the Tigers is who goes into the postseason, I mean, it's not a dreadful group. I think that they would have a chance to win any series, but. There was a while there they looked like they would absolutely win every series, right? I mean, they were really instilling confidence. But 248-539-9797. Aubrey is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Aubrey.
Hey, fellas. Let me start off this way. I retired almost a year ago, and I really get a chance to listen a lot more and enjoy you guys on YouTube. And my wife gives me crap. She goes, dude, you're just obsessed with this stuff. But really enjoy watching you guys on the TV, so for what it's worth.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Aubrey. We got to work on getting your wife to be obsessed with the show.
Yeah.
That's a tall task, buddy. You're on your own there. But, hey, look, here's what I would say about the Tigers. I still think our fans have a lot of scar tissue from losing 12 out of 13, right?
Yeah.
And you said it well. This team has won the last couple of series. Should they have had 4 or 5 runs yesterday? Probably so. They didn't, but guess what? They won. Now, Conversely, is this a team that's really going to be a contender for the World Series? My supposition is probably not. Maybe we get back to the divisional championship series, and if we get lucky, sure, maybe we get to the World Series. But this team is not as good as what they were at the beginning of the season, and they're sure not as bad as what they were around the All-Star break. I think their level is maybe playing 550 ball up to 600 ball. And if you do that, guys, this team wins the division, and they have a chance maybe to get a bye in the first round, and we'll see what happens from there. That's my take.
I think that bye, and I appreciate the phone call. Thank you, Aubrey. And that bye looms large because getting to set up Skubal in a 5-game series when another team's got to use pitching to get through a divisional series or get through a wild card series, that's a big deal. That is a big, big deal. So, yeah, getting one of these top 2 seeds in the American League feels very important to me. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Lions and Dolphins, they have now taken the field together. We got 7-on-7s going on in front of us with the Lions defense and the Dolphins offense. I want to get your take on what you've seen so far. We'll tell you when we continue from out here at Allen Park here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The NCAA notifying those involved in Michigan's sign-stealing scandal that an announcement on the findings and punishments will be released tomorrow. Head coach Sharon Moore is expected to serve a self-imposed 2-game suspension this season. It is possible, though, the NCAA hands Moore a harsher penalty. Day 2 of joint practices between the Lions and Dolphins after a dominating performance by Detroit yesterday. Head coach Dan Campbell says tight end Sam Laporta won't play today with an injury, but it's better news for corner Terrion Arnold. After joint practices wrap up today, the Lions and Dolphins will take the field for preseason game number 3 Saturday at Ford Field. And Tarek Skubal takes them out tonight as the Tigers open a 4-game weekend series at the Twins. Bailey Ober goes from Minnesota. That first pitch 7:40 right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Tigers have now won back-to-back series. Tigers take 2 of 3 from Chicago. They win 1-0 yesterday. And we're asking people, do you feel any better? Do you feel any better? How would you characterize your feelings? And, I mean, look, you want them to hit on all cylinders and look great in every facet of the game. And offensively, in their 2 wins, they scored 3 runs. But the pitching and defense was really, really good. And they took 2 of 3 from the Angels, and the Angels then went and proceeded to sweep the Dodgers. And the Dodgers, who are still the favorite to win the World Series, they have blown a 9-game lead in just over a month's time. And they are now a second-place team behind the Padres in the NL West.
Why isn't anybody talking about that?
Well, I'm sure they are in Los Angeles, and in some ways, they're probably feel worse in that they've put together a roster where the expectation from day one is World Series or bust, right?
Yeah.
And now they're, losing a 9-game lead and being a second-place team, not good. But I'm not saying that for any other reason than just to point out seasons are long, there's ups and downs. I think the Dodgers are going to be fine, okay? They're really, really talented. And the crazy thing is they're about as healthy as they've been in a while. They got Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow back. Blake Tryon is back, a big bullpen arm that they've got, and yet here they are getting swept. It happens. Like, it's standard operating procedure even for very good teams. But, hey, I know that might not help people. It might. And we're just asking you, do you feel any better? 248-539-9797. We did observe some 7-on-7s in front of us with the Lions defense going against the Dolphins offense. I'll say it looks like the Dolphins are operating at a higher rate of efficiency today.
I think that's safe to say, yeah.
There's some back and forth, but
yeah,
it wasn't total domination in this first session.
No, I saw Tua make a couple of plays, and I saw the Lions get flagged for at least 2 PI calls in the end zone. One I thought was a little tight there. It was a nice play by the defensive back that doesn't get credit for. That would have been, I think it was Hallett. It was a safety. I thought made a nice play, but they threw a flag on it. But nonetheless, what we expected was going to happen today, I think, was that simply Miami's going to show up with a little more intensity. And I think to this point, that's been the case. I would agree with that.
Yeah, and as to be expected. So, yeah, now they're doing 11-on-11 on both sides. The Lions' offense is over here practicing inside their own 5-yard line, coming out of their own red zone. Meanwhile, the Dolphins full field coming towards us. It's full offense versus full defense. And it's ones versus ones out there. And the Dolphins have, first play they ran a quick bubble screen for a reasonable gain. Now they're lined up again. I'll keep my eye on Hutch. And there was Davenport on the other side there. Davenport's, I heard, what was it, Dan Miller's line today? He's moving people, and now he's in the backfield, and there he would have had a sack. Davenport just totally beat a guy and would have had a sack on Tua if they allowed quarterbacks to get hit.
But they don't do that.
No, they don't.
Not here, not now.
Nope. But he totally beat a guy.
Lions just tried a running play that went nowhere. There was a flag on the play, and I think it was against the Miami, actually. So
was it?
So they got that going for him.
Gotcha.
Which is nice.
248-539-9797. Ticket text to the same number. We're just asking, are you feeling better? It was a series win. It wasn't total domination. That's back-to-back series wins. Tiger fans, are you feeling better? 248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter, nope. Don't feel one bit of confidence with them. As I said, they will not win the Central. They'll be lucky if they make it past the wild card round. Well, this person didn't sign their text, so I don't know who you are or what you said in the past. Sometimes some names will stick with us, but this person is not feeling any better.
No? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better because I actually think it's a strength that they win games when not everything's clicking. They don't need everything to be clicking to win games and win series. And that's a sign to me of a really good team. But, the lead is comfortable-ish.
Right.
I mean, it's been kind of hanging out here for a while, but the longer it hangs out, the less and less likely Cleveland's going to catch them.
I feel slightly better after the series win over the White Sox, and the slightly is it's based on the pitching. I think the back end of that is good. I think it's in good hands. And seeing Melton and Sawyer Gibson-Long, the fabled Sawyer Gibson-Long,
we didn't believe he existed.
Both pitched really well. So that is a step in the right direction. I think we're happy about that. A lot of whistles going on.
Yeah.
A lot of whatnot.
I mean, it wasn't just the two of them, right? It was Finnegan and Will Vest.
Yeah, and like I said, the back end I'm not concerned about. That has not concerned me even a little bit because I think that Kyle Finnegan is perfect for this.
And it was kind of weird. Like, Will Vest looked like he couldn't find the strike zone. He got 3 outs. Guys chased pitches out of the strike zone, which is part of it. You don't need to pipe it right down the middle, but
well, his fastball sets everything else up because it's such a good fastball, and people start keying on that. Then you can work your secondary pitches that are dropping off the plate and can't catch up to them.
Next one, I feel better after yesterday's win to the lowly White Sox. What do we got?
Well, we got a scrap.
Oh, we got a full-on Donnybrook. It's
there
are punches being thrown, and that
Skipper's
is Dan Skipper.
Skipper lost his helmet.
Yeah,
and lost his cool.
Yep, that was full on. That was a boxing match right in the middle of that. You usually see pushing and shoving. Maybe guys end up on the ground. There were straight up punches being thrown.
And that's was backup quarterback in there. Kyle Allen was in there. However, it was the first unit offensive line.
Was it? Because Skipper was out there.
I thought I saw Ratledge. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Ratledge is out there too, but I think he's just getting more reps.
Well, Skipper's going to sit this next one out. They've pulled him back behind Dan Campbell, as now they're doing inside the red zone with 2s versus 2s. And Kyle Allen, a quarterback, and all right, surveys the defense. He's going to take this snap from under center. Scott Anderson turns, and he's going to roll out. No, he hands it off up the middle, and did he get to the end zone? I don't think he did. Dolphins get a stop on that play.
Well, on the other side, as Zach Wilson was surveying the field himself, drop back, looking to his right, looked like he was sacked. They didn't blow a whistle, then threw the ball late and sailed it out of bounds. There is a flag on the play, and it looks like it's they're calling defensive holding or pass interference or something against the defense again.
Which is something Dion Hamilton, the linebacker coach, told us earlier. He doesn't want to see as much of that today.
I don't think he's giving us a thumbs up right now.
I don't think so either. Let's get back to your phone calls, open lines. Mark's in New Jersey, and he's on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Mark?
Hey, how we doing today? I want to talk about how I'm feeling about the Tigers.
Okay.
First off, I'm like, my glass is always half full, but am I happy about the last 2 series wins? Yes, of course I am. But beating Chicago the way we did, I mean, come on, Doug, you and I can get a team together to beat Chicago.
No, you can't.
The rain delay game, I mean, I saw something from Gleyber Torres. That play when he was going to second, we were staging that late inning rally.
Yeah.
He was assuming the play was going to first, and he just kind of trotted. Not that Gleyber Torres is some speedster, but it just looked to me on the wide-angle camera that he had a really good shot at getting into second safely and keeping that alive. That would have been nice to come back to. But I just don't feel like we're grinding out the at-bats like we were earlier in the year. We're not working the pitch counts in our favor. I'm just not seeing the little things that we're doing now that we were doing earlier.
Well, there's some truth to that. I agree with you with the remark about Gleyber Torres. Saw the same thing. He definitely slowed up going into the second base, and had he been going full bore, he would have been there and would have kept that inning going. But I think sometimes when those things happen at this point in the season, it can be a good thing too, because if we're seeing it, you know who else is seeing it? A.J. Hinch. And I'm damn sure that he's going to bring that up with the team as well, that these are the dog days of the season.
Yeah.
We want to get to the final push.
You don't want to slip.
No, you don't want to slip. There's only 40 games left. You got a 6.5 game lead. Nothing is given to you. You have to go out and continue to take, and earn your spot. And I think these are all really good lessons that they can learn.
I got to tell you, I mean, getting outs when they should when they're in the field and getting extra 90 feet when they can was a hallmark of the first half of the season. And there is some slippage in that area. But, hey, look, man, long season, lots of ebbs and flows, ups and downs. How do you feel about the Tigers after winning back-to-back series and what Kang facetiously called this most recent one the least confidence-building series win in the history of Tiger baseball? 248-539-9797 from Lions Training Camp at the Meyer Performance Center here in Allen Park. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, on Tuesday, August 26th, it's FanDuel's Futures Day. That is the day they are directing you to get your future bets in. So go do your research now and figure out what future bet you might want to consider, whether it be our hometown team to win the Super Bowl or win the division or an MVP. I cough at 35-1. And on Futures Day, those odds could get better. 24-hour deals on all your favorite football season predictions or parlays or division winners or dark horses, whatever you want. That's August 26. It's your day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. Visit FanDuel or FanDuel.com, or visit the app today and start planning your futures bets now. Because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Talking both Lions and Tigers today, as one would expect, given that we are at Detroit Lions training camp. And our football coverage here on 97.1 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, so before the show, we speculated that the Dolphins might be bouncing back today, and they are. We've also seen now 3 separate fights.
Oh, yeah.
One was a heck of a Donnybrook involving Dan Skipper. The other, with the Lions defense, there's been quite a bit of pushing and shoving with the Dolphins offense.
Rock Yassin for the Lions, the defensive back, he was getting into it. And getting into it with offensive linemen. Like, these linemen are doing a good job, at least for the Dolphins, of continuing to block downfield.
Yeah.
And that is taking some players are taking umbrage with that.
Yeah.
I think the Dolphins are also upset because they see 97 in the backfield on a consistent basis. I mean, Hutch is always there.
Yeah.
The other side, watching the Lions offense, it's a well-oiled machine. I mean, they were doing goal line stuff, and it was taking candy from a baby. Goff throwing it. He threw one pass to David Montgomery, easy touchdown. Another pass to Jameson Williams, easy touchdown. And there's some John going out there. I mean, Jamo's been John both days, and he's continuing to jaw. And obviously what's going on the defensive side, it's a very spirited practice as we thought it would be.
Yep. And, yeah, probably the number one takeaway when I'm walking away from here, when we're done this week, it's a reminder, because we haven't gotten that reminder this year because we haven't seen the starters. It's a reminder. This offense is really good.
It is really
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that.
And it's really good, and they got different pieces in there on the offensive line, but it doesn't stop the offense from running well. And they're doing a great job. I've talked to 2 former Detroit Lions in the last 2 days. Both have had a same comment. Yesterday was William Gay, the defensive lineman, and said, "Man, no fights."
Yeah.
As he's leaving, there were a couple fights that happened right at that point. Rob Rubick just came by, and he said, "Hey, any fights yet?"
That's funny.
And I said, "Yeah, it's starting to get exciting." He's like, "Man, game week, that's what it's all about." Like, yep.
All right, feedback coming in regarding the Tigers. We're just asking fans. Look, this is back-to-back series wins. They're, offensively, the 2 wins in Chicago were nothing to behold. These aren't, you're not going to use this as an example of how good the offense can be, but they are back-to-back series wins. Are you feeling any better? Chris in Rochester says, "I feel better after yesterday's win to the lowly White Sox, all part of the fact that one of our rising stars pitched a gem, and our bullpen did not choke. Our bats are less of a concern to me than pitching. So, yes, pitching was strong, as was our defense. I feel better." John and Fenton, Tigers feeling better but not confident. They put 3 more games behind them, winning 2 of 3. That means the Guardians have fewer opportunities to catch the Tigers, but anything can happen. Do not like the fact that AJ is still trying to figure out our pitching staff this late in the season. Not a good sign. From John and Fenton. Well, no, it's not. What is intriguing is that there are options. Like Melton right now is making a case. How they use Melton will be interesting because there's probably a number that they don't want him to go beyond in terms of innings pitched. But if you get to the postseason and he's still out there pitching well, screw the number. You're trying to win a World Series, right?
Yes.
But that might mean you're going to spot start him the rest of the way to minimize the taxing on his arm between now and the postseason. If, I know there's some people saying if you get there, got it, but there's a fine line of massaging his innings, rationing them, still trying to make sure you get there and you get one of the top 2 seeds, but also have him ready to go for postseason play too, right?
Exactly. I mean, you've looking at what this team has with the rotation. You've got Skubal, who you know.
Yep.
You're hopeful that Mize is going to be consistent. Jack Flaherty is up in the air right now because it's not been great starts from Jack Flaherty lately, but slightly encouraging with what we saw the other day. I mean, he got hit, but they were the softest hits you'll ever see. And then you've got some sort of combination after that with Morton, Melton, and Paddock and Gibson Long. I think there's 4 pitchers there that can get the 2 rotational spots and do some sort of combination of it. And maybe that's exactly what happens with rationing the innings for Melton, is because you've got these other guys you can go to.
By the way, out on the field right now, a lot of special teams work between these two teams. A lot of kickoff, return and kick coverage for both the Lions and the Miami Dolphins. From Jordan and Petoskey, hey guys, I love the show. I feel a bit better having Finnegan being able to accept the 8th inning role. Vest has been dominant in the 9th, but horrible in the 8th. That's from Jordan and Petoskey. Yeah, his numbers between the 8th and 9th have been different. You know, I mean, it's one of those weird subtleties of the game. Why? You know, if it's a high leverage situation, it's late in the game, there's pressure, right?
Correct.
There's pressure no matter what if it's the 8th or the 9th.
Well,
in
and
a tight game. But
and Hinch doesn't really care who's labeled a closer. He wants, he's going to put the guys out the best matchup for the team. Whoever's pitching the 8th and 9th inning, it's not set in stone. So, I mean, it'd be great if Vest could go out there in the 8th inning and just have the mindset that it's the 9th or whatever the case is. I've been encouraged with how Will Vest has kind of turned things around the last few outings for him. But Kyle Finnegan's been great. He's found that the right mix of pitches to throw. You know, he was good to very good with Washington before he came over here. I know the ERA was elevated, but it was just literally a handful of bad outings. And he had 40 outings with that team. 31 of them were scoreless. So coming to the Tigers, he's been very good at this point.
he has, and it's funny because the perception at the time was they didn't do enough. If people knew that they had a lockdown guy in the 8th inning, that they got that back, I just don't think people knew Kyle Finnegan well enough. You know?
Yeah, I think you're right. And it also was just a disappointment that people wanted others to be traded to the Tigers at that time, and they weren't.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Do I feel better? Why do you even have to ask that question? This is it. These are the Tigers we see. This is who they are. Since the All-Star break, since the deadline, it hasn't gotten any better. They barely win a game against a horrible team, 1-0 game. They win without power. Yeah, they won the game, but they're weak. And everybody sees that, and Hinch has to play chess every time to barely squeak out a win. You guys are nuts if you think they're going to win anything this year. They're terrible. They've lost a huge lead. They've got nothing. That's from Paul and Ipsy.
J-Mo.
J-Mo just scored a touchdown.
Deep pass.
Yeah.
Had the guy beat by 2 steps at least, and it was perfectly thrown.
Paul and Ipsy.
Now the other side.
That is one hell of a text message.
Well thrown ball. I think it was Jalen Waddle going deep there. They did not complete it.
I'm guessing you didn't pay any attention to that text message.
Not one bit. Sorry. Come back at me, Doug. What was that?
Do I feel better? Why do you even have to ask that question? This is it. These are the Tigers we see. This is who they are. Since the All-Star break, since the deadline, it hasn't gotten any better. They barely win against a horrible team, 1-0 games. They win without power. Yeah, they won the game, but they're weak, and everybody sees that, and Hinch has to play chess every time to barely squeak out a win. You guys are nuts if you think they're going to win anything this year. They're terrible. They've lost a huge lead. They've got nothing. That's from Paul and Ipsy.
So Goff hit Jamison Williams on a deep pass for the Tigers. Look, that's not. I mean, fair enough. This guy's upset. He thinks I'm surprised it's not all caps the way that he was writing that. But I mean, it's baseball. How many other teams are playing like the best of their capability at this point? You got the Brewers.
The Brewers are doing what the Tigers did earlier.
The Brewers, the Mariners, and the Blue Jays are kind of playing the best baseball right now. But teams that were really good aren't playing their best baseball right now. The Mets, the Tigers, the Yankees, the Dodgers. These are teams that aren't playing great. Even Houston has kind of calmed down. So, if the playoffs started tomorrow, I'd be concerned. But they don't. So I'm not terribly concerned. They did win the series against the White Sox. I'm sorry they didn't sweep them or didn't score enough runs to your satisfaction. But, Cleveland won their series against the White Sox as well. But they lost a game.
Yeah.
And Cleveland lost last night. And I guess people aren't as concerned about Cleveland maybe any more. They're just worried about what the Tigers are doing.
Okay, we got ones versus ones going on in front of us. We'll get back to some Lions coverage as Lions just got a long run from David Montgomery offensively, defensively, incompletion on a deep ball for Miami. We'll tell you what we're seeing. 248-539-9797. It's getting good out here at Allen Park. Some football talk next here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so a lot of 11-on-11 stuff going on right now, and I will say that the more practice goes on, the more impressed I am with the Lions' defense. I think they're getting more stops, forcing more incompletions. Offensively, it looks to me like the Dolphins' defense is putting up a bigger fight today against the Lions' offense. But I just watched a sequence of plays, deep ball, Tua incomplete, then Tua takes a sack. He has no one to throw to. Eventually the pass rush gets to him. Incomplete out in the flat. Offensively, they're working in the red zone. It's ones versus ones, and the Lions haven't gotten it in the end zone yet. Now we got twos versus twos with Hendon Hooker at quarterback for the Detroit Lions, and it's hard to see from where we're standing, but hands it off up the middle, and it looks like he didn't get to the end zone. Dolphins defense has stepped up today. Lions offense is still really good, and they've completed some incredible passes earlier in the practice, but Lions defense looks good again.
Yeah,
Another day.
They look devastatingly good. I mean, there have been some passes that get out and into the flat, and then they were able to turn it upfield and get some yards on it, but I'm not sure how many of those would have continued, had they allowed an actual pass rush, because Hutchinson is in the backfield. I saw Reeder in the backfield as well. Both guys doing a great job with the defense. It looks smothering. The only complaint that I have, we're seeing a lot of yellow flags.
Yeah.
A ton of yellow flags. I don't know how many of them are honest, but they're out there, right? And I think we expect to see more flags in a practice than the regular season, just because I think they're going to want to try to, set a tone with what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. But nonetheless, the defense looks great. The offense has shown the ability to march down as well and score, not necessarily at will, but pretty close to it. I mean, what Goff is working out there, I don't know how many touchdown passes we've seen him throw. I mean, it's like a handful.
A lot more than the Dolphins have completed.
Absolutely, a lot more. And, yes, there have been some skirmishes here, and a lot of that is started off by Dolphin defenders wrapping up the Lions ball carriers.
Thud, right? They call it thud.
Yeah.
Where you bump into each other, but you don't fully tackle each other.
So whistle blows, and the play's over, and the Dolphin players, instead of just taking their hands off, they're throwing the player, trying to throw him to the ground in a lot of the cases, and that starts some scuffles. But it's fun. These guys love it. This is what they want.
Well, as you said, former players are asking if there have been any fights yet. So it's interesting that is a focal point for the guys who used to play. They're taking a break right now in front of us. It was quite a text we got there before the break. I'm going to sum it up with the last sentence or two. They're weak. Everybody sees it. You guys are nuts if you think they're going to win anything this year. They're terrible. They've lost a huge lead. They've got nothing. That's from Paul Nipsey regarding the Detroit Tigers. Big Benji in Detroit. And look, I mean, I don't know what Paul, when he gave up, when he pulled the plug on the season, they certainly aren't playing as well as they have. It's interesting, though. That is such a give-up mentality, and he has seen enough. Even though they've won back-to-back series, they got Scuba going tonight. They could be in a stretch where they win 5 of 7 if Scuba wins tonight. I mean, I guess it's not a given he's going to win, but you got to like the matchup. Bailey Ober, is that who he's going against? The guy they shelled last week.
They absolutely shelled him. So it's. I understand the concern. I have some concerns about this team as well, but fortunately they've got a while here to work out the issues that they have. But think about this, too. What a difference a couple of games would make. If the Tigers had held on and won one of those games in Philadelphia, they did win one, but if they won one other one, they would have won the series against a very good baseball team, and maybe that calms things down a little bit. And, pick any other game in the last 20 that they didn't hang on and win. If you do, it looks a lot different. That's how important every game is, and this is why the 40-game sprint is vitally important.
Big Benji in Detroit. Leave it to these gloomy-ass negative Detroit fans to be so pessimistic. Sounds like they have more confidence in other teams in this division than our own team. There is no history or evidence that shows we will lose this division. The Tigers will win the pennant, and these same fans will call back in and say, well, we got swept in the World Series. Go Tigers, go Lions, Super Bowl and World Series in the same year. That's from Big Benji in Detroit. Yeah, I mean, so one of the things that happens in sports talk radio, and I've noticed this through the years, is it becomes a battle of who has higher standards. And if you are judging them and the success and failure exclusively on whether or not they win the World Series, then there is a really good chance that they are going to fail, right? There are certain times in certain organizations where it's championship or bust. I think the Lions have kind of gotten to the point where playoff wins are no longer the deal. I mean, they are sort of a championship or bust team. I don't know that the Tigers are there yet. I think the Tigers have they have a lot of young parts and a lot of potential in the organization.
No,
I don't think, but I want them to win. I think they got a shot to win a World Series. But if your standard is if they don't win the World Series, the season's a failure no matter what else happens, there's a good chance you're going to be right. There's a well better than 50-50 chance you're going to be right.
Yeah, and it's fine to have that standard, and it is what it is. But I think that more people bought into this team by the All-Star break because this was the best team in baseball, and they had done it for, over 100 games at that point when you combined last year to this year. So when you see that kind of consistency, you're like, okay, it's okay to start thinking this is an outstanding baseball team that has a really good chance. And then the rest of the season starts to unfold, and now your confidence is shaking because you went there. You dared to dream, and now the dream doesn't look as strong. It's not a nightmare by any means, but it's just not as strong as it was before. But they have time to turn that around and win people back.
Kitek on Twitch says, there is history and evidence. The 2006 Detroit Tigers blew the division and backed into the playoffs as a wild card. They went into the final week needing just one win to clinch, and they couldn't do it. And, of course, that team went to the World Series. And that's a great example of you just got to find a way to play your best when the games matter the most. And they did. They had that long break, and then I don't know if they crapped the bed. I felt like they crapped the bed in the World Series. But regarding Paul, Scott writes in 179 over 98.
Blood pressure?
Yeah.
That's not good.
No.
You want to go see somebody about that. Perhaps get involved in some medication.
Yeah. Maybe.
That's a little high.
Yeah. But
yes.
High. Look, it's a roller coaster ride, baseball seasons, aren't they? It is a roller coaster ride. And try to zoom out and see a big picture. The big picture isn't always pretty, and it's not. Everything doesn't look great, but
no,
it's been a better week here.
I think it's funny. There's so many things you can go back to that axioms in baseball or whatever, or hard and fast rules people want to have. And one of the ones that gets cited all the time when you start a season is the Sparky Anderson 40-game mark. Right. And where the Tigers were at that point. And then the Tigers got to 50 games and 60 games and 70 games. And all the comparisons were going back to the 84 Tigers that won the World Series. And, people get really excited about that. And then when something threatens what they got excited about, well, you don't like that. Hey, they're not playing as well right now. No, they're not. They're not. But they did win last night. They did win a series. It's back-to-back series wins for this team. They got Skubal on the hill tonight. Gives them a great chance to win. If they do, it'll be 5-2 in their last 7 games.
Yeah.
So that would be nice. But go out there and do it. Get it done.
248-539-9797. Okay. Kang, I want to do the 10 text thing here. Gator thought earlier. Who did you think you saw?
Thought I saw Floyd Mayweather Jr.
It was off in the distance, so it was hard to tell, but it wasn't. But it was another kind of household name, right?
Yeah.
It was another name that most people have heard of. 10 texts right now. Who do you think? Who do you think Gator mistook for Floyd Mayweather Jr.? 248-539-9797.
You have no idea how glad I am I didn't say anything on the air about that. Or hey, champ, come on over, Oh, I'm so happy.
We'll take the 10 texts. Who do you think Gator thought was Floyd Mayweather Jr.? And household name in
it's
Detroit?
A household.
In Detroit?
Yeah, yeah. The name is.
Those are your clues. We'll take the first 10 texts, sign your name. We'll read the guesses on the air. Who did Gator think was Floyd Mayweather Jr.? 248-539-9797 from Lions training camp in Allen Park. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Well, if you have pants on, training camp pants or not, it's hot. And well, I'm saying, that's where you were going. It's hot out, right? It's hot and muggy, and you want your house to be nice, cool, and comfortable. The best thing you can do to ensure that happens is call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them today because they've been keeping homes in Southeast Michigan cool and comfortable for over 20 years. Whether you need a quick repair, or a seasonal tune-up, or a brand-new system, their expert team is fast, friendly, and local. Do not wait for a meltdown. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling right now, or you can visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. In fact, they're taking appointments right now on their website. So go ahead and send them that message at birminghamplumbingco.com. Schedule an appointment. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
All right, there are some great texts. Someone came close. I'm going to read these, and then, Gator, you reveal who you thought was Floyd Mayweather Jr. Gator saw Kevin Hart. That's from Bruno in Dearborn. Brian Chapman. That's from Chad in West Bloomfield.
Chappie's a big dude.
Big Sean, that's from John and Oak Park. Gator saw Lil Wayne. It's from Ben in Roseville.
A lot of big and little.
Colin says Morris Chestnut. Unnamed texter said Flava Flav. Gator thought Tyreek Hill was Floyd Mayweather. That's from Scott. Jared Goff. That's from Ryan.
Come on.
Gator saw Sweet Lou Whitaker. That's from Jeff. Ansa in Detroit says Barry Sanders. Todd in Ann Arbor says Jack White. Scott, you saw someone, you said, hey, is that Floyd Mayweather? It was not. When we saw closer, when you got closer.
When he came up closer, was grabbing something to drink, and I could see the name tag. I realized it was, and I knew as he was walking, I'm like, oh, that's not him. In fairness to me.
Yep. He was far away.
And Allende is here as our engineer, and he was looking over, and I made a move like, hey, isn't that, and I do the boxing move, and he looks over, he's like, yeah. Kind of looked like him.
Yeah.
Not the need to drag him down with me. But, from 25 feet away, the profile, I'm like, that's him. As he walked towards us, I realized, no, it's younger than that, and it can't be him. It was Barry Sanders Jr.
Gator?
It was Barry's kid.
I'm going to tell you, man, the last 2 days, your spotting ability has not been the best.
No. I felt good that I nailed. William Gay was coming by. I'm like, that's William Gay. I know.
Former Lion.
Yeah, I know William Gay. Yep. That's him. I pointed out Rob Rubik. There's Rob. I saw Rob.
Yep.
But so I got this one wrong. Way wrong. But in fairness, it looked like him from a distance.
So I actually kind of want to topic this a little bit. Did you ever mistake a celebrity for another celebrity?
Ish.
Right.
Celebrity adjacent.
Yeah, yes, and I think Barry Sanders Jr. is certainly, like I said, he's a household name.
Absolutely.
In Detroit. But the name is for sure. But did you ever mistake one celebrity for another celebrity? 248-539-9797. I bet there's some people that
100%
walked up to somebody, hey, aren't you Axl Rose? Something. No.
I went up to a guy years ago, like it may have been like 1990-ish, something like that, 1989, 1990. I was at the wrestling matches at it was either Cobo or the Joe. And after the matches were done and everybody's cleared out of there, there were a couple people kind of straggling, hanging out. And I looked at this guy, and I knew who it was. It was a professional wrestler who wrestled locally, and his name was Chris Carter.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, man, are you Chris Carter? And he goes, no, I'm not. And he wanted nothing. Like, he didn't want to be recognized or anything. He was like, no. I'm like, I'm pretty sure you're Chris Carter. And he's like, no, that's not it.
That's hysterical.
And then a guy he wrestled with all the time was walking by him. It was a guy who went by the name of Muhammad Saad. And I'm like, all right. You're right. You're not Chris Carter, and that's not Muhammad Saad. You're right. I got it. Sure. Fair enough. Guy just did not want to be bothered. But have I ever? I don't think I've missed.
You never misidentified. I got it.
But not to their face.
I don't know that I would put us in celebrity categories, but I was repeatedly mistaken for John Barry of the Pistons back in the goatee days.
Yeah, I could see that.
I was repeatedly mistaken for John Barry. Hey, you're John Barry. I'm like, no, I'm not. But that happened. That happened a lot. By a lot, I mean at least twice. I think it might have happened.
That's a lot.
Time. Yeah. 248-539-9797. You did hear a roar as we came out of the break. The Dolphins completed a touchdown pass in front of us.
The diving catch.
And boy, did they celebrate it.
The whole team came over.
Yep.
Both offense and defense.
Yep. So now we got a twos versus twos rep with Zach Wilson at quarterback. Inside the Lions' 10-yard line. Wilson under center, takes the snap. They're going to go toss sweep right. Lions string it out and knock down short of the goal line at about the 3-yard line. Lions doing a good job stringing that play out, huh?
Yes.
Yep. So how would you describe Mike McDaniel over there and his clothing choice?
I'm trying to see where he is.
He's in the white hoodie walking away from us. It's the 3/4 length pants. See him? He's walking this way. You know.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you now. Well, that's odd.
The pants, the 3/4 length.
The whole look is, it's like young and hip.
Well, somebody sent over a text and they wanted you to comment.
They're like, yeah. What do you call those pants that the old time golfers used to wear?
Knickers?
Yeah.
They're like knickers. Yeah.
Kind of like that.
I just want Gator to confirm Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel looks like a bougie and hipster in person. Does he look as much like a bougie and hipster in person as he does on TV?
Yeah, I expect him to have headphones in. Right?
What do you mean?
Like listening to music or something like that? Because all the youngsters today walk around. They've got
they wear the headset.
buds in or something.
Dolphins go wide receiver screen and touchdown.
Bring out the whole team again.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Yeah. No, they've been better today.
No, they've been better.
We kind of expected it. The Lions defense has had, and that's just 2s versus 2s, by the way. But the Lions defense has looked very good through much of the day. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson at the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. And we are taking your calls. Tiger fans, are you feeling better about your team after winning another series in what Kang earlier in the show facetiously called the least confidence-building series win in the history of the Detroit Tigers organization? You know what it was, man? I mean, it was playing close games and not scoring. I think people would rather win 9-8 than 1-0. I think they'd feel better about 9-8 than 1-0. I wouldn't.
I mean,
but
look, there are reasons to be, upset and happy at the same time about both scores, right? I was fine with yesterday, not thrilled with the offense only coming up with 5 hits, but absolutely thrilled that they held the White Sox to 2, given how well the White Sox have been playing lately. That offense has been a well-oiled machine for over 20 games now, and the Tigers pitchers cut them down with rookies, basically, with Melton and Surrey Gibson-Long pitching the first 7 innings of shutout baseball, and then they were able to finish it off. Which is not insignificant.
No.
They were able to finish it off, despite the fact that the offense took the day off. The pitching was there for them, and so was the defense.
2-minute drill. Lions have the football from their own 48. Goff completes one short pass, now goes deep, looking for Khalif Raymond. It's almost picked off. Clock stops with 40 seconds to go. It's 3rd down and 4.
When in doubt, Doug?
What?
Who do you look for in this situation?
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
There you
3rd down and 4. It's 1s versus 1s. 2-minute drill going on right in front of us. With the score, it says 24-20, so I'm going to assume that the Lions are trailing. Yeah. 40 seconds to go.
Need a touchdown.
From the Dolphins' 46-yard line.
Man.
Goff from a shotgun brings a man in motion. That's Jamison Williams from right to left. Goff takes the snap, back to pass, steps up in the pocket, looking, and he's going to run and flip it to Amon-Ra. Does he have enough yardage for the first down? He does, and Goff's getting him to spike it here. Clock running, 26 seconds to go. Lions down inside the 40-yard line now with the Dolphins, trailing by 4, 23 seconds to go. 2nd down and 10. Looked like Goff was close to the line of scrimmage there when he flipped that ball to Amon-Ra, who got the first down. Clock stopped, 23 to go. Lions down 4.
The only one who's more unstoppable than Amon-Ra St. Brown is Will Birchfield, the 12th.
His kid. Birchie brought his kid, and his kid is
unstoppable.
Very, very mobile these days.
He's
all right,
mobile.
23 seconds to go. Goff back to pass, looking, and thought about it as pass is deflected at the line of scrimmage. He was looking for Khalif deep down the middle, wasn't he?
He was. It looked like it was actually safety help that could have given him some issues there.
Yeah. So clock stopped now with 19 seconds to go. 3rd down for the Detroit Lions. And did they call that a sack before he got rid of the football? I think they might have called it a sack.
Well, it's 3rd and 16 unless there was a penalty for holding or something like that.
So Lions use a timeout to stop the clock. They have none left. 19 seconds to go at the Dolphins' 46-yard line, looking at a 3rd and 16. In this 2-minute drill from Allen Park.
This is very important.
This is a big play.
This is a big play.
All right, so Goff from a shotgun. 2 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right.
Saint is wide right, wide left, and you got Khalif Raymond wide left, and we
whistle.
got a whistle.
Timeout. Dolphins take a timeout.
Oh, they didn't like what they saw.
No, they didn't.
Did not like what they saw.
So as they talk that one through,
I got to tell you, I saw I think it was the linebacker coach for Miami. Was he a linebacker coach or secondary coach?
Yeah.
Earlier into practice, was incredibly demonstrative and vocal with his team.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was inspiring the team or if he was lighting somebody up for making a mistake.
I don't know either, but there's no question that the Dolphins heard what was said about him. I think they probably said it themselves when they sat down and watched the film.
Well, when you got the national media tweeting out about it, yeah.
Yes. All right, so Lions looking at a 3rd down and 16 from the Dolphins' 46, trailing by 4 with 19 seconds to go, and the Lions are out of timeouts.
It's 2-down territory.
It's 4-down territory, right?
Well, I guess you look at it that way.
Yeah.
I'm saying they got, if they want to get a little
well, they
closer,
got a problem
they're gonna
here.
need more
They got a problem because they got to get a 1st down and they got to stop the clock, and they have no timeouts.
This is a problem.
Yeah. So
with 19 seconds to go.
Goff back to pass. Got to take a shot here. Looking. Fires over the middle. He's got Amon-Ra over the middle, and he's dragged down at about the 20. That's good for a 1st down. They're going to have to spike it. There's 9 seconds to go. The Lions line up quickly. Goff takes the snap and spikes it with 5 seconds to go. Trailing by 4. We're going to get one throw into the end zone here, Scott.
We are, Doug. This is interesting who he's going to trust in this situation with about 20 yards to go. 22, was it say 26?
26. The ball's on the 26-yard line.
26 yards to go. The options are a little limited in what you're going to have to do because you're likely going to have to throw it in the end zone or throw it close to the end zone, and whether there's some sort of trickery or chicanery or just to get a block downfield to spring somebody.
You could run a short route to the sideline to set up but it'd have to be quick. It'd have to be quick. Dolphins are going to be defending the end zone, so you could maybe get 5 yards. In 5 seconds, you could easily get a play out, but you have to get it out of bounds. All right, Khalif Raymond split wide to the right. In the slot is Shane Zylstra. J-Mo and Amon-Ra split wide left, and that's the direction Goff is looking, and he does go quick pass to J-Mo, who catches it and steps out of bounds with 2 seconds to go. And the ball, we'll have to see where it's marked. We're in the end zone. It's hard to tell, but I'm going to say it's about the 20-yard line.
It's going to be, I think, a 19-yard
line. All right, so one play. Now it's definitely one play.
It's on.
Yep.
It's on.
Lions ones versus Dolphins ones. 2-minute drill starting in their own territory. The Lions have taken it down to the Dolphin 19 with 2 seconds left.
Who you go to?
I go to Amon-Ra, my friend. He split wide to the right. In the slot, both Khalif Raymond and Shane Zylstra. To the left is Jamison Williams. Goff takes the snap, back to pass. Looking, he's going to fire, and it is intercepted, knocked away. It's incomplete at the goal line. I thought it was picked off, but irrelevant. The Lions fail to score in the 2-minute drill.
There's a lot of traffic there. A couple of Lion receivers were there, and the ball got there before the receivers did. It's okay.
Yeah.
Last I you know what? It's practice.
Well, it's the Dolphins' turn. We'll have that when we continue here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. According to reports, the NCAA has told those involved in Michigan's sign-stealing scandal that an announcement on the findings and punishments is expected tomorrow. Head coach Sharon Moore faces a 2-game self-imposed suspension this season, but it's possible Moore gets a harsher penalty from the NCAA. The Lions and Dolphins in action for Day 2 of joint practices in Allen Park this afternoon. This after Detroit dominated both sides of the ball yesterday. Head coach Dan Campbell says the offensive line was one area where the Lions shined. Today concludes joint practices before the Lions and Dolphins match up at Ford Field Saturday for preseason game number 3, and the Tigers open a 4-game series at the Twins with Tarek Skubal on the bump tonight. First pitch 7:40, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, we're going to be shifting guys around quite a bit here because we just got word that DJ Reed of the Lions is going to join us coming up this hour, the free agent signee. So we will get to him coming up in a few minutes as practice has just ended. We mentioned before the break that Miami had the same 2-minute drill that the Detroit Lions did. Tua incomplete when nobody opened with 55 seconds to go. Short dump-off pass for 3 yards over the middle. The clock was running. Slant pass dropped. 4th and 7. Brian Branch gets a pass breakup. 4 and done for the Dolphins offense in the 2-minute drill. So we said we'd update you, and we did. Let's welcome in one of our Lion insiders. The Birchie Kid is here.
What's up, fellas?
How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. What
Yes.
a great day of joint practice out here after another great one yesterday. Vibes are high.
Yep.
The intrigue is high, and I think the optimism is high once again after seeing this team for the first time against a different foe in camp.
The Lions dominated yesterday. Yeah. They dominated. The Dolphins were more there was more resistance today, to say the least, but I still thought the Lions had a pretty good practice.
Yeah, I watched the offense yesterday, which was a masterclass. I mean, they moved the ball with ease with every single snap. And I watched the defense today, and it was a little bit different. I thought the second team offense for the Dolphins was able to move the ball, but against that first team defense, and basically against Aiden Hutchinson, they had no answers. It felt like almost every single time Tua dropped back and needed some time to allow a route to develop, Hutch was there flying around the left edge and shutting it down. And look, the hype around Hutch is real, and it's been real since he stepped on the field. I had him for probably 4 or 5 sacks today, and he probably only played 25 or so snaps. It just felt like every single pass play, he was a terror, and you can see him picking up where he left off from last season.
He was completely dominant, and I'm not sure how much of that is, the Lions looking great or how much of that is Tua just not looking good. I think it's a combination for sure, and not having Tyreek Hill out there isn't going to do him any favors, but they did at least come out and showed something today, a little bit, certainly more than they did yesterday, but I still thought that the Lions on both sides of the ball handled themselves very well.
Yeah, I think the other effect that we're seeing out here is that Marcus Davenport is healthy opposite Hutch. And look, I know the biggest question he has to answer is whether or not he can stay healthy, but when he's out here, the vision for those two is really easy to see because Marcus Davenport is everything that the Lions want in a pass rusher opposite Hutch, in that he can A, set a really hard edge, and B, can bull rush with the best defensive ends in this league. And by doing so, he eliminates the escape lanes for any quarterback on the backside. And if you can just hem a quarterback in opposite Hutch, odds are he's going to get there eventually.
Were you at the Dan Campbell press conference earlier?
I was.
Okay. High praise for Tate Ratledge.
Really high praise. And I was not surprised to hear that. I thought that Tate Ratledge had one of his best showings of camp yesterday. And not just in the physicality and getting to the second level, but picking up stunts in games. There was one block he had in the 2-minute drill to end practice where it looked like the Dolphins had run a pretty well-timed stunt up front that may have confused him for just a minute, and there was a free rusher who had his eyes on Jared Goff. And at the last second, Tate Ratledge picked it up, shifted over, and prevented a sack, which allowed Goff to complete like a 6 or 7 yard pass to Shane Zylstra. And so you can see his processing picking up and the game speed through his eyes slowing down. And then he also laid just like a vicious block on a linebacker in the second level to spring Gibbs for one of his touchdowns in the red zone. They ran 8 plays in the red zone yesterday and scored 5 touchdowns, and at one point scored 4 in a row. And on the one that Gibbs scored from 8 yards out, Ratledge and Sewell combined to open a lane, and then Ratledge surged into the second level and just cleaned out a linebacker like he was raking leaves across his lawn. And Gibbs danced in basically untouched. And it's funny, I caught up with Gibbs briefly yesterday as he was leaving the practice, and I was like, look, it's obviously been an inconsistent showing so far for this offense and this offensive line, but you know what it's like to run behind this O-line when it's at its best. And I just wondered if yesterday felt more like it did for Gibbs over the last 2 seasons. And he smiled, and he doesn't say much, but he goes, oh, yeah, easy running. He said, all I got to do is run straight. And if all Jahmyr Gibbs has to do is run straight, he's going to be cooking and putting up big numbers.
Yeah, he's not alone. I thought it was pretty good practice today from David Montgomery. He showed up not only in running the football, but in the passing game, too. I saw him catch a pass in the red zone area. This 1-2 combo that they have, if they can keep these guys healthy, which is why you have 2 really good running backs, is to share the load. You don't need to have the bell cow anymore. These 2 guys are devastatingly good.
Yeah, and the sky is obviously the limit when you start utilizing them in different ways. And I know there's a lot been made about some of these 2-back set possibilities, and we can't go into too much detail based on what we've seen out here with the X's and O's and the alignments. But suffice to say, John Morton has been pretty creative, and I know that was one of the things that everyone loved about Ben Johnson was his progressiveness in calling the offense. Well, John Morton has displayed some interesting, colorful alignments himself, and so I think I'm pretty excited to see how they deploy that as the season goes on.
Okay, it's early to say that, Tate Ratledge has got this. We don't need to worry about the interior offensive line, but it's trending in a positive direction. Birchie, what are the big concerns if it's not that?
Well, look, I think the communication for the offensive line might take some time. I have no doubt that physically Mahogany and Ratledge are capable of stepping in and playing at an NFL level, but the fluidity and the chemistry in a really complex run offense, I think might take some time to develop. But that almost feels like nitpicking for an offense that otherwise has all the weapons in the world. And then, I said yesterday, my biggest question for this team on defense is just, can Marcus Davenport stay healthy? Because if he can, you can see exactly how they're going to wreak havoc on teams. I mean, if you're going to force quarterbacks into ill-advised and hurried throws between the 2 safeties and the 2 corners when Terrion's healthy, they've got all kinds of ball hawks in the back end.
Speaking of quarterbacks, Jared Goff's had a nice camp, at least it's certainly what we've seen for the last 2 days.
Yeah.
He looks as dialed in as anybody else, and that's maybe the biggest disappointment from last year and to go into the back in the postseason was his performance against the Commanders.
Yeah.
So he's locked in, but everybody is nobody's talking about him. Everybody's worried about the backup quarterback situation based on what's happened in the first 2 preseason games. What have you seen from the backups this week in practice, and more particularly what you've seen the last 2 days of these joint practices?
Yeah, so I just watched the defense today, so I didn't get a glance at the quarterbacks. But when I watched yesterday, I thought the trend of Allen outplaying Hooker continued. And I just see a veteran quarterback who has had experience in multiple systems adapting to this offense more smoothly and more quickly than Hendon Hooker. And look, if the season started tomorrow, Kyle Allen is unquestionably the second quarterback behind Jared Goff. But I just remind everyone, Jared Goff, knock on wood here, hasn't missed a game in 3 seasons. So ideally,
you knocked on wood.
Ideally, you won't have to turn to him in this camp. But I agree, man. He's been lights out, been firing strikes around the field. And I think he's showing some dad strength out here. He had a nice little scramble today where he made a shovel pass to Shane Zylstra, looking a bit like Josh Allen against the Lions last year. So I think Goff looks poised to take yet another step in his development here in Detroit.
When are you on TV next?
We are on TV next on Sunday at some time. I should probably check that schedule, find out exactly when I'm in. Back on the radio tonight, Lions Review, 6 to 7:15. Woj, myself, and the dapper Dan Miller. No one's cooler than Dan Miller,
Dan's
dude.
cool.
Like,
He's
it's
cool.
he's impossible to match.
You can, of course, read Birchie's stuff on our website as well, 971theticket.com. Appreciate it.
Yeah, sounds
Thank
good,
you.
fellas. Hey, how about Christian Mahogany, BC boy, continuing that Boston College offensive line pipeline? Love to see it.
Listen to this, Eagle. Thank you, Birchie. Hey, that summer heat has really kicked off, and everybody's thirsty, and it's Thursday. Let's talk about the best place to quench that thirst. It's Twin Peaks. Those who have been know what I'm talking about. Those who haven't, what are you waiting for? Let's talk about their draft beer for a second. Chilled lines pour at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. They pour into a mug that's been freezing for a minimum of 6 hours, and that combination creates beer crystals. You will literally see glaciers in your mug, and they got enough mugs on hand where each mug's only used once a day. They're the experts, but if beer isn't your thing, you'll be shocked at their selections of special bourbons, tequilas, high-end craft cocktails, daily bucket and shot specials, along with happy hour. Makes it the best spot to wet your whistle, and best of all, it's served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Beat the heat all weekend long with awesome sports action like preseason football, double dose of knockout action on Saturday with pay-per-view boxing and UFC 319. And, of course, if you're taking in the Dream Cruise, be sure to stop by the Madison Heights Lodge to cool off. You won't regret it. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Practice has wrapped up here. Another day of joint practices with the Miami Dolphins. Our football coverage on 97.1 The Ticket is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And we continue our coverage here from Lions training camp. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, and DJ Reed is here, new Detroit Lion. And more importantly, who do we got with us, DJ?
I got my daughter Kinsley. She want to sit in my lap.
Okay.
So it's all good. You going to sit, KK?
You want the
Oh, you want the
marker?
Sharpie? Yeah, she loves Sharpies. Got some paper?
I did, yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Draw whatever you want.
Do your thing.
Here,
Do your
we
thing.
put it. We want to put it on.
There we go. Now we working.
Yeah. Let's see what she comes up with.
Oh, let me see your artwork.
All right. So how are you enjoying your time as a Lion so far?
I'm loving it. We work. It's competition every day. You know, when we play against the offense, you know, on defense we want to dominate, and vice versa on offense they want to dominate. So it's iron sharpens iron, and it felt good to, you know, compete against somebody else these last 2 days and get work in from a different group of wide receivers and a different group of men. So it was great work at this joint practice today and yesterday.
I think this is your fourth team that you've been with in the NFL. Can you compare the different training camps and what they're like?
Yeah. My time on the Jets, the training camps were really competitive as well. But I think being here, the competition is just a little bit more. I was talking to somebody like the live tackling periods was like that brought back like the old school days of when you're young and you get up and you got to, you know, make the tackle. So things like that are pretty cool, and it makes it very youthful and makes the energy feel better. But we're definitely getting after it. We're getting in great football shape. We're starting to increase our reps at practice, and yeah, we're just getting better. That's the goal, is just to get better every day.
Now that you're here and you're seeing this training camp, is it no surprise why Dan Campbell's been successful as a head coach?
Yeah, it's no surprise. Everything makes sense. You know, one thing that Coach Campbell does a lot of is situational football, whether it's walkthroughs, whether it's in the meetings. He's always talking about situations. And that's ultimately what the game comes down to is, you know, 2 minute end of half, 2 minute end of game and stuff like that. And he definitely emphasizes that. So, you know, when those moments happen, it makes sense why, you know, we more than likely come out on top.
Your season ends with the Jets. You go home, you get to watch the playoffs, see what unfolds there. You start planning where you want to be. How did it unfold that you came to be a Detroit Lion, and, you know, how did all that contact kind of work out?
Well, I didn't really know I was going to be a Detroit Lion until free agency came. I know they had interest after the combine, but a lot of teams did. But yeah, when free agency, you know, the tampering period happened, you know, they showed interest, and, you know, it was a very intriguing place. The two safeties that I was going to be playing with, Amik, the nickel, was very, you know, it just made sense. Then you got Hutch, on the D-line, you know, you got Campbell, you got everybody. So, I mean, it just made sense for me to go there and, you know, be a piece. And, you know, my goal is to win a Lombardi, and, you know, we have the guys to do it. Just got to stay healthy and, you know, just take it one day at a time.
You laugh when you say Hutch, and I think everybody laughs when I say, because now that we've seen him and he's back, he's healthy, he healed up from the broken leg, because that was a big concern for Lions fans in the offseason. But, I mean, you see what he's like in practice now, ready to go 100%, knowing he would have made a big difference for the team last year in the playoffs, and he wasn't available to him along with several other guys. But what do you see from this guy?
You know, in the NFL, you have we like to joke, but in the NFL you have like man boys, like man amongst boys, and you know, every team has one. He's that one on our team. Like, he's just different. Obviously, if you look at him, he's a specimen, but just the technicality he plays with and the hand movement, the explosiveness, he has the strength to beat you, he has the finesse, I don't want to say he perfected the DN position, but like, if you go and create a DN, you probably want him to be like Hutch, you know, Hutch, like a Nick Bosa type of guy. So he's like that. He's
DJ Reed,
one of one.
DJ Reed with us here on 97.1 The Ticket from the Lions secondary. Have you had much of a time to look at what Terrion Arnold is bringing to the table? Because last year, a bunch of penalties early. They calmed down in the second half of the season. He played more reps in man coverage than any other corner. Well, what do you see with this young kid opposite of you?
TA's ready. He's ready. I didn't know him last year, but, when he came into camp, he was ready. He wasn't turning down anything. He was winning all of his one-on-ones, and then it transitioned to team periods. The confidence he's playing with, the smack talking, he's ready to prove, himself right and everybody wrong. And he's made that very clear, on social media and in person. But, he's out looking to prove, that he's one of the ones. And I definitely see it, and we just have to let it transition into the regular season.
Does he ever stop talking?
TA is a one-on-one guy, man. I never met anybody like TA. He's authentically himself, and I love that. Just this morning, he just brought up some random facts to me, and I'm like, bro, it's 8 in the morning. I'm like, bro, he brought up 3 different subjects to me. I'm like, bro, it's 8 in the morning, bro. Can we just eat? Can we eat breakfast and just chill, bro?
What do you got? What do you say?
Oh, man. I don't even know if I can't say it on the radio.
Okay, fair enough.
I can't say it on the radio.
Understood.
Certainly not with your daughter in your hand. You got to understand. You look at what this team is and what they want to be, and you came from a team. You talk about iron sharpening iron. You got to go up against practice last year against Aaron Rodgers quite a bit. You've got Jared Goff here. Talk about this offense, man, and what this offense does. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams. These are the guys you're going against every day in practice.
Yeah, man. I would just say the offense is definitely special. First, it starts with Goff. He's just a pro's pro. And then the old linemen, they're great. You look at Sewell, he's, one of one. Then the tight ends. Tight ends are great players. The running back duos, best duo in the league. Knuckles and Sonic. Then you got, arguably, which I think is the best receiver duo as well, in J-Mo and Saint. J-Mo, you got to respect his speed or he's going to run by you. And Saint, he could do everything. And he's just a tough cover, and Goff is going to get him the ball. And he's going to catch the ball whether he's double-teamed or not. So it's a problem. Our offense is a problem for other teams.
Well, we appreciate your time. People can't see it, but your daughter's adorable.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I told you she's going to go to town.
She did.
I like what you're drawing.
I think it's spaghetti.
That's beautiful. Yeah. What did you draw? What is that? What? What is it? An owl.
An owl.
Okay, interesting.
Let's show the feed here to the cameras. This is an owl.
That's an owl.
That's an owl right there.
Owl by KK.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Hey, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Of course.
DJ Reed, welcome to Detroit.
Come on, we're done.
With his adorable daughter. It is Carson Anderson. We're at the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. Much more to do. Stick with us here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Yep, from Lions training camp. It's been a fun day, another joint practice day. I would not call today a dominant Lions performance, but I wouldn't call it a bad performance either.
No, if you were, to say did they win or not, they won. Did they win by, was it a laugher like yesterday? No. But they still were able to do what they wanted to do for the most part.
Yep.
It was impressive.
Meanwhile, DJ Reed's a cool guy.
Yes, he is, with an
cool.
adorable daughter.
Yes. And I do want to say, when he was walking over across the practice field, Gator said, "You can choose to believe this or not, but that is adorable." And he pointed to him holding her hand as they walked across the practice
She's got the little Lions cheerleading outfit on. There's Dad, the player. It was adorable.
It really was.
And you choose not to believe it.
No, I don't, but
that I was sincere.
That you were sincere.
I was completely sincere.
Yes. So, anyway, another good day of practice. The news of the day out of the Lions is that Sam Laporta's down for a couple of days, it sounds like. Doesn't sound like a serious injury, but he probably wasn't going to play Saturday anyway. The two teams will not have a joint practice tomorrow, but they'll be at Ford Field on Saturday night. Doesn't sound like it's too particularly serious. And we mentioned the other news being how the Lions practiced today, which is, again, it wasn't as dominant, but it was a good day of practice. And you can see, man, that offense is talented. And the defense really made Miami's job difficult. Now, I didn't see Waddle in the 2-minute drill, and Tyreek Hill didn't play. So
no, I think I did see Waddle on a play or two, but
okay.
Yeah. Look, at least for Miami's sake, they can pack up and get the hell out of here, and well, at least go across town anyway before they play the game. But they can say they put a couple of highlights out there.
Yeah,
there's some things that they can be happy about. But I don't care about Miami. I care about the Lions, and I'll just kind of reiterate what I said with Will when Birchie was here. Jared Goff is looking. I mean, he's not flawless, but my God, he looks great. Incredibly accurate, poised, totally knows what he's doing, and he's hitting all the guys in stride. And it's not just finding Amon-Ra, though he seems to find Amon-Ra more than not. And why wouldn't you when he's going to catch everything thrown to him? But this is it's huge, because it'll help calm down the anxiety about the interior of that offensive line if things run smoothly with him. If he's able to go his progressions real quickly and find the right guy to give it the ball to. It's what he's done in practice. It's been very impressive, and got to do it against somebody else today instead of the own defense, which again goes back to how good is the Lions defense? If the Lions defense was giving the Lions fits offensively,
yeah,
look what they did to Miami in 2 days.
Yeah. They definitely gave them fits. The big football news locally that's not going on here is the reports that the NCAA has given Michigan their findings on from the Committee of Infractions, which will include what they are saying would be the punishments for those involved. Gator, I talked about this, and I've talked to people about it a long time. The people that I have talked to, when this story first broke, they would say to me, "Oh, there's more." There's more that's being looked at, and they were right. And as stuff started to come out publicly, at one point somebody said, that's kind of it. There's as far as everything that we've looked at and there's validity to, that's kind of it. And it turned out that was kind of it. Now there's a lot of rumors about other things that people have tweeted and put out there on social media. And the good news is, well, the bad news is, and this is where I've always said this about NCAA football coaches, and I don't think Harbaugh was very good at this. In fact, I think he was actually pretty bad at it. One of the things you're trying to do as a coach, other than win, is keep the NCAA from coming in to investigate your program. And
you wouldn't think that would need to be a point of emphasis, and yet.
Yes, and I felt like Jim Harbaugh, from the moment he got to Michigan, was kind of challenging the NCAA on a lot of fronts. And but they've come in, they've done an investigation. The results will come out tomorrow. Whatever the results are, we'll see if Michigan decides to appeal whatever punishment is handed their way, or they just accept the punishment and try and move on from it. But the program got the fine-tooth comb treatment from the NCAA, so we'll see what comes out of it. I've heard there's rumors out there. There's some people that are relatively dialed in that don't believe it's going to be postseason bans or vacated wins. But you know what is weird in this day and age of college athletics? And people scoff at this, but if they get a massive fine, fines equal players. Athletic departments are trying to figure out, even Michigan, how they're going to pay players. And depending on the severity of a fine, if there is a fine, that can be a setback. There might be recruiting restrictions as well, and everybody thinks these athletic departments print money. They have massive budgets, and now on top of that, they've had to add more budgets for players. So those things carry more weight, but we'll see what it is tomorrow. And, look, the only thing about this, for if you're a Michigan fan, is at least it'll be behind you. We'll see what the results are, but hopefully it'll be the beginning of them moving on.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what shakes out of this, if it means more punishment for Sharon Moore or not. And are they going to have him sit out a couple more games? Don't know. Obviously, the Oklahoma game it comes up quickly. Does it affect that at all? Will any of this affect that? You talk about the money aspect. I wouldn't be as concerned about the money. I appreciate the point you're making there, but in the end, if Michigan has to pass a hat around, for lack of a better term, they've got big-time donors that'd be more than willing to do that, and that's what these whole collectives are for. But moving forward, we don't even know what the rules really are with NIL and all that stuff. So, at this point, I don't look at money as being that big of a deal.
Well, and it depends on the severity of the fine. 248-539-9797 if indeed there is a fine, but that is expected to be released at some point tomorrow. I believe Michigan is being made aware of stuff today. Our guy Dan Wetzel has been all over this case, so we might want to get him on here in the next 24 hours. Tomorrow we're going to be at the Dream Cruise, by the way, which is kind of an annual thing that we have done. We've usually been there on a Saturday, but we're going to be there on a Friday. It is actually one of my favorite shows to do because I stand next to a man who identifies cars and knows a lot about them. It is an underrated part of my guy Scott Anderson. You know a lot about the cars.
Well, I don't know if I know a lot. I know a lot more than you do.
Without question.
I don't know if I know a lot in the grand scheme of things.
By a factor of about 100.
But I would say that I have really come to appreciate the Dream Cruise a lot over the last 15, 20 years. And, I would think that this is not a show that you enjoy because this is like Distracted Gator on steroids.
Yeah, but you're distracted with good. The reason we're there is part
on
of
a Saturday show. I think it's fine. On a Friday show, I don't know if it's going to be the same. Feel, but we'll see how that works.
When you are a version of you I don't like, I'll be sure to let you know. I'll maybe tap you on the shoulder, give you a sign. Maybe I'll tap my own head
or reel it in. Stop, eyes over here, whatever it is. Yeah.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. You know what we have coming up? Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Oh.
Yep. Stay tuned for that. We'll talk to the linebacker coach, Dion Hamilton, next hour. You hear what he told us earlier. That is in the 1 o'clock hour here on Carson Anderson from Allen Park in the Meyer Performance Center, home of the Detroit Lions, here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, home ownership is closer than you think. With a mortgage loan from the University of Michigan Credit Union, imagine stepping into your dream home with no application fee. And right now, get $750 off your closing costs when you finance with UMCU. They offer competitive rates and flexible terms to fit your life. Whether you're a first-time home buyer looking for pre-approval or ready to build or refinance, UMCU is here to help. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. NMLS number 712343. UMCU is an equal housing opportunity lender. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. We got open lines here, 248-539-9797. We got another edition, Are You Going to Eat That, coming up shortly. Gator asked a question about something in the NFL. You said, is it ever going to end? And my guess is no.
You don't think it's ever going to end?
Is the Taylor Swift NFL stuff ever going to end? Scott? I think it's drawing in a new audience. I think the NFL is going to milk the Taylor Swift story. I think she will continue to get attention. Cutaway queen during Chiefs games. She gets a ton of FaceTime, doesn't she? And I think it's going to continue.
Yeah, she went on the Kelsey Brothers podcast yesterday, and I
did
guess
she?
There was a record number of downloads. It broke the internet, so to speak. And since then, the number of people that have watched that segment, it has quadrupled, I think. It's close to 10 million people have watched it now.
So what's interesting about it is when we've talked about her presence at NFL games and her dating what's-his-face, it feels as though people in their household, if they have a non-football fan but a Taylor Swift fan, they like it because it draws in that person. And I'm tempted to say daughters, but I'm not gonna go that far. But you get the point. They start watching football because of Taylor Swift, which is a good thing. For those who hate it and cannot stand it, I'm gonna say, get used to it and do your best to just ignore it. I've gotten really good at using my mental off switch.
Yeah.
And just saying, I'm not going to pay any attention.
It's easy to ignore. I mean, I understand people get frustrated by it, but it's easy to ignore. I don't have to watch the Chiefs. Yeah, if you see a story come online about it, you don't have to click on the story or whatever. But it was interesting, and I found myself. I didn't watch it. I didn't download it and watch it myself, but I did see a clip that somebody had posted about what the heck she was talking about, where she exposed herself a little bit, Doug, her emotionally, where she finally got her music back, which is a kind of a big story in music, right? Because she had lost the rights to her music to this dude, and she finally was able to get it back, and it was emotional for her the moment that she discovered that she was able to wrest that away from the evildoers, and now she controls the entire library of her music, which is great for her. I mean, if you're an artist, you certainly don't want that in somebody else's hands. I mean, it's something that you created. But to bring that up on a football podcast, I mean, maybe it's not a football podcast. It's the Kelsey brothers, right? So they've become celebrities in their own right, in large part because of her. And didn't Travis say the other day that that part kind of got away from him? He was trying to be too much of an entertainer last year. That whole Hollywood and glitz stuff kind of got to him a little bit, which I'm sure Chiefs fans are thrilled to hear that.
I would tell you the fan base, and I have no sympathy. I don't feel bad for them in the slightest, but that would piss me off if I were a Chiefs fan.
Yeah, and may have been the most obvious thing ever. Oh, no kidding. Really? You were distracted by trying to have too much fun?
Yeah. All right, Gator and Kang, it's time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? All right, boys, got new menu items, things that might appeal to you, might not. We start with Papa John's, according to Food and Beverage. They have a new garlic 5-cheese crust pizza. Starts with a signature, fresh, never frozen, original crust made with 6 ingredients. Then the crust is topped with garlic butter and 5 cheeses, including Parmesan, Romano, Asiago, Fontina, and Provolone. It gives it a smoky flavor and a crisp texture to the crust. You can really taste the savory garlic Parmesan and the sweet pizza sauces. The Papa John's new 5-cheese crust pizza. Gator, are you going to eat that?
I'm not the biggest fan of Papa John's. So, in fact, I can't remember the last time I ordered a Papa John's. So I'm going to say no. The idea of a 5-cheese crust pizza with garlic is absolutely appealing to me.
Yeah.
Although it seems like a little overkill on the having 5 different kinds of cheese on there, but I mean, I'm intrigued by it, but then it gets wiped out by the whole Papa John's thing. I'm just not a big Papa John's guy.
Kang, you?
Yeah, I'm gonna eat it. I think you're missing the point, Gator. Would you just try this? I know you don't eat. You can't remember the last time you had Papa John's, right? But if Papa John's came in right now and had this, 5-layer or whatever garlic
Yes,
crust.
without
right?
question. Right.
Yeah.
If there was a Papa John's pizza in front of me, would I try this? Of course I would. But I'm trying to put myself into, hey, it's pizza night. Where am I going to get pizza from? Am I going to get from Papa John's because they've got this 5-cheese garlic crust pizza? Probably not.
I wonder if execution is a big thing on this. I'd try it. I'm not sure they can pull it off because a lot of places try the crazy crust thing, but I feel like it always underwhelms usually.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm out. There's basically two kinds of pizza I'll get, and Papa John's isn't one of them. So don't see myself getting this anytime in the near future. M&M's has come out with a new flavor. Cookie and cream M&M's. The new cookie and cream M&M's feature white and dark chocolate centers that resemble the rich, chocolatey, and creamy flavors of cookies and cream, according to an Instagram user. They said that they thought it was more of a chocolatey, fudgy thing than cookies and cream. Another Instagram user said they taste like the end of the ice cream cones with chocolate in them. The cookies and cream M&M's, Scott Anderson, are you going to eat that?
Hell yeah, I am. I love cookies and cream. When they first came up with that ice cream flavor, I thought it was the greatest thing ever. I loved it. And so you can do anything with cookies and cream, I'm going to be on board with it.
All right. Kang?
I feel like you can almost do anything with M&M's, and I'm on board with it. So, yeah, I'm in on this. Cookies and cream. I feel like, they have to put durian M&M's for me not to want them. If you don't know what durian is, look it up.
Yeah. So
pungent.
Yeah. I have found myself disappointed in cookies and cream. Maybe I just expected more of them. I know. I am just me. But cookies and cream, I got all excited about the first time I saw it, but it didn't do it for me. KFC is bringing back the potato wedges, and they're making a nationwide comeback. On the outside, tender. On the outside they're crispy. On the inside they're tender. It's the ultimate side dish for those who want a little more oomph for the classic French fry. KFC discontinued the potato wedges in 2010. They're only here for a limited time while supplies last. The KFC potato wedge. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Of course I am. That's a grave mistake made by KFC back in the day. You should never have gone away from this. This is delicious. The potato wedge is incredibly underrated. I'm a big fan. A lot of surface area there for my mustard or my ketchup or my blend or ranch or whatever you want to do to dip your fry in. I'm all about it.
So that's a yes. Kang, you?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of potato wedges, but the execution is key here again. Like, it can't be over fried, so it's like the whole wedge is hard or dry, and it can't be undercooked because then it just kind of like a weird mashed potato thing filling inside of this thing. So, but cooked, if it's done right, it's fantastic.
I'm a KFC fan. I like the Kentucky Fried Chicken. I am in on the potato wedges. All right, next up from Little Debbie's.
Shocker.
Little Debbie's.
That's news.
Well, you can't be surprised that I like Kentucky Fried Chicken.
I thought you liked KGC.
I can be.
Kentucky Grilled Chicken.
Well,
right.
Yeah, that's true. Little Debbie's has come out with a fall gingerbread cookie, soft and spiced cookies topped with generous dusting of sugar sprinkles for a sweet crunch. The Little Debbie's fall gingerbread cookie. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Doug, are you stupid or are you dumb? Are you kidding me? Of course I'm going to try this. You had me at Little Debbie, right? I mean, just say Debbie. And first thing comes to mind is Little Debbie, right? Of course I want this. Delicious.
Kang, you?
Some people like Lil Wayne. My boy Gator likes Lil Debbie. That's his Lil, all right? So he ain't going to turn down Lil Debbie, and neither am I.
I think gingerbread is such a underrated flavor. I absolutely love gingerbread.
Oh my.
I'm in on these
What?
for sure. Gator, there's a new trend.
Unbelievable.
I know, right? A new trend was something in fountain drinks that you can get called heavy soda. Now, fountain drinks work by mixing carbonated water with the flavored syrups to give you your fizzy fountain drink. Well, out on social media, people are posting that some gas stations are tweaking the mix to lean heavily into the syrup, dispensing more intensely flavored, stronger versions of Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Dr. Pepper, and others. It's heavy soda with a heavy syrup to water ratio. Scott the Gator Anderson, would you want the heavy soda?
My head is telling me absolutely not. I mean, that's one of the problems I have with some of the soda pops out there is that they do taste too syrupy. I've always thought that about Pepsi when it comes to comparison between Pepsi and Coke. But Diet Pepsi is great, whereas I don't love Diet Coke. But the fountain mix it's so important that you get it right, because when they get it right, it's amazing. Comerica Park has a great fountain mix. I don't know what this. I'm curious about it. They say, it intensifies the flavor. I'd be curious to try like the Mountain Dew, heavy Mountain Dew.
Okay.
But when it comes to a cola, I don't want it heavier. I want the mix perfect.
Can you?
Yeah, I agree. Too much syrup and pop, it ruins the whole thing. I would try it because I'm a fan of pop, but yeah, Gator's right. If the ratio is off, like there's too much syrup, I agree with you. Your analysis on Pepsi, by the way, it's too syrupy for me. If this is too syrupy, I'll be a one and done, but I'd try it.
Okay.
And somebody on Twitch hit the nail on the head, or I can't read what it is, what the name is, but McDonald's has a great mix.
Oh, we
McDonald's,
all
I mean, they can't work a McFlurry machine to save their lives, but they know what they're doing when it comes to their soda pop products.
It wouldn't surprise you. I have no interest in the heavy soda, but who would have thought I would have? There you go. That's another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
But you got to have something to wash down the potato wedges and the gingerbread cookies.
Yeah, it won't be heavy soda. I don't mind
heavy milk,
a Diet Pepsi if they offer milk. You know me. Which I haven't been able to get a milk on a plane in a long time. I'm very disappointed in our major airline carriers.
Doug, would you drink hard milk?
What would be hard milk?
I don't know.
milk?
Eggnog? Well, everything's hard now, right? Hard iced
So,
tea,
yeah,
hard lemonade.
I can't see that. Yeah, no, I probably wouldn't.
Did you just say everything's hard?
That's
you
right.
did say that.
Okay.
You're at practice, aren't you?
I do have some bad news. I think Gatorade is starting to phase out the Cucumber Lime Zero.
No way. Don't tell me that's true.
I really do. I found it at a Citgo just south of Kalispell, Montana. I couldn't believe it. I was so happy. And I haven't seen one in stores since. I think it's another product that Doug loves that's going to disappear. Damn it. All right, coming up, we'll talk a little Tigers next hour, some more Lions. It's Carson Anderson from out here at the Allen Park headquarters of the Lions here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson at the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. Great to be here. Another fun day of practices, and not quite as dominant today. But, you know, we actually looked it up. A couple years ago, the Lions had a joint practice with the Indianapolis Colts, and the Colts crushed the Lions on day one, and the Lions bounced back on day two, and turned out the Lions were fine. But today, definitely the Dolphins bounce back. Still, I think if you're looking for who won the day, I'd go with the Lions, but not quite as dominant a performance as yesterday. Today's training camp coverage on The Ticket is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico. All right, let's get to your phone calls. We go to Tim in Harrison Township here on 97 on The Ticket. Hello, Tim.
Hey, how are you?
What's up?
Mr. Doug, Mr. Carter, how are you?
He's both good.
I'm doing fine. Thank you.
You still there?
Yeah, we are. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yep. That's all right.
Anyway, just for the would you eat that? First up, the Papa John's has left, excuse the pun, a bad taste in my mouth since they had that whole fallout thing with the NFL. Two, the gingerbread, okay? I fear that that might become like the pumpkin spice for fall, only Christmas, because that's usually the only time you see good gingerbread is around Christmas. And three, heavy beverages. Okay. Bear with me for a second here.
Oh, boy.
Okay. When I'm thinking heavy, okay, I'm thinking about what they use to lubricate the rods in a nuclear power plant, okay? And they use heavy water, which is H3O. Do we really want any part of that? Now,
I don't think it has. I don't think it has anything to do with what they're doing at soda fountains at gas stations, my man.
Yeah, but if they were to use the H3O with the heavy syrup, I mean, the sky's the limit.
So you're endorsing this?
Pardon?
You're endorsing this. All right.
Thank you. Thank you for the phone call, Tim.
You were endorsing this.
My follow-up comment to his comment is, I do love gingerbread.
Well, I thought it was going to be an apology.
No. We move on. Deshaun in Detroit, you're on 97 on The Ticket. Hello, Deshaun.
Hey, guys. It's going to be hard to top that last call, man.
Is it? Give it a shot.
Any hoots. No, I'm jokes aside. Hey, Scott. Hey, Doug. How you guys doing? Kane.
We're
great.
right.
Back, man. Sorry about your
Thank you.
family's loss, Kane. I'm just here with you, man, in support, man. I wanted to give you guys I kind of caught the tail end of your last conversation about the heavy search and stuff. I love your segment, first and foremost. Are you going to eat that? So I just kind of wanted to chime in. I caught the tail end, and I caught Doug referring to milk, and I thought Kane had a nice little point there. He said, it'd be kind of hard to make, hard milk. I guess my only comeback to that is, like, you got, like, Kahlua. You got, like, there you go. The white cream Russian drinks and stuff that they have. I've had one of those, man, and I kid you not. I'm an African-American guy, man, but I've had some Caucasian brothers get me hammered. And I just want you guys to know that stuff really works. And there is a such thing as hard milk. So.
It's solid. It's solid. Rum chata,
Absolutely. Rum chata.
Let's spice it up.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to share that comment with you guys. Love hearing you guys. Good luck. Have a great show.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And we're having fun out here, although the practice is over, and now we're looking at 2 empty practice fields. And we can't get down there to run 40-yard dashes and kick field goals, which we have done in the past. Punting, but that was when we were broadcasting from over there, and we couldn't see anything, so this is way better.
Maybe that's maybe it's Isaac Tesla's new nickname is Hard Milk.
Maybe.
I find the rush to give Tesla a nickname to be a very interesting little side story. Everybody seems to want to give this guy a nickname.
They want to call it the most clever thing, and yet isn't the most obvious thing you either call him Tess or you call him Zeke?
Why Zeke?
Isaac?
Oh, okay.
I mean, isn't...
So, you know what he's going to get called? Whatever they call him in the locker room.
Right.
and that's going to be his nickname. We've a lot of stuff has been thrown out there, way more than I can ever remember for a player in a long time. People really want to give Isaac Tesla a nickname, but we'll see what comes out of it.
Who's good at giving nicknames is Grava.
Your buddy?
Yeah. Grava's really good at it. He's got there's a mutual friend of ours he calls Shirtless Dave.
All right.
Because when Dave comes in town, shirt comes off and it doesn't go on the rest of the weekend.
Why?
Because it's usually in the summertime. Shirtless Dave just can't be bogged down with a shirt.
Is shirtless? Well, what a clever nickname.
Yeah. Yeah.
He is good at this, Scott.
Yeah.
So is shirtless Dave jacked?
He's in decent shape, but I wouldn't say jacked. No,
Okay.
no. And then there's homeless Mike.
Again, I
don't know.
I'm
that,
not sure you're proving the point that Grava is good at coming up with nicknames.
I'd be curious to see what Grava would call him. It's like, what's he going to call Isaac Tesla? It's going to be something that's just painfully obvious and probably works.
He'd be a white receiver. That's it, instead of a wide receiver. Why homeless Mike?
There is a story behind it. Rest assured, he has residence.
I don't see you hanging out with a lot of homeless people.
I don't.
Although it's a cool story if you got a homeless buddy, but
No.
living on the streets. But
He's not homeless. I don't know the full story behind it, but suffice to say, there's a guy named Homeless Mike out there.
Gotcha.
Good guy.
248-539-9797. We talked about the Tigers earlier, and the Brewers have won 12 in a row. So there was some promotion up there. If they win 12 in a row, people get free hamburgers. Is that right?
They've had this promotion for, I don't know, I think it's like 80 years or something like that. It's been forever since they were a minor league affiliate, I believe, way back when. And
in Milwaukee?
Yes.
Or the
No, in Milwaukee.
So the Braves.
So this is,
They had the Braves in town and all that.
So this, and back then, I think it was a higher number. It was like 18 wins. And then as time has gone on, they shortened it. Then it became like 13 wins. And when I guess the team left Milwaukee to go to Atlanta,
yeah,
and then you had I think Seattle ended up becoming Milwaukee. That's when they knocked it down to 13 games, and they've had it hit a couple of times. And there's a local burger chain out there in the Milwaukee area that they've had to cash in on this. And last time it happened, it was like 170,000 people took advantage of free burger because they had won. They had the 12-game win streak. Now it's knocked down to a 12-game win streak, and they don't know how many they're going to have to pay up, but it just happened. So they're going to have to pay up big time. And like I said, last time, 170,000 free burgers.
Wow.
And I started thinking, okay, here we are in Detroit. We have a couple of pretty good food items that are germane to Detroit. And Lord knows that we've got a bunch of local pizza chains to choose from, or lots of different Conies to choose from. Whether it's Kirby's or Leo's or National or whatever.
Is this a call to action from you? Somebody needs to step up in the community?
I think someone needs to step up and offer up something stronger than just if they score 3 runs, get curly fries. Nothing wrong with that. That's
Right,
awesome.
that's cool.
We all
Yeah.
love curly fries.
Yeah.
But
What's the furniture chain that if the
Gardner
Lions win the
White.
Super Bowl, you get your money back?
Yeah.
That's a pretty strong reason to buy furniture for your man cave to watch
Exactly.
the Lions and hope they win the Super Bowl.
Exactly. So, if you're offered up like a free Coney or, whatever the discount could be on a full, Detroit-style pizza rather than free pizza would be fantastic. I just think it might be a little bit much. But a free Coney, now you're talking.
All right, so there it is from Gator. Call to action. Somebody in the community step up and put up. Would you want it to be 12 in a row?
10.
10?
How about 10?
10 in a row and everybody gets a free Coney or a free pizza, free small pizza or something?
Something.
I'm not opposed to it. You're a man of many ideas.
This is true.
A promotion.
I can spend other people's money easily.
You really can.
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't win the lottery, so I got to figure another plan.
Oh, you didn't?
I did. No, I did not.
You don't say.
I did not. I bought tickets yesterday after work and did not go my way. I haven't looked at the tickets to see if I won anything. I just know I didn't win the big prize because driving down here, I saw a big giant billboard and the number had changed by $40 million. So,
Kang, I'm assuming that wasn't you that hit. You didn't win?
No, I didn't win. Because I didn't buy. So I knew I didn't win.
Well, that's it's kind of my formula.
Well, it's at 568 now, so you can get it back on board, King.
Oh, the other one?
No, the one because it didn't win last night.
Nobody won.
Nobody won it.
Nobody won. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I know that nobody won. I know that I didn't win because nobody won it.
Okay.
Well,
Gotcha.
then I definitely didn't win. No one won.
That's right.
Well, 568. Does that mean you're getting tickets next time around?
Quite possibly.
Netflix is after this sporting event. We will get to that today at 1:18, plus your phone calls and feedback. It is Carson Anderson. Tiger fans, are you feeling better? It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. We got open lines. You want to get into what you expect the punishment to be for the NCAA for Michigan, which will be released sometime tomorrow, apparently. We've got Tiger fans question, do you feel better after the series with the White Sox? In what Kang facetiously at the beginning of the show called the least confidence building series win in the history of the organization. He said it in jest, but hey, man, we got some feedback. There are people that feel a little bit better, but still not very good. And there are some people that just feel downright bad about this team. They've won back-to-back series. Skubal's on the mound tonight. 4-game series at Minnesota. Did they drop, was it 3 or 4 against Minnesota last time they played them?
I can't remember if it was 3 or 4.
3 of 4. Didn't they? It was a 4-game series in Detroit, and
I thought they split it.
maybe they did. I'll see if I
Now
can
that you
find it.
mention it, it feels like it was a split.
Well, let's go look. Anyway, tonight, pitch-up matchup heavily favors Detroit. Heavily favors Detroit. It was just a 3-game series. Tigers won the opener, lost the next 2.
So it wasn't a split.
It was not a split, no. And it wasn't a 4-game series. But, I mean, they win today. School will start like the matchup, 5 of 7. I don't know. Maybe at some point people will start to feel better. 248-539-9797. And being out here at Lions, we are always gung-ho to talk about the Detroit Lions, who, of course, another decent day of practice, but we will admit not quite as dominant as yesterday. But it's quite all right.
Still look good.
Yep.
It's a good-looking football team, Doug.
It is. Netflix, according to Lucas Shaw of Hannah Miller of Bloomberg, the streaming giant Netflix is trying to swoop in for the broadcast rights to the annual Home Run Derby. The beloved Festival of Dingers currently doesn't have a home for 2026 after ESPN walked away from its MLB television rights deal, which means it's open season for other media platforms like Netflix to obtain the Home Run Derby. How do you feel about that?
Interesting. I guess I had totally forgotten that ESPN is going to be done with baseball after this year. So
I found the story on For the Win.
This is very interesting to see who all is going to be broadcasting baseball next year, and obviously if Netflix is going to bid on it, I mean that they suspect that they can make money off it. Otherwise, you don't do it.
Here's what's weird about it. I can't envision that somebody loves the Home Run Derby so much that they would subscribe to Netflix just to watch it. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, no, I agree with that, but I feel like at this point in time, either you have Netflix or you don't. You know, I don't think there's anything that's going to put you over the edge. It's just, can you afford to have it or not? I feel like everybody's got Netflix.
Well, I bet everybody doesn't.
No, of course not. But I mean, you know what I'm saying is this is a situation where I don't know anybody that doesn't, or at least doesn't have access to it. Whether you're sharing passwords, whatnot, or although they're starting to crack down on that a little bit. I mean, you have Netflix, right?
Yep.
I have it.
Yep.
I know you have. Yep. You got Kang. You got Netflix.
I have to.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you do. By law, you have to. If you have children, you have to have it. This is, you're right, 100%, that people aren't going to subscribe to Netflix simply because got to watch the Home Run Derby.
Yeah.
I mean, no, it's
Maybe
not
it's
it.
It's part
just
of
absorbing something else.
Trying to expand their overall sports package and make it more attractive to the sports fan. You know, if it's part of a grander scheme to bring in more sports stuff. But, yeah, I feel like the Home Run Derby would not be a big seller.
Well, they should mix it with Squid Games. If you don't hit enough home runs, you die.
You're out.
Of course, they hit Netflix show Squid Game where they play games, and if you don't win, you die.
You die.
All right, and
I
the
don't
other
want
thing
any
that
Tigers
was
in the Home Run Derby, by the way.
Good call. So sometimes
Are we sure that Suarez wasn't in the Squid Game?
Has he still hasn't hit one?
I think he's got one with Seattle.
All right. And the other thing is we talk a lot about when people rip our area. Somebody, a big national name, actually said something nice about us. Did you see what Jay Glazer put out there?
I did not. I like Jay Glazer.
He tweets out, normally we come on this format, I think it was Twitter, to complain about travel, but I'm actually going to use it to give some love today for the Detroit airport. Best airport experience I've had in a while. They had karaoke going on, people singing and dancing and happy. Great restaurants and bars. I'm exhausted from the training camp tour, but thank you to a much-needed reality. A nice experience. Jay Glazer digs the Detroit airport.
I think Metro Airport's great. I have no complaints about it, but I don't recall Actually, I do recall live entertainment.
Do you?
Yeah, we flew back from Vegas. We're coming back, and there was definitely live music being played.
So maybe that's the northeast end of the Delta terminal. I know there's a piano, and I've heard people performing on the piano when we've been waiting for flights. DTW tweeted back, "Thanks, Jay. Glad you could make your travel day fun, relaxing, and tasty. We have a mic ready for next time. Hashtag DTW nonstop." Jay Glazer responded, "It was fantastic. Detroit has snuck up on me in recent years as a place I actually love to hang out. I've had some great foodie experiences there. People are freaking awesome. The airport is great, and nobody BS's you. Bam. Detroit definitely appreciating you."
Look at that.
Thank you, Jay Glazer.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you very much. Jay Glazer with... Now, is Metro Airport better than other airports I've been to? Without question. Philly, Newark. These two airports, my experiences there were terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Shots fired on Philly and New Jersey.
I mean, what do you want me to say? I'm telling you.
I mean, you're just going right. Just late. You could have said, "Yeah, I've been to airports and I've been to some."
Well, I'm going to point out the two that I really didn't
you
like.
did. Yeah. Well, yes, you did.
Well, go for it.
I mean, my airport experience isn't as vast as yours. Recently it's been, Vegas, Orlando, L.A. I think Detroit's airport is probably better than all of those.
I'm just looking down at Twitch. Kitech says he's right in terms of the United States. Detroit Metro is easily number one. Coyboy1 says Philly, New York, Atlanta, all garbage. Have you been to Atlanta's airport?
I've not, but isn't it the busiest one?
It might
in the country?
be. Atlanta's airport is shaped like a spine with ribs that come out, and the spine is a train. You have to go down underground and take a subway from A, B, C, D, E. It's like there's 5 different terminals, and they're all lined up, and it's a lot to get around Atlanta. It's a lot to get around.
It's a busy place.
Hey,
it's a hub.
Good for Detroit. Getting a little love here. At least DTW is. Although he went so far as to say he loves hanging out in Detroit too.
Well, Detroit has become it's really transformed itself. There's a lot. He said because he's a foodie. There's a ton of great restaurants. The downtown area has completely changed. If you want nightlife, and there's great places to go. There's live music to be heard. The stadiums are new. Staying at different hotels. They've got some really nice hotels that have been erected. The whole riverfront area has been transformed as well. It's a nice area to walk. It's beautiful. You can go for riverboat cruise out there on the river. There's a lot to like about Detroit. I love Detroit.
All right, Detroit Lions linebacker coach Dion Hamilton joined us earlier in the show. 4th year with the Lions. We'll replay for you, and you'll get to hear what he had to say. Coming up straight ahead here from the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions here on 97.1 The Ticket. for the Lions practice today with the Dolphins. And, of course, we gave you what we could see here on 97.1 The Ticket. Probably the best chance we had to see these two teams was in a 2-minute drill. Actually, it was both teams were given the ball in their own 48, down 4 points, one timeout, and 50. I think it was 60 seconds left. I think it was 1 minute left. Lions got it down to the 19-yard line.
Yep.
Before Goff threw an incompletion pass broken up at the goal line. Dolphins 4 and out. And there was a lot of other stuff, but the Lions defense really, really had another good day.
I mean, that sums it up right there. The last moment of these joint practices resulted in 4 and out in a 2-minute drill.
Yep.
And that's how dominant the defense has been. Aiden Hutchinson has been everything that has been advertised about him this year. He looks like an absolute beast out there, constantly in the backfield, constantly disruptive. Will Birchfield earlier today said he thought he had him down for like a handful of quarterback sacks and, in 25 plays.
You can't hit the quarterback.
No, you can't. But you can get in on him and stop the play, which is what he was doing constantly. And Davenport on the other side is doing his job. Stay healthy. Please, God, stay healthy. Everybody stay healthy is really going to be the mantra for this entire season. I think, with every injury that's going to happen, and they will happen, we're going to have a certain degree of freak out. But for every game the guys stay healthy, that's just going to look to the skies and say, here we go.
It's Carson Anderson. There are new odds and a new favorite to win the American League. We'll tell you who it is coming up today at 1:48. Tigers on the road at Minnesota tonight. A school will start. We'll preview that a little bit straight ahead as well. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Look at these perfect fields out there.
What's that?
The perfect football fields, the practice fields out here. And this is why they're perfect, because they spend all this time working on them. The guys are out there. They got 3 guys out there with divot mix.
Yep.
Filling in the divots.
After every practice.
Love it.
After every single practice. Thanks to people out here that has made this week fly by at the Meyer Performance Center. We do appreciate it. We'll be at the Dream Cruise tomorrow. And I mentioned before the break, new favorite in the American League. Did you see this, Scott Anderson?
I have not.
Okay. Any guesses as to who it is?
It's going to be one of 2 teams. Either Seattle or Toronto would be my guess. And I'll go Seattle.
Seattle is now the favorite to win the American League at plus 350. Toronto is plus 375. Detroit is plus 400. Houston is plus 475. Yankees plus 600. The Boston Red Sox plus 700. Texas plus 1,600. Cleveland plus 2,500.
So there is not a ton of separation between the top 3 teams there.
No.
I mean, it's 50.
Yeah. I mean, and for people who don't understand how the system works, if you're plus 350, that means if you bet $100 and your bet comes through, you win $350.
That's correct.
In Detroit's case, being plus 400, here comes the mowers.
Right.
Being plus 400.
5 minutes, man. That's all we need.
Detroit being plus 400 means bet $100. And if the Tigers win the American League, you win $400, which probably is like the lowest it's been. Probably the longest odds they've had in a while, given the way they've played lately. But we asked people through much of the day, are you feeling a little bit better? And there's not a whole lot of people feeling a lot better, maybe a little bit better, but I don't know that confidence has been reinstilled, and I get it. I don't think it should be reinstilled. I just, you look around baseball and you go, okay, if the Dodgers can get swept by the Angels, and the Angels can come to Detroit and lose a series, and then take on the Dodgers and sweep them. If the Dodgers can blow a 9-game lead, they're now a second-place team. And they're healthier, by the way. It maybe has some people going, okay, what the Tigers are going through is typical even for good teams. And it's funny because I think the metric that I use to determine how good or bad you are, it's ultimately the record. But when you're not hitting on all cylinders and still winning games, I think that's a sign of a pretty damn good team. But it's not a dominant team. And for a while there, they look like they might be a dominant team.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing so well. And it's things have obviously have changed. And, look at the last 10 games. Seattle is 8-2 in their last 10 games. They are chasing the Astros, and they're catching up quickly there. The Tigers are 5-5 in the last 10. The Guardians are 7-3. Obviously, they've made up a bunch of ground. And then you're getting some separation now in the East because Toronto has just been lights out great, although slowing down 6-4 in their last 10. But nobody else is better than 5-5 in that division in that same stretch. There's 40 games left. It's not going to be easy to salt this away. I think they'll do it, and I think they'll do it with plenty of games to spare. But for our own sanity as Tiger fans, you'd like to see a little bit more comfort level than what we've seen over the last couple of weeks, where it has been some nail-biting stuff here. 6.5 game lead looks pretty good. They've got 4 games coming up at Minnesota. Excellent chance to get off on the right foot tonight with Tarek Skubal on the hill, taking on, was it Bailey Ober?
Yeah.
Who just got lit up by the Tigers last time they faced each other a couple weeks ago. He gave up 7 runs on 11 hits, including 4 home runs to the Tigers in over 5 innings of work there. So, this is a matchup that should favor the Tigers quite heavily.
Dude, Skubal, is such a stud, and to have him on a night like this where the team's trying to get back into gear, knowing that you're throwing him every 5 days, I remember we felt this way about having Justin Verlander. When you don't have the guy, you're jealous of the team that does have the guy. And we had the guy in JV, and now we got the guy in Skubal.
We had 2 guys for a while.
Yeah, we did. And the thing about Skubal is there's still boxes he needs to check, right? A postseason, solid postseason would be one of them. Leading this team, I think, we just gave the odds to win the American League. I don't look at this as a team that I think, well, if this group doesn't win the World Series, what a disastrous season. I might feel that way in a few years when guys get a little bit older, Maybe they're a little bit more favored. Maybe they're even getting to the end of the rope. Like, I feel like the window is kind of just opening for this Tiger team. But I'm having Scuba to go tonight because they're like yesterday. The stuff that sticks with you. I think of the Javi at bat in the 4th inning. 3 pitches, none of them in the strike zone, 3 swings and misses. And that's the stuff that we saw when the Tigers were the worst version of themselves. You see that in a game. You see a team, bases loaded, nobody out, only get 1 run. And that can be that can rattle you as a fan. The other side of it, Troy Melton. Troy Melton has become a fascinating figure in this late season Tiger playoff chase.
It's crazy to think that he could be one of the keys down the stretch here, and yet he can be. I don't know how they're going to use him, if he's going to be in the rotation the rest of the way. 40 games left. That would be, 8 times through the rotation. He's already thrown 97 innings this year between the minors and the majors. Last year was a career high for him at 100. So, start doing the math on how many innings you think A.J. Hinch is going to give him, and I think you're going to find that they'll find ways to get him to start some games, but I don't think it's going to be every 5 days. I think they're going to be very careful about this because they want to be able to maximize his innings.
Well, let's put it to you like this, too. He's got a lot of proving to do himself, but
Sure.
the early returns
look great.
Really, really good.
I mean, particularly the 5th inning yesterday. I think he was perfect through 4. Then in the 5th inning, gives up a leadoff double.
Yep.
And oh, no. The way this game is going, 1 run might be all it takes, right?
Yep.
And runner on second, nobody out, and he strikes out the side. And gets to the dugout, gets the handshake, the hug, and everybody the accolades that he deserves. And then Sawyer Gibson-Long comes in, and he tosses 2 perfect innings as well. Or shutout innings. He was great.
All right, before we wrap it up, one final thing, kind of fun. Happy birthday to Colt Keith.
Oh.
Who turns 24 today. Gator?
24.
Where were you and what were you doing when you were 24 years old?
So it would have been I would have just finished up my first year at the radio station. So I was still working in the mailroom, still living at home. And probably you would have easy to find me at the Lodge at Orchard Lake. Before they moved locations, I was.
You were a regular?
I was definitely a regular at the Lodge.
Norm.
A lot like that, yeah. A lot like that. And it was great. I used to love going there when I was younger. And a lot of my friends, it was a core group of guys who would go to the bar and have a great time. That's what I was doing.
24, I was in my first job in radio, full-time, first year. It was the year that Cordell Stewart completed that pass.
That's my brother got married on that day. Yeah.
That was year 1. I was living in Ann Arbor in a 2-bedroom apartment, 3 dudes. I had a bunk bed. I was in the bottom bunk.
Bunk bed?
Yeah.
A bunk bed?
Yeah.
You're a grown-ass man.
I know, right? I was doing a little TV work at the time as well. Kang, where were you and what were you doing when you were 24?
Sorry, guys, my headphone just went out for a second there.
That's all right. Where were you and what were you doing when you were 24 years old?
I was following Gator's path. I was at this radio station. I think I finished my first year a part-timer. But I was not living at home. I was living on my own. But, I was not as far as long as Colt Keith or even Penny Sewell, but 24, I thought I was doing pretty good.
You're still doing great.
I was questioning every decision I made.
At the age of 24?
Well, yeah, because at 24, you're like, okay, you start your career path, and mine started very slowly, as you know, it was because working on the mailroom. But I did not want to leave the Detroit area. I could have gone to, everybody cites Alpena. Could have gone to Alpena and started my career there, but it's not what I wanted to do. And at the time, I didn't know that it was going to be sports radio, so I just wanted to work at a radio station in Detroit, which I was doing. But the experience I got was invaluable, learning every aspect of the building, from sales to production to promotions to the on-air product, which was talk radio, it was great, and I loved that. But at the same time, I had friends of mine that were taking a chance, moving out to L.A. to do whatever it was they were going to do. And there were 4 guys together who were going to move out there. Like, you got to come with us. I'm like, yeah, didn't do it. and I'm glad I did, and things worked out wonderfully.
I felt like everybody else was making more money than me, too.
Well, without question,
Yeah.
everybody's making more money than I am.
Rico Beard, we ask you the question. It's Colt Keith's birthday. Happy 24th to Colt. Where were you and what were you doing when you were 24 years old?
Wow, 24, I believe I was getting close to, I was in the middle of grad school, I believe. So,
Okay.
yeah, I was at MSU in grad school.
And this was were you going for a master's?
Yes, graduate school,
And-
yes.
Yeah. And you remember where you were living and what you did to
Yes.
entertain yourself?
I was living downtown in a luxurious Capitol Commons apartments.
Nice.
So, yeah, I could see the Capitol building from my patio. It was great.
Sweet.
Yeah, certain nights, if
It
you
was booming.
If you looked the right way, when the Lugnuts would win a game on Friday, they would light fireworks. So there you go.
Gotcha. Mike, where were you when you were 24? Were you here or were you in Lansing? You were here, right?
They want to know where you were at when you were 24.
I was here.
Yeah, I thought so.
Booming.
I thought so. All right, boys, have a great show. We'll be at the Woodward Dream Cruise tomorrow. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Absolutely gorgeous Thursday. Saratoga on the TV. News you can use. And Luke Sloan still pretending he's Walter Cronkite with that delivery.
Absolutely, Michael.
WWJ. What
I
has
must
happened
make
to
sure
this guy?
I enunciate every
All right,
word
okay.
and clarify.
All right. We will get to some Tiger baseball a little later. We will not be doing play-by-play of Lions practice.
Well, we're not there.
All right, we got a 2nd and 7 from the 34. Guys, it's a scrimmage.
Let's see what J-Mo does.
Chill. So we're going to open with this. And what? You okay?
Go ahead.
We're going to open with this, and it's a question. I mean, I'm not interested in talking about it, and I know some of you aren't either, but too bad. That's what the job is, and it's what sports is. So we find out that finally, and it's funny, I say finally, but the NCAA did fast-track this thing. It usually would take 5 years. But finally, at the end of 3 years, whatever it is or isn't, this Michigan thing's going to get put to bed tomorrow. Because don't believe for a second Michigan's going to try to go to a court of law. I'd like to introduce you to a term called discovery and subpoena power. You're not going to a court. The same way you didn't go to court when you slapped on your amicus briefs. You were never going to court. It would be the dumbest thing to do. And if I'm a Michigan fan, you want this over with, whatever it is. And I think if you're not a Michigan fan, you just want to be done with this, one way or the other. So,
Yeah.
Are they called X's now or tweets? Forgive me.
Let's just call them tweets.
Tweets?
Yeah.
Okay. So we found out today, and I don't know, I think one of them's more meaningful than the other, but this is all about, because Rico, have you ever, in the last 3 years, lobbed a prediction of what would happen?
No.
Or screamed that it would be the Death Star imploding the big house?
No.
No. If anything, I think our show has more been, look, the NCAA is a bunch of feckless losers. I don't expect a lot.
The only thing that I ever said was that no matter what Michigan's penalty was, Central Michigan's penalty will be harsher.
Sad, but probably true. But here's the point. In all of this, it's about what you think is going to happen. Because we're at that point now. This has not been something we've talked much about. I think we did one show a month ago when Connor Stallions kind of death spiraled on social media.
Yeah.
It's just been waiting for this. So here's Pete Thamel saying the NCAA has formally notified parties tied to the Michigan NCAA infractions case that an announcement on the findings and punishment will be publicly released Friday. Okay. Ross Dellinger added a layer to it. Now, if I'm reading too much into it, fine. With the NCAA's decision on Michigan coming Friday, a link back to the Yahoo Sports story on Michigan's response to the notice of allegations. In short, the Wolverines were not pleased, and if the NCAA levies a significant penalty against the school, legal action may be likely. Well, first of all, that's a misnomer. There's no such thing as may be likely. Legal action is either likely or unlikely.
Likely, right.
But whatever.
It's like maybe pregnant. Either you are or you aren't.
Yeah, exactly. There's no halvesies.
Right.
Either that or you need a new EPT stick.
Yes.
So look, here's where Rico and I left this when we did when the COI took place. There's what will happen, and then there's what should happen. I've never acted like I have a clue what will happen. I just don't have faith in people. Mm-hmm. So the should, I've never clouded it. You don't see Rico and I doing shows talking about murder hammers or Michigan being launched into space with Katy Perry.
Right.
That's not us. Now, you want to say, all right, well, Sparty Radio. Guys, listen, this is super easy, okay? When this was going on live, what did I say to you? You do you, and I'm going to be over here in a lawn chair. You go play your games, take your trips, buy your T-shirts, do whatever you want. You don't get to tell anyone how to feel. And I'm not telling you how to feel. It is up to you how you feel about all of it. Mm-hmm. So now we are at this point of arrival. I would like to know what people think is going to happen. And I want to run something by you.
Okay.
Because I'm going to try to use logic. And these are the days I wish I went to Texas Tech and not Michigan State.
Good luck.
No, I know. But there's something I can't figure out. So,
the victory lap taken by Michigan people?
No, you'll have
social media.
Well, hold on. You'll have to explain that to me because I don't hang out in that neighborhood. But
do
you want to do this first and then I'll ask you the question?
No, go ahead and ask the question. I don't understand this. The victory lap of, and maybe I'll ask David because it's his fan base. But I would like to think that when this is over with, this is the last thing you want to talk about, and you kind of want to say, "Okay, guys, can we put this to bed? We're done. I don't want to talk about this anymore." Mike, instead, I'm seeing, see, you guys wanted the death penalty, and you thought we were going to be hammered, and where's all the people now?
It better not be this show.
No, not this show, just in general. Just, you said that we were going to collapse. Like, I don't know if this is something I want to be bragging about. Congratulations, I got away with cheating.
Well, a drug dealer who deals drugs but doesn't go to jail is still a drug dealer.
I mean,
For
I
me,
guess
it's simple. They admitted they cheated. This is the problem with the victory lap, if that's taking place. Michigan admitted to cheating.
Right, so I guess what is next? A book saying, if I cheated?
Yeah, maybe. After the Edmund Fitzgerald book is released by Johnny Porkfats. Now, listen, let me just ask this question.
Go for it.
I can't make sense of this. And I know I'm not a bright guy. Fine. I'm dumb as a doorknob. If some of the smoke that's come out in the last 24 hours were true, let's say Sharon just gets 2 games. Wojo, I want to be nice because I think people get the wrong idea that I don't like Bob personally. I do. I just don't oftentimes respect Bob professionally. Like that piece he had the other night about Sharon where it was like, well, maybe it won't even be 2 games. Bob, they self-imposed 2. What's the NCAA going to go? Ring, 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 ring. You're being too hard on Sharon?
You're being too hard on yourself, Michigan.
My point is.
It's not that difficult. Yes, it wasn't that deep.
Yeah. It's oof. What I can't make sense of is if it's a nothing burger.
That's a different point.
No, you work with me. I'm going to tell you.
It up there.
He's feeling himself today.
You served it up.
I did. But if it's a nothing burger, then what the hell was Michigan fighting for 2 years?
That's an interesting question.
Because a settlement, a resolution, a negotiated resolution would have been done, not could have, would have been done over a year ago. You don't get to a committee on infractions because once you get there, there's no negotiating. So that confuses me. It doesn't mean I'm right or wrong. It confuses me. What do you expect out of this? And again, no hopium and no copium. I just want to know what you think is going to happen. And does the Dellinger thing sway you more severe, more lenient, or does it not do any swaying at all?
Mike, it doesn't do any swaying at all because what I think is going to happen is not much. I think Michigan is going to hit with a fine of maybe like $10 million, which is nothing to them.
They're paying their quarterback more than that. Sorry, that's my bad.
Now who's on fire?
That's my bad.
$10 million fine and a bunch of, this is a real probation now. That other probation wasn't a probation, but now we mean it. Nothing, really. I mean, you're going to have to live with the fact, and I think the harshest penalty will probably come with, Harbaugh will have to have a show cause. Well, he's never coming back.
No, but I will say this, and I disagree on a couple of things, but let's work through this. I want to throw the number out. Like, I don't care if you're a Wolverine, a Buckeye, a Spartan, a Duck, a Thundercat, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. What do you think's going to happen? Because tomorrow by lunchtime, this is happening. Whether it's something or nothing, I can't speak to. But, Rico, here's one thing, and this is the show cause on Harbaugh. While it doesn't affect the program now, the idea that the favorite son, the hero, will go down in history as a low-life cheating scumbag, that is the admission right there. Your legend is filth. A lifetime show cause. It's symbolic, but it shows you.
Right, but
it shows you he knew.
He knew, yes, on paper. But I think to Michigan fans, Mike, he's still going to be revered the way Pete Carroll was
that's fine.
For USC.
Yeah, right.
You got me a title.
Cultists can do that.
And you did whatever it took to get that title.
But the biggest thing we say about Pete Carroll 20 years later is cheating scumbag who bailed to the NFL. And Harbaugh will live the same life.
Fair.
So I guess where I separate is.
It'll be a stain on Harbaugh's record, yes.
And that's the point, is it's an acknowledgement of wrongdoing. That way I don't have to hear about lone wolf. I don't have to hear about low-level staffer. I don't have to hear about what's your advantage. Come on. But here's my thing. The NCAA, and I look, I don't know anybody at the NCAA. I'm not some intrepid reporter. Anytime people have communicated with me about what they think they know, whether it's one side who says it's not much, another side who's saying that Michigan's going to the gulag, I've disregarded all of it. I admit that. If that makes me bad, fine. I'm telling you guys, the way the NCAA works, I don't think a lot of people know a lot about anything.
No.
Now, if somebody's got a honey hole, they got a real source, hey, fine, that source is risking their entire career. The point I'm making is this. As we sit here, in order for your scenario to be true, the NCAA would have to deviate from their own disciplinary guidelines. That's the thing I've never figured out.
I look at Michigan, Mike, as that spoiled rich kid whose daddy's a judge, and he's never, ever going to get in trouble.
I know.
Because daddy will call in all the favors, looking at you, Fox and ESPN, because you need Michigan out there, so they can't afford to have Michigan.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
Was Michigan any good last year?
No.
Did Michigan make the playoff?
No.
Did the playoff go on?
Let me check. Yes.
Did it draw record numbers?
It did.
Okay. I hear you on a lot of points.
They did they did a Michigan road tour.
I know that, brother. And I'm saying that you're right in that there's a reason the NCAA is never going to SMU somebody.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Michigan they're that kid that good and well they cause a bunch of damage, but he placed a phone call to daddy, and the next thing you know, he's walking out.
All right, look, and I'm not going to I'm not going to accuse you of something hurtful like emotional hedging or something.
Oh, no.
I think you are a grown-ass man who's followed college sports long enough to know that the golden gooses don't get fried. I mean, Bill Self was on a wiretap.
Right, and it was like, oh, Kansas is going to go down. Guys, no, they're not.
Right. So, in that sense, I think you're right. The problem is, and again, I don't
have to, right, it's just like, I'll acknowledge probably nothing's going to happen. Doesn't mean I'm stupid, and doesn't mean I don't think that this should have.
But should and will are two different things.
Exactly.
For me, it is... I find it problematic if you have guidelines and you have this team dead to rights and the team is admitted to the cheating and the team flipped out when they got the notice of allegations, that all of a sudden you would go out and do, I'm not going to say nothing, but you would do a slap on the wrist. The other difference is, and look, I'm not trying to be rude about it, but if the 3 years has taught me anything with this, there are a lot of people that have tied a lot, if not all, of their self-worth to what does or doesn't happen to a football program. Man, I can't help you. If you're out there and you're going to go death spiral if Michigan skates, or if Michigan gets hit, you're going to act like you lost your firstborn in the NICU. Yeah, you need to get a grip. You cheated. You get what's coming to you. I don't know what's going to happen. But I'm asking you guys.
What I didn't understand, and it kind of goes back to, like, why would you come up with your own set of penalties if the penalties that sounds like what I think is going to happen are going to happen? You just let that go. Like, why would you come up and say, hey, well, let's be preemptive about this, and let's say we do this instead.
All right, hold on. David's doing his whole 3 snaps and around the world thing over there. Just chill. Because I want to add one more log to the fire. People, you don't need to shy from this. There's no yelling. You're not going to get judged if you think nothing's going to happen, because I think a lot of people would agree with you. You're not going to get judged if you go, no, I believe something is happening. But it's okay to talk about it, because I'm not doing play-by-play of 4th and 4 at practice today. So this is what's on the menu, and I'm going to add a log to the fire, and I want to know if it's something or nothing, okay?
All right. No, not moving. How about this? Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. So whether you're just starting to get back to the gym or whether you're already in shape, let Planet Fitness get you back on the path to your fitness journey. Right now, $1 down is all you need to get started. And as a matter of fact, with that $1 down, you could also sign up for a Black Card membership. That's $24.99 a month. With the Black Card, you can feel free to bring a guest with you. somebody who can help keep you motivated, and you can go to any Planet Fitness throughout the Metro Detroit area or heck, throughout the country. But you got to get started right now, and that's you just got to head over to a Planet Fitness, or you can go online, or you can use the app, because at Planet Fitness, it's a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time with convenient hours. It'll fit your schedule. A lot of them have brand new equipment in there, from strength training machines to Stairmasters to treadmills to hack squats, supine benches. They got everything except for you. $1 down gets you started. Find your nearest club today and join. You can go to any Planet Fitness, or you can go online or use the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Hello there. Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville, Michigan's Trex Superstore. They got everything all the time. That's the key. There's no back orders. There's no wait times. You see it at their brand new showroom. It's in stock. You don't even have to ask. Take home some samples and get to business. Buy it where the builders buy. Take home some Trex and do what you got to do. Call Northville Lumber today, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, so we're just getting warmed up today. Gorgeous afternoon. A little bit of news on the Michigan thing, and tomorrow, thank God, just put this thing to bed one way or the other. Okay, whether it's something, nothing in between, I'm tired of it. But that's the NCAA. Now, here's what I wanted to do before I asked David's opinion. I wanted to add a log to the fire here, and you tell me if it's something or nothing. Okay? I don't remember in the past the NCAA holding a full-blown press conference to announce punishment. It is a written process. I know they did a Zoom with Tennessee. According to ESPN sources, there's going to be a press conference tomorrow.
I think they did. I want to say, didn't they do it with Penn State?
Can't speak to it. Don't remember. That was a lifetime ago for me, but I'll trust you. Here was the other one. There's normally a 24-hour window that Michigan should get that report today. They're not getting that report today. Apparently, they're getting that report tomorrow at 9 a.m., and by noon, the NCAA is at the podium. Is that something or nothing? I'm asking. I'm not smart enough to tell you. It seems awkward.
Yeah, because originally when reported by Pete Thamel, all parties involved were given it today, and then we'd find out sometime tomorrow. So it's a head scratcher, Mike. Honestly, I think for this, it's that Rorschach test. People see what they want to see. You see,
naturally, and
because I don't think it's going to be anything big. But then I think back to hearken to what has been said. Like, well, why would Michigan do all of this work?
Right.
If it was just a slap on the wrist, if anything, except a slap on the wrist a few years ago,
be done with it,
and we're done.
But David, I'd like to bring you in on this because this is your team, and again, I know there's a bit of a folly in asking people what they expect to happen because people are probably just going to go party line, and I'm totally okay if you say you don't know. Maybe it's a dumb question because none of us know. I mean, I have leanings. I don't trust the NCAA to show a spine, but the other side of it is this is their Alamo. This is their last shot to show that they're a true regulatory force.
Yeah.
But again, the world goes around. I don't know. I'm with Rico. Michigan cheats. Cleveland State goes on probation. David, what do you make of all of it? And then we'll get some tickets.
See, I lean in that direction of it's not going to be much. But then I add another log to the fire here because you all are talking about the press conference stuff, something you usually don't see. What you also usually don't see is a pre-announcement to the announcement.
A meeting to set up the meeting.
And that it just leans me in the direction that if they're telling you we're coming with this tomorrow, it makes me feel like they're giving a warning to Michigan and saying, put your britches on. We're coming for you on Friday. It's leaning in that direction, but it's still the NCAA in my mind. And do they ever do that?
See, I guess I can feel that, David, because the fact that it's noon, if what Mike said is correct, because I got to think if this was truly nothing, it would be at 6 o'clock while everybody's on their long weekend.
Why would you do a press conference to do nothing? I'm asking.
True.
That's what it comes down to.
You're right. It doesn't make sense to have a press conference and say, okay, you get just $10 million and that's it.
Or the flip side, hear me out. You hold the press conference because you know a lot of people are going to say, well, why did Michigan get off so light? So let's just answer the questions. Let's just let the reporters ask away, and we'll try to explain to you why we didn't deem it necessary to punish Michigan the way some people thought that they should be punished. We'll just get it out the way. Rip the Band-Aid off.
Again, I think you could, if you want to take the cynical approach, I'm not mad at you. You just say, look, Michigan's golden goose, NCAA's weak. But if you look at, I mean, do I say common sense? Do I say facts? It's probably a little of both. It does seem hard to believe it would be nothing. Again, my life goes on regardless. They cheated. Harbaugh's filth. And I don't have to validate anything.
See,
I just live my life. But
I can see the nothing, Mike, but the only problem I have with that is Michigan. Why were you fighting nothing?
I don't get
Why
that.
were you fighting tooth and nail for nothing? If it was going to be this light of a penalty, you just say, okay, cool, accept it,
right,
and you move on.
Because, you're right, as if you're a Michigan fan and you think about it. If it comes out tomorrow that it's a 2-game suspension for more, to show cause for Harbaugh, which is fine. I mean, that's you almost would end up annoyed at your own school. Like, why the hell did we even go to a committee on a why did we do this?
Right.
That's the part I can't reconcile.
And that's what makes me think, like, every time I want to say this is going to be nothing, it's like, but why would you fight so hard against nothing and threaten to sue against nothing? It's like the cop coming back. You're speeding. Mike, I'm going to give you a warning. No. I'm going to court. No. I said I'm giving you a warning. No. Okay, maybe this guy doesn't know what warning means.
You're not wrong. And I think it's difficult. Look, it's very difficult because not only are we close to it that we live in this state, we do this job. And yes, we went to the school up the road. So look, first of all, no matter what happens tomorrow, let me make a guarantee to you, like death and taxes.
Right.
No one will be happy tomorrow. The penalty will either be not enough or too much. This is like if David talks about the car he just got. No one's going to be like, good for you, David. That's the car you should be driving. It'll be like, who the hell does he think he is? Or
see, I don't know. I think if the penalties are exactly what people are saying, I think Michigan fans will be happy because in the end,
right. But then the rest of the world looks at it and goes,
won't be happy.
Fart noise.
Oh, please! They will be burning down Buckeye Stadium.
I actually think Michigan fan, if anything happens, they'll be aggrieved. Because there's been a weird tone through it where, like, even after the school admits to cheating, fans claim they didn't. It's just like, there's nothing I can do.
No, I think Michigan fans will then rally and say, now you must no longer say we cheated. You must give us our full championship propers.
Yeah, not happening.
We cheated. It is what it is.
That's it.
David,
and again, you have every right.
You're not a real Wolverine fan.
No, but you have every right. You don't have to say those things. But I don't know what world you exist in where you think you get to tell me what to. I don't have to validate it. Yeah. David, I want you to remember something. The Big Ten dimed out Michigan State and said you don't have to play this game. MSU went out there and couldn't use any signals. Now, Michigan would have beat us regardless. Let's be clear. But MSU, do you remember we had to run to the sidelines? It was like Little Giants with Rick Moranis.
Yep.
It was like we were grade school. Don't, please. Now, come on. Come on. What do the ticket texts have to say? Or do you want to do it next? Because we got callers lining up now, too. So why don't we keep it timely?
Ticket texts are booming.
What do you think is going to happen, guys? I don't think there's any yelling involved. Something or nothing. And tell me why. And let's talk through it, because by the time we take the air tomorrow,
I'll be listening. It'll be you and Stoney.
Oh, you have the day off tomorrow?
Yeah.
Sparty couldn't handle the heat.
I just want to let people know that was already planned. That was already planned.
You're fine. Go enjoy your life. God, I'm jealous. All right, you've been injured in an auto accident. Now you're drowning in medical bills. You're dealing with an insurance company. I don't give a damn about you. Injury attorney David Feminino is the one call you got to make. David's going to get to work and get David get paid. Yes, it's a good catchphrase. Possibly the best catchphrase. But it's real. This guy's going to get to work and get you what you deserve. 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, to the people. And I'm sorry that took so long, but there was a lot to sort through there. And then David, and I'm going to go to the phones, David. We'll wait on ticket text. Is that okay? Is there a general feeling that has come in?
Yeah, they think it's going to be a nothing burger, basically, tomorrow.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
I mean, I doubt you'll get many Michigan fans saying it'll be something. Maybe that's the folly of the topic, and my bad. Let's go to Tim. Dayton, Ohio, the Flag City. Dayton, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Mike? Greetings from your blue-hating brothers down south, man.
Tim, how are you?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Yeah, I mean, I heard the report a couple days ago. I think one of the main things that people forget is that in these things, typically the truth always lies somewhere in the middle. They were always going to play football next year. No, it wasn't going to be absolutely nothing. And, you know, it looks like things might be tilting more their way towards ours. But you know what, man? I'm over it. Let's just put the football down and play. I'm ready to just be done with it and move on. I think a lot of people feel that way. I think it's just, you know, it's time to just say it doesn't really matter what the punishment is. We kind of know what went on anyway. So let's just go ahead and move on. I'm tired of it. That's more than anything. I'm just tired of it.
I take it from guys who do radio. You know, I'm with you. I mean, yeah. I still live in a world where, you know, if somebody's an egregious cheater, you'd like to see them get a little bit of comeuppance. But I also live in the real world. Sports is in full decay. The networks run it. The greed is rampant, and I got to see it to believe it. That's how I've been since the fall of 23.
But you know what, guys? Here's the one thing. Maybe it's just an NCAA thing, Mike, Tim, but this would be an outlier because, at least in the professional rankings, you could be a pretty heinous person outside the lines on your own time. You can get away with a lot of stuff, murder, spousal abuse. But if you do anything to the integrity of the game, they hit you hard. And they come after you. And that's what's kind of weird, where it's the exact opposite if this is the case with the NCAA.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a Buckeye, man, you know, it's really funny because there were ESPN fixtures that had permanent pup tents outside the Woody Hayes Athletic Center for the Urban Meyer scandal and for Tattoogate and all this stuff. It just kind of seems like nobody has really been overwhelmingly interested in this compared to those.
Tim, do a quick search and look at all the U of M grads in power positions in media. Not just Mark Silverman, who runs Fox Sports. I mean, keep going. Look, I almost salute Michigan, to be honest with you, because it's so brazen and they're so good at controlling a narrative. You almost tip your cap to it. It's very political.
So it's the Michigan Illuminati?
Kind of. I mean, it's, I don't know. It's just, look, we live in the same world where somehow Hunter Biden's not in jail. You know, like it's, what do you want me to tell you? But a press conference, I can't wait to sit down and it'll be video streamed, or I don't know if it'll be picked up on TV, but like, I want to just watch it, because watching a press conference about nothing would be peak 2025. So then you're like, all right, if they're doing a real press conference and there's 6 level 1 violations, you'd like to think, I'd like to think with our Buckeye brethren there, it would be something. I'm not doing the doom and gloom Thor hammer thing. I'll leave that for, podcasts and stuff. I've never had a belief that in this world, a school like Michigan would get punished. But to your point, it's an unprecedented scandal. It just is. I've never seen anything like it.
It happened in real time. It was on the field. And you look at all the harsh penalties that people have acquired for off-field things. And like I said, other sports, like NBA, how many players you gambled on yourself for rebounds? Done. Baseball, how hard did they try to say Shohei had nothing to do? It was all his interpreter.
No, because Shohei is Michigan.
Right.
You can't kill the golden goose.
They
right?
did everything they could because you never, ever want to go after the integrity of the game.
Let's go to Chad, 97.1. Chad, what's going on?
Hey, thanks for taking the call, guys.
Chad, what's going on, buddy? How's Florida?
Yeah. It's hot. It's hot.
Indeed.
Well, it's hot here too, so we share that in common.
Yeah. This is kind of what I was thinking while I was on hold is, this whole thing, it's what you guys talk about all the time. This is another example as to why college football needs a czar. This right here. Because things are just so uneven. Now, from everything I've seen, it looks like it's not even a slap on the wrist. It's a little tiny little touch on the wrist. It looks like 2 games for Sharon and a $14 million fine. That's nothing. It's nothing.
But then why did Michigan fight for 2 years? You know what I'm saying, though? And Chad,
that's a head scratcher, Chad.
Chad, you might be right. I'm just asking you the question because if I were a Wolverine and that were on the table of discussion, I would have been like, where do I sign?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's why the last time we talked, that's why I said, I don't know why they fought this so hard, and they didn't just say, you got us like Tennessee football. That I don't know. What's interesting to me, and I thought about it when the Ohio State guy called, I said, you know what, he's right. And for a long time, what I was upset about, and Rico, you've been saying this for a while, and you're totally right, but yet kind of wrong at the same time. You've been saying if they give Michigan a slap on the wrist, it's going to tell other teams, go ahead and do whatever you want. You're not going to get it. You're right, but that message was sent decades ago. That's why I was for the cheating.
Yeah, but here's the difference. Chad, if Michigan State did this, that program, first of all, that program, 100%. It would be a hollowed out crater in East Lansing.
100%. But then you know, when I listen to Ohio State, because you look at the NCAA, what do they do about the Auburn buying Cam Newton? Nothing. What do they do about Miami having an unbelievably rogue program? Nothing. But then they hammered Ohio State for tattoos. If I'm an Ohio State fan, I'm furious. I never understood why Ohio State got hammered so bad. And then for this, we get nothing. I'm thrilled.
Chad, I'm with you because I had to go back to see exactly what happened with Ohio State over the pants, over the tattoos. And you're right. They had to vacate the 2010 season, including the Sugar Bowl. And on top of that, 2012, you're not bowl eligible. And we're going to take away 5 scholarships for you.
I thought it was a 2-year bowl ban. It was only 1, but they crushed Ohio State. And even back then, I was like, for selling pants for
I know.
That's it.
It didn't have anything to.
At the time, I thought it was crazy.
You know,
and then you had.
And remember, Chad, Jim Tressel was in the NFL and got a 6-game suspension.
And nothing's going to happen to Harbs. I heard he got a 10-year show cause, and Connor Stallions is gone for life. But who cares? That's nothing. Harbaugh was never coming back.
Yeah, but it's not about the coming back. It's that for a guy who's one of the fakest human beings on the planet and does this faux integrity crap, no, you've been labeled filth. I don't care if he's never coming back. That's not the premise. It just validates that for people who said you cheated and it mattered, you're not given a lifetime show cause if the guy didn't know, if the guy wasn't running a rogue operation. But again, if he gets a lifetime show cause, and again, what is it, 13, 14 Michigan assistants have either been show caused, fired, or moved on. I hate to break it to you. Like this side
then leads to me. But then Sharon only gets 2 games.
It wouldn't add up.
Nothing.
Connor was in his ear.
You know what? If you're a Michigan fan, maybe you don't want Connor near your program because now he can go and coach high school wherever top recruits are and steer them right to you.
And again, I feel for people who still love college football, who still invest in it. I do not.
It's getting harder.
Well, you're on your own island. My boat left dock a few years ago. My point is, I don't know if it comes out that it's truly a 0, which I'd still be surprised if it was a 0, like if it was just Sharon 2 games and a couple of dollar fine. I don't know.
At
That'd
this
be
point,
weird.
Sharon, the 2 games you wanted to sit out, fine, sit those 2 out against Central Michigan and Parking Lot.
New Mexico, I believe, is coming in. Coach Bob Eck.
No. He's going to coach that game.
Oh.
He's going to coach Oklahoma. He's going to sit out Central, and he's going to sit out Nebraska.
Look, I'm still going to have some faith it's going to be something, but no, I don't believe it's going to be the Bifrost. I don't. I got a hard time with it because I don't believe in anything anymore. I don't believe in anything in sports anymore. It's all fake. It's all garbage.
The fine will be, about a quarter of what you're paying your quarterback.
No, if it's what was $14 million? The problem is $14 million is nothing. If that's the case.
Okay, a third of what you're paying.
No, but it kills me, and I don't even know if they could do it. But if you really wanted to hit them, they ought to be putting a lien against their revenue. Yeah, That Big Ten check, that's a delight. You don't get one the next 2 years.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like that's where you're hitting them where it
You
hurts.
forgot to pay your child support. We got it now.
Right.
Yeah,
we
you give them
garnishing it. Yeah.
You give them the Benny Blades. What?
Read something.
Okay. Listen. Tuesday, August 26th, FanDuel Futures Day. Turn his mic off. He's a problem. New holiday for football fans. 24 hours of deals on all your futures wagers. Better pricing, better odds. So whatever you're brewing up in preview season. Yes, Cash the Ticket is back. It is preview season. FanDuel app will have you covered. It's a one-day event, August 26th. FanDuel, play your game, 21 and up. Present Michigan. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. The quickest of timeouts, just for us to touch table on the NFL. David, let's try to be professional.
Mike, play that drop for me one more time. Because that is what we're going to talk about for this blitz here. We're going to talk about teams here with the biggest or bust, booming or bust potential for these teams, meaning there is no in between.
Okay.
They either are good or they fall flat on their face this
Here's
season.
a PSA.
So no 9 and 8.
No, if David's asking for bold takes, we're going to get a lot of these wrong. But no fear. Just go with it. Go ahead, David.
Biggest boomer bust teams. Let's start with the Minnesota Vikings. They're either good with JJ or they fall flat on their face this year.
I'm going to go booming. I'm going to go booming because you have so many people around them. It's almost that team is just too big to fail.
I'm going to say bust. I am getting very worried about what I'm seeing and reading about JJ. I know it's training camp, but again, we're forced to say boom or bust. I'm going to say bust.
This next one, and I think it's mainly based on their defense because we know their offense is really good, but they've started slow. This is the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah. I'm going to vote bust. I look, the defense still isn't right. You alienated your team captain and Jermaine Pratt and cut him. You had the Hendrickson noise. You messed around with Shamar Stewart, your first-round pick in the contract. You lost Lou Anarumo. I don't know, man. I'll leave it to Rico. Maybe they just outscore everyone, but that's a brutal division in a brutal conference. I lean bust.
I'm going to go bust as well, David, because I think they're going to start off the year okay, but the second one thing goes wrong, it's going to all fall apart like a house of cards.
I need them to be bad, so Burrow demands a trade, and then he's a Giant in 26.
You have
leave me alone.
Not one, not two, but 3 quarterbacks.
What a blessing.
For this next one, I am definitely going to save the audio for whatever you say.
Okay.
For my receipts, because I'm hoping that you are totally wrong on this
Steelers.
team. It is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
You're demanding boom or bust.
Boom or bust.
I'll say bust. A boom would be 11, 12 wins. I don't see it. I'm not convinced Aaron Rodgers can still play this game. I'm going to say bust.
You've gotten a lot of pieces, David. But if I have to choose, I'm going to go bust as well. I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry?
Because
the guy hasn't experienced a losing season in 20 years. To hell with David and his feelings.
Because even though David doesn't like me, I like David. And
wow,
you from the DK Metcalfs to the Rams, you got a lot of pieces. But it's like, you know what? If Pittsburgh had made all of these moves 5 years ago, wow.
Then it would be booming.
Right.
Yeah, this is like when the Commanders brought in, what was it, Bruce Willis? Not Bruce Willis. I'm sorry.
Bruce Willis? Bruce Willis.
Die Hard.
How about Bruce Smith?
Die
Bruce
Hard.
Smith,
A slight skin differential there.
I'll just move on to the
I
next
love
team
Bruce
now.
Smith and Die Hard.
Man. Yippee-ki-yay, mother.
The next
He
team.
was fabulous in Ghost. Let's look at that pottery scene one more time.
The next team, the New York Jets. Booming or bust?
I think it's a bust.
You know what? To hell with you. Booming. I'm going to say something nice about the Jets.
Wow.
What if I told you that the Jets lead the league in rushing? That Aaron Glenn, they got a two-headed monster with Breece Hall and Braylon Allen, and Justin Fields, even though it's very slight, it's like the Iser plan, has gotten better throwing it each year. Would it shock you if Justin Fields ran for 800 yards?
No.
Defense pretty good?
No, it wouldn't. I mean, if anything, Aaron Glenn saw here, if you could run the ball.
That's right.
You could eventually get some playmakers out on the edge.
Aaron Glenn, best goatee in the league. It's worth 2 wins.
Okay.
I'm going to say booming.
So goatee, good. Red hair, bad.
Oh, awful.
Okay.
Awful.
I'm just the things.
We got to get a list here.
Right.
Yeah.
But the goatee, okay.
I like Aaron Glenn, and my bias is showing. So there, I said something nice about the Jets. See you in 26.
Maybe they can get Bruce Willis next.
Yeah.
The next team on the list, they have reshuffled their entire offensive line, and Tank Dell will be back week 1. That is the Houston Texans.
Of 2027, Tank Dell's still in a wheelchair.
It's a running joke. From David saying it's a 10-day injury. David, his leg fell off.
Booming or bust for the Texans?
I'm going to say boom. Bounce back for CJ. They got the weapons. Nico Collins, key to everything. But I'll say booming.
Yeah.
And they got the best pass rush duo in the league.
Yes. I'm going, everything he just said, booming.
Tank Dell, RIP.
Next team on the list, which I think I know what your answer is going to be.
Yes.
Because their roster is just as bad as their stadium, the Jacksonville Jags.
I'm going to go bust. I'm sorry. Travis Hunter's not going to save this team. I've just seen nothing. Every year, no. It's almost like this is their year.
Oh, God.
And it's not.
This is the year Trevor Lawrence gets it right. I'll say boom. Oh, I know.
He did it.
I know he's a goofball and he can't say Duval appropriately, but Liam Cohen is an offensive genius. I am weirded out by him, but he's an offensive genius. And I do think Travis Hunter is kind of like Odell Beckham Jr. He just reminds me stylistically. They have Brian Thomas. Oh, God, this is turning into Scott Frost. This is the year the Jags get it right.
You do know that every offensive genius is not a good head coach. I give you Adam Gase.
Okay, now hold. You couldn't recover from that press conference. If Cohen's was bad, Gase was awful.
Next, Arizona Cardinals.
Boom.
Booming or bust?
Boom, they're winning the West. This is the best Arizona Cardinals team since the Super Bowl team. It's complete. They invested in the defense, and I don't care if Kyler looks like he wore his dad's helmet to work. Boom. Cardinals, all in. Now, go ahead, Deflator.
Everything he just said, the exact opposite. Bust. I'm sorry.
No. Sorry about what? This is the fun of stuff like this.
I'm just saying, no, not going to happen.
My two bold takes are Arizona's going to be really good, New England's going to be really good. I'll live with it.
They're going to win the West.
I'm going with it. Duval. I think they're going to.
I got more faith in Jacksonville.
Oh, my.
Next team on the list, the Denver Broncos.
I'm going to say bust. I think the Chargers are going to be the team. Look, I may think Harbs is filth, but he's a damn good coach. I think Chargers are going to win the West, and I don't think the Chiefs are going to totally fall apart, so that would leave the Broncos in third. That's bust.
I'm going to go booming. I think that Sean Payton will follow this up. Bo Nix will show, hey, it wasn't just a fluke last year.
He turned 40 this year, too.
Give me the Broncos. I think they'll finish second in the division. I think the Chiefs still have enough.
Oh, please.
They still got enough. It won't be one of those they're going to run away. Kind of like the Lions last year. It may come down to the final game in Week 17.
Man, we got to do the whiteboard show at some point. Chiefs are not winning that division. I can't exist in that world. David?
Only unless Mahomes gets hurt in that sloppy field in Brazil.
Oh, yeah, they do have to go there, don't they?
Yeah.
The last two teams, which I think each of you like, one of them, the Falcons. That's Rico's team.
Well, I'd like to shout out an Atlanta TV station that put up a graphic that their quarterback is Michael Penis Jr.
Yep. That was amazing last night.
Remarkable.
And then
Rico, you worked in TV. Is that producer fired?
Yeah. Probably, yeah. It's just going to go, who put that in the system?
And then the Chicago Bears are the last team. Booming or bust for either?
Booming. I don't care anymore. Booming.
I'm going to go booming for both teams, David. I'm going to go booming for the Bears and for the Falcons. I just think that
I like Ben Johnson.
I like Caleb. I like all the pieces that they put around him.
Oh, we know what you love, though. It's not like it's love. And it might be just lust. You are a Roma Dunze truther.
Well, if that's the case, then it's the same reason why I like the Falcons. Who threw the ball? There we go.
There's a joke in there somewhere. I was about to hit a drop. They should play David's drop every time Penix completes a pass.
We're just going to end that right there.
How could you intro him as Michael Penis Jr.?
I promise you.
Unbelievable.
Whoever wrote that graphic probably has nothing to do with sports and was like, is that his real last name?
No, it's actually French. It's Penis.
Penis.
Penis. Miguel Penis.
That is in football today.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. According to ESPN, the NCAA's ruling is a part of the University of Michigan sign-stealing scandal is set to come down tomorrow. A press conference is expected, which will also reveal the investigation findings as well. The Lions were back in the practice field this morning against the Dolphins. Kirby Joseph, Giomanu, and tight end Sam Laporta were all some of the notables out today. Before practice, Dan Campbell said that Tate Ratledge looked like a starting NFL guard yesterday. Jake Bates was perfect in his field goal attempts, going 5 for 5. With his long being 53 yards as well. Chiefs receiver Rashee Rice is expected to have his disciplinary hearing with the NFL on September 30th, per Adam Schefter. That means he'll likely play the first 4 weeks of the season as well. This all after a multi-vehicle crash. The Tigers begin a series with the Twins tonight in Minnesota. First pitch at 7:40.
Are you okay?
No, you're like skipping to my life. You're trying to...
I'm just waiting for you to be done. Let's go.
The Tigers begin a series with the Twins tonight in Minnesota. Right here on 97.1. The ticket as the
Go
A's
check
Derek
on a baby, will ya?
Skubal heads to the mound. The NBA also set to release the full schedule today at 3:15. The Pistons already know their full cup slate as well. And according to The Athletic, NBC and Apple TV are the top contenders for Major League Baseball's Sunday Night Baseball product. The current rights belong to ESPN. Those two platforms are also in the first playoff round games that ESPN currently owns. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 97.1. Good to have you with us. Beautiful afternoon. A little bit of news, speculation. We'll get to some of the Tiger stuff later in the day, and we do have, just because Rico and David hate it. About 2 weeks from kickoff from tonight, we're going to play Who Am I? Oh, a game they hate. We'll do it in the 4 o'clock.
This is your version of Who Said It,
Yeah.
David version.
Yeah, Big Ten edition.
He was a football player.
Okay,
He played in
Okay,
the
we'll get
40s.
to it. We'll be fine. So what we opened up with, and I appreciate the caller's patience. I'm going to get to you in a second. But for our audience just joining, so the news broke today. We're going to find out, finally, please, thank God, let it end one way or the other. Michigan's going to get whatever they got coming tomorrow. Many people are saying it'll be a nothing burger. A lot of people, look, I fear for the people who have, pinned their personal happiness on this whole deal. Like, God help you if, they're going to nuke the program. Look, all we can do is speculate. I have said this from the beginning. When people have tried to give me some information, I disregard it. I don't know anyone on the Committee on Infractions, and there's an airtight lid on it. And I question any leak because things like this don't really leak. So I'm not mad at anybody. If you think nothing's going to happen, tell me why. What we've tried to do today is just parse, okay, Ross Dellinger today, yeah, Michigan's going to get their notice tomorrow. That's important because they should have gotten it today. You're supposed to have 24 hours. They're not getting it till tomorrow at 9 a.m., giving them no time to form a response, and the NCAA is having a press conference. Do you know the last 2 times the NCAA has had a press conference to announce sanctions?
No.
2012 Penn State.
Oh, well, okay, it was Penn State. Okay.
And
Tennessee?
2017 Louisville basketball when they stripped their title. No, I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm reporting something factual to you.
Well, that's not a good precedent if you're a Michigan fan. You don't want to.
Why would they do a press con? This is what I want to know from the nothing's happening crowd. Not mad at you in the least. I'm asking. If nothing's happening, why would Michigan not get that report today per protocol and instead get it tomorrow morning with no time to respond? Why would there be a press conference? And then this is maybe the biggest one. Why did you fight all this time?
That's the biggest head scratcher to me. It was very simple. If it was this light of penalties, that it was basically just going to be money that you're going to have to pay, you pay it and you move on and you put this behind you, and we're not still talking about it years later.
Correct.
But you're threatening legal action if it doesn't go your way. None of this makes sense.
Right. And now, again, separate the worlds. And I don't think it matters what I say. I went to the wrong school. Noted. I don't know. You still listen, so I can't help you. The point is, I've kept it out of what should happen, and I try to live in the real world. oh, what should happen should be something pretty tasty, but I don't believe in it. I mean, I still will find it hard to believe if some of the whispers out there, Pete Thamel was on McAfee talking about, a fine and a 2-game suspension. All right. First of all, I don't think Pete Thamel knows. Let me just be clear. I don't think anybody knows. But if it's just that, it's what you said. I would have lined up with an edible arrangements and a check saying, all right, get it done. Move on.
Right. That's it. Yeah. That's deal.
So I'm asking, if you're going to say nothing's going to happen, and you have a right to say that because it is Michigan and it is the NCAA, but just explain the 3 questions I asked. Why would you not get that report that the bylaws say you should have today, and instead you're getting it tomorrow right near a press conference, part 2, and then why the hell did you bother taking it to a committee on infractions if these were the penalties? Yeah. Just be done with it. So, David, first time today, let's get some ticket text.
And hold on, real quick to add to that.
Yes.
Why would you then come out with your own self-imposed sanctions if this was going to be the penalty?
I don't know. Question mark? I don't understand any of it. But again, from the very beginning, what did I say? Even when it was 2023 with David, watch the games, take your dad, enjoy, do your thing. You cheated. I'm good over here. You're good over there. Don't ask me to validate your title. And you don't have to care what I think. Correct. You're an adult.
Correct.
That's been my jam the last couple of years. I don't know. Yes, I screw around with David and I call him the cheaters and best. I mean, you know what? If I can't have fun, what's the point of sports?
True.
David?
Can't wait for the quote-unquote hammer tomorrow for Michigan. The NCAA has nothing, LOL. That's from Joe in Lake Orion.
Where did the hammer thing come from? Like, wait, who's been talking about the hammer?
I think that was.
I know Jeremy Otto talks about the hammer a lot. The point is,
he doesn't talk about it. He is about it.
Okay.
No, I think the Buckeye websites have really been saying,
well then, hey man, then
watch
direct
out
it
for this.
Then
Watch out
direct
for
it
this.
that way.
I tell Mike, it's the Michigan victory lap. See, told you.
Victory. We cheated.
We cheated better than anybody's ever cheated before, and we got away with it.
Look, on some level, I will tell you, it feels like Ocean's 11. They're Danny Ocean.
Yeah.
They cheated. They stole. They just didn't get caught.
And in the end, they still got the girl.
It worked out.
Yeah.
I love that movie. David, go ahead.
Someone's answering your question a little bit, saying, full disclosure, I'm a Buckeye fan. The NCAA can delay the release of the NOA findings for from the typical 24 hours if they feel there's a reason to believe the findings will be leaked.
Well, yeah, I mean, okay. How do you answer for the press conference?
Yeah.
And I just want to know from a Michigan.
I guess the press conference comes out because they know that the findings won't be leaked. So even by the time people are scrambling, you only got 3 hours.
I want to know why Michigan fought it at all if those rumored penalties were real.
Right there.
That just would annoy me if I were Wolverine. Like, why did we do this?
Why did you fight it? And then why did you come up with your own set of penalties? If it wasn't going to be about anything, neither one of those makes sense.
David?
This also doesn't make sense. Someone says, I don't get the victory lap right now, when literally no one outside of the COI knows the exact punishments. Why celebrate before you know what it is?
I don't know. Look, man, it's college football fans, and I'll defend Michigan fans in this one regard. Every fan base has got a sect like this, whether it's A&M, whether it's Bama, any big-time college football program, you got some wackos.
It is true, but though I would love that whole Desmond Howard thumbs up 10 seconds too early.
Oh, the 2015 game? Hate to see it.
Why did you bring that up? I can't stand you, Rico. Oh, man.
Hate to see it. David, go ahead.
I think it'll be a big fine, loss of some scholarships, and maybe a year postseason ban, plus show cause for the coaches that left college anyway.
Well, listen, I mean, there's value in the show cause because it's a scarlet letter and it's an admission you're filth. Now, the postseason ban thing, I mean, that's about the extent of it. Now look, if you start talking about vacating wins and stuff, I think that depends on who you are as a person and what you value.
I think, to me, that's just the easiest thing. We had this discussion, David. If I'm a fan, I just take the vacated wins because they happen. rather than the future of a postseason ban because you're cutting your legs off. Like, you may have an opportunity to be really good in this new playoff system.
Right. Like, what if Bryce Underwood is Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah, take the ban. Because here's the thing, even if you're good, you may not have these same people around in 3 years when your ban is lifted.
Well, hell, maybe Michigan gets to choose the year they're banned.
Or that.
Like the Sharon
2035.
You know what? If that's the case, they'll probably take the ban for last year. You could erase last year.
David, let me ask you one question, and then we got a full rack of calls,
Yes.
and we're going to go caller-driven the rest of the hour. Like, do you understand that? Like, I know you've worked with me every day for a long, long time. Do you understand when we talk about things like this why I think college football is such a joke?
Of course.
Do you at least understand why I feel the way I feel about the entire sport?
About everything. I mean, we'll wait. That's one name there. You can talk about, and Bill Self. I mean, there's a lot of things that's happened in the NCAA that's like, what?
It's almost the more receipts that they have and the more proof that they have, nothing happens.
Right. Like, I mean, when it was that FBI wiretap thing in college hoops.
Yeah.
Whatever became of that? Oh no, Patino had sex on a bistro. And you're like, oh, take that title. What?
I'm with you.
All right, carry on. 248-539-9797. Okay, calls all hour next. A lot of you need to replace your roof. But be forewarned, there are roofing companies out there that just skip, cut corners. They don't do it right. You need a top-class contractor to do this. That's Victor's. They start with a ventilation plan for that attic. You don't do that, you're getting mold, wood rot, tons of problems. And it won't matter what roof you put on there. You're going to have to rip the damn thing off and do it again. With Victor's, they have a plan. They don't start until everything is airtight. That's how they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Call Victor's. Get that 21-point roof inspection. That includes the inspection of the attic and the ventilation. 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS. Or you can book an appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, straight to the people. We go to Brendan. He's been incredibly patient. Brendan, I'm sorry it took so long. Welcome. What's going on, buddy?
Not much, guys. I know you're expecting a nothing burger in this, but can I interest you perhaps instead in a Schadenfreude smoothie?
1,000%. I'm here for it.
Schadenfreude smoothie.
So you guys did mention in the last segment that the vacating of wins wouldn't be that big of a deal.
I did
And
not say that. I said it depends on your perspective.
Right. But I would say that you're correct there. If Michigan State were to vacate wins, it wouldn't matter, right? But what does the University of Michigan define themselves as?
The winningest team ever.
Winningest team ever. So right now they have 1,012 wins all time, which is tops in the nation. If you were to remove the 2021, which was the first year of Connor Stallions, that drops them down to 1,000. If you remove the wins from 2022, that drops them down to 987. If you remove the 9 wins, so we're going to be generous and give them from everything from Penn State on. So if you were to remove the 9 wins from that season, that drops them to 978, putting them in a tied lead for the winningest program with none other than the Ohio State University. So Michigan, in their attempt to achieve a national championship, it's like the Avengers thing, right? Where Thanos is asked by young Gamora, she's like, did you get it? And he's like, yes. And he's like, what did it cost you?
Everything.
Everything. It will cost them everything for a title that everyone will look at sideways.
Brendan,
and they will
you're
lose
fired
the moniker of the winningest college football program of all time.
It would be delightful. But let me ask you this, though. So let's rewind. So I have the 3 questions. If it's truly nothing, if it's nothing, and I deem a 2-game suspension for more and a fine nothing. Now, the Harbaugh show cause would be a delight because that's a stain you have to wear forever. But, Brendan, if it's nothing, why did they fight it for 2 years?
Well, they fought it for 2. This is why I don't think it's nothing, and this is why you're fighting it. Like a bowl ban would be meaningless because they are entering into a down period, and perhaps even Sharon Moore getting canned, they wouldn't be that upset about anyway because he was probably the fall guy, middle guy to whatever they transition to after this. But if they lose the wins, you're losing close to 30 wins, which is it's near impossible to make that back up. You can't make that back up. You can't get that lead back. So fighting this is about fighting. If I'm looking at it, you're fighting to keep the wins because if you lose those, you're losing the identity of your program.
Oh yeah, Brendan.
That's fair because nobody values the wins more than Michigan.
I love what you're selling. And look, again, the perspective part, they had a guy dressed up on my team sideline. I'd love to see some vacation of games. But, I never get hung up in stuff like that because, Brendan, you know what I know. 90% of sports right now is a con. And in college football, it's about 99%.
And Michigan's win total is part of the con you're talking about because how many of those wins are against Wabash or teaching Notre Dame how to play football?
Agree.
Or,
I know. I've done it all. Brendan, they played the Michigan School for the Deaf. They're 3-0. I'm with you. Brendan, I'm with you. I like to leave a space open for reality.
They also played the Red Cross, I believe.
Okay. Do I think, they invited the Windsor Surgeons Club to play They were going to teach them, is what he's referring to.
Yeah.
One problem. Windsor Surgeons Club didn't realize score was being kept.
And a couple high schools.
Including your fake one. The whole point I'm trying to make in all of this is that, look, what should happen, it's clear. I don't need to say it. But I have got to see it to believe it. Do I think the NCAA had a hard-on for Harbaugh? Yes. Do I think Michigan did everything they could to flout this cheating scandal? Of course I do. If the NCAA wants to show that they actually have any teeth, remember, they're losing in court a lot in antitrust matters. They're losing on things like NIL. They're losing on things about player rights. That doesn't affect that every school, including Michigan, you sign on to the NCAA bylaws. You agree to those. Does the NCAA have discipline guidelines? Yes. Would they have to deviate from those guidelines? In order to give Michigan a slap on the wrist? Yes. All of these things. Guys, I'm not fighting them. But I'm also not I hate the prediction business. I have no information. And my happiness is not tied to this. I got what I wanted. I get to call David a cheater every day I walk in. It's great.
Yeah, I'm so confused because
I'm kidding. You're lovely.
I really have no understanding of which way this thing goes. A press conference, you fought it, but it's going to be a slap on the wrist. So why the press conference? Why did you fight it? Why didn't you just go? Why did you give your own punishment to the NCAA and say, will this be good enough?
It'll be funnier when CMU gets the harsher penalty.
Oh, that we could put up on the board right there. I fully believe Central Michigan will get hit with like a 2 or 3 year bowl ban.
MSU should never play CMU in another sport again. Let those poverty bastards choke and die.
Ever. Or if you want to come to Kent, you pay us.
No.
Take the check.
No, the answer's no.
Don't worry, we'll play them.
Good. Maybe you can recruit some more coaches to do your bidding.
But your coach won't be there, David. That's one of the games he said I'll sit out. That powerhouse team.
Let's go to Christian, 97.1. Christian, how you doing?
Good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Loud and clear.
Awesome. So I think it's obviously something's going to happen tomorrow. The question to me is whether it's enough or not enough. And I think no matter what the punishment is, Michigan, to your point earlier, Mike, if it's anything above nothing, they're going to be pissed. If it's whatever's being leaked, or if it's anything that's deemed not enough by the rest of the whole world, then everyone else is going to be pissed.
And so, Christian, just quickly, I think there are certain people out there, it won't matter what happens to Michigan, they won't be happy. I mean, you have people who don't live in reality who think that, like, all of a sudden Michigan will be put in timeout. Like, this isn't 1987.
They shut the program down.
It's not, right, that's not happening. So, yeah, Christian, you're right. I think everyone's going to be upset tomorrow. And I'll just watch the world burn in a folding chair.
Yeah, not a good day. And I think that kind of almost answers one of your other questions. And I got nothing as far as the press conference goes. Well, I got something. I'll tell you in a second. But
sure.
I think the reason that they fought it for so long is because the thing that Michigan, the alums, the people in the media, the everybody, former players, the thing that they do best is play the aggrieved. They love to play the role of the victim, of the aggrieved. So I think that by fighting it for so long, they kind of preserve they preserve their ability to do that. No? Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, you know what, Christian? No, you're not wrong. And you can always be a victim. Always.
Yeah.
I mean, look at NBA players. Nobody believed in us. And it's like, dude, you're the Warriors. You won 85 games.
Georgia football.
Yeah. Everybody's doubting you. No, Christian, I think that's part of their playbook, and they have a very good PR team, Wojo being a part of it. They are very good at controlling the message. They're excellent.
Yeah. The press conference thing, my best guess is this is honestly probably the worst time, I think you guys will agree with me, in the history of the NCAA's existence for them to have to levy a punishment that is largely like unprecedented. This is the worst time with the amount of money that's in it and the lack of control that we've seen for the past however many years with the NIL, with the transfer portal, with the Wild West that is college football. So I think that this being a Friday afternoon press conference, does any of that scream Friday news dump to you guys?
If it was at 6 p.m., yes. But it's at noon, apparently.
Okay.
Christian, I just know this, brother. I don't, whatever happens tomorrow happens, and then I never have to talk about it again. I'm so bored by it because, you know what it is, Christian? You get worn out. It's 3 years. 2 of the 3 years, you're dealing with lunatics. You couldn't even get them to admit they did something wrong. And it's like, this is why I don't have kids.
And then they admitted that they did something wrong and said, what about this penalty? Is this penalty good enough? And we'll find out.
I mean, do we all agree nothing changes tomorrow? I mean, look, if they got substantial penalties, like if you're asking me, not that you have, if you asked me, what would I like to see happen?
Mike, what would you like to see?
No, well, I'm not going to get what I want. It has to do with an asteroid. But outside of that, Sharon Moore show cause.
See,
you had Connor whispering nothings in your ear on the sideline, which means you benefited from this crap, which means you're a repeat offender. Why should you be the head coach here?
Because, see, I'm looking at the bigger picture. the slap on the wrist. You keep saying, TV has ruined college football. This has the potential of really just saying, okay, there is no line. There are no boundaries. You only go as far as you want to go and just pay everybody, do everything.
The problem is
because it's all legal.
So tomorrow, Bumpy Johnson and Frank Lucas start running Michigan State University.
Yeah.
Rico, there'd be a crater in the earth. What would happen if it was MSU who did this? They'd be dead, and I'd be the one digging the hole. See, that's the difference. I'm not like these people.
Right, but MSU would have shot the people and buried them and said, no, we're going to take care of it ourselves. Right, but I'm just saying, but at this point, yes, I want Bumpy and Frank Lucas just because the new precedent is every year set aside $10 to $14 million and you'll be okay.
Rico says Coke and hookers, 248. All right, 97.1.
All right, you're looking for the best deals? You're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models. Only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Why Hamilton is leading the way with the unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction because Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, tough truck, spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory and the selection is best right now. So you don't have to wait months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget, no matter how many kids you have, including the August Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT for $329 a month for 36 months. You walk into Hamilton with $995 down, you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I always say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing, all-day IPA. The full NBA schedule is out. Some of the landmarks for Detroit include the season opener against Chicago on October 22nd on the road. They head to Houston after that. The home opener comes shortly after on Sunday, October 26th at 3:30 against the Celtics. The Lakers, Thunder, Warriors, and Knicks are all tied for the most national TV games at 34. The Pistons got 16 this year, which includes Peacock's inaugural NBA doubleheader. The Lions were back on the joint practice field against the Dolphins. Sam Laporta was missing. Dan Campbell was vague on that front, but said he would miss a little bit of time, but it's not serious. Lions review coming up right here on the ticket at 6 as well.
And if you want the play-by-play of that practice, you can Odyssey Rewind to Doug and Scott.
Yes. The Tigers and Twins begin a series tonight in Minnesota. It's Tarek Skubal against Bailey Ober on the mound. First pitch at 7:40 right here on the ticket. The Michigan sign-stealing ruling is expected tomorrow as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 971theticket.com.
Straight to the people. We're gonna play Who Am I? A reprisal. We're about 2 weeks from kickoff. So just to bust Rico's chops, little Big Ten edition of the game he hates most. But right now it's back to your phone calls. Mark. Whoa, Mark, gonna need you to put the windows up. There he is. What's up, Mark?
Hey, boys. How are you?
Good.
Hey. Feel like, given some of my opinions on this, I'm kind of walking into the lion's den with the two of you. But
no.
You know, Mike, I've called. I think you know me as a pretty reasonable Michigan fan. You know, I have my degrees from there. And I think ultimately what is going to come down tomorrow is going to depend almost entirely on what evidence the NCAA has been able to uncover involving who knew.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if Harbaugh knew, I'll be the first one to say that the penalty should be severe. I'd even extend that down to either one of the two coordinators, whether McDonald, Minter, or Sharon Moore.
Yeah, and Minter serving a show cause tells you knew.
I get it. And look, I mean, here's the thing. You know, when I was in law school, we used to call these people gunners, right? And, you know, these are the people that they would steal a book out of the library that the entire class needed in order to finish a research project so they could get a better grade. And when we all went off to do summer clerkships, you know, they would lie, cheat, and steal so that they looked better than the rest of us to the partners and to the people making hiring decisions. You know, is that what Connor Stallions was doing? Was he basically, you know, the mentor, where the coordinators and Harbaugh looking at this guy, he's a genius. We don't know how he's doing it. He's just a damn genius and was at stealing signs. If he was rogue, if they didn't know until the whistle got blown, I think that's an entirely different situation than if, you know, coordinator level up was in on it. It's obvious that the linebacker coach, what's his name, Partridge, was in on it. You know, it seems like he knew something because he got axed right away.
Well, Mark, fair enough. I'll let you finish. But for what you said, if what you said is true, I understand. But knowing what I know about college football coaches, they're going to want to know, where did you get this from? Or do I need to know where you got this from? Because they're just not going to take some random guy off the sideline and call him a genius. But he has to show them data. Hey, I know what I'm talking about. I got proof of what I'm talking about. And people had to know in order to get Harbaugh to say, okay, stand next to me during the games.
Look, and this is, I got two answers to that, one of which is I'm going to, I think, you know, put a pretty big spike into Harbaugh. But the first answer is, you know, everybody knows the guy went to the Naval Academy. He was a United States Marine intelligence officer whose specialty was, you know, decoding, you know, just decoding messages. You know, if he's telling the coaches, look, this is what I went to school for, I'm this good at it, I'm not sure the coaches would go any further than that. But here's the other part of this, and it kind of goes along with the question Mike keeps asking too, which is, if this is all it is, then why did Michigan fight so hard? Because I can tell you, as an alum of the school, I don't give a damn about the 1,000 wins or what happened in 1920. I care about the game I saw against Washington with my son in Houston. That's what I care about, okay? And I will say this. How much do we really know about what went down the last few days of Harbaugh leaving the university? It seems like it got pretty damn ugly. It seems like there was a lot of mistrust, Harbaugh demanding that basically the university insulate him and his contract if this came down. I mean, if Lord Manuel and the university bowed down to Harbaugh and said, look, and he said to them, look, you're going to fight this or I'm out of here. And they fought it. And then once you go down that road, thinking just how lawyers think, because that's what I do, you go down that road, you start fighting. With the worst thing that you can do to any dispute is when the parties go to court or the parties start fighting with each other, because then you become pot committed to the fight. Like Michigan was not going to back down at that point, even after Harbaugh left. If they had called me, would I have given all right, guys, look, Harbaugh's gone now. All right. We are pulling the damn plug on this nonsense. We are going to take our punishment, but I don't think that's what.
No, and Mark, you know what's really interesting to your point though is didn't they switch representation midway through this saga? So not only did they fight, then they retained new representation to fight even more. It's truly fascinating.
I think that's a very insightful fact, Mike. I think that. And I'm not saying what should happen, mind you guys. I'm saying what I think the NCAA is going to do. And I think that if the NCAA does not have a smoking gun of what Harbaugh and the coordinators knew, and I don't think they do, because if they did, that the Atlantic, or the Athletic or Yahoo or somebody would have broken that story. If that
the problem is though, and Mark, I'm up against it. It's a great call and it's a totally reasonable conversation. I have thoughts on it, but I want to stay timely because David has already flipped me off twice today. I want to answer something Mark asked.
Okay,
and we'll do it next. But I have to behave because I don't want David upset. We don't need to see that. You're in a very bad mood, David. You were on vacation all last week. What's the problem? Listen, we've talked about Northville Lumber for a long time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. Stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex decking you need when you need it. So plan it, build it, buy it with the best in class. It's Northville Lumber. Stop by. And no matter what you see, yes, it's in stock. That's their game. Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. We're going to get to the last couple of callers. I want to answer something our last caller. Very reasonable conversation with a Wolverine.
It was.
But I want to answer something because here's my one thing. We get into semantics, and it's this idea of, well, what did they know and when did they know it? And I want to remind, I believe it was Mark, this is not a court of law. This is not a murder trial. If it seems like, sounds like, it is. Mm-hmm. And part two of that is this. I go back 3 years ago, and I remember when people were literally unhinged and screaming at us. And I'm going, guys, if it didn't provide an advantage, why did he do it? If it didn't provide an advantage, who was funding him and why did they fund him? Why was he sending dozens of people to dozens of games to get copy of the sidelines and the signalers? Oh, well, he used the all 22. No, he didn't. The all 22 does not feature that. Why did he have the seats staring at the signalers for Ohio State and Penn State? And after he got busted, those seats were empty. My whole point is, I don't accept being willfully ignorant, and neither does the NCAA, if they stick to their bylaws. Yes, you're poised to speak.
No, because I'm going to add to this, Mike. How did he get on the sideline? How is he standing right next to the coach? Because people, let me give you a little known secret. When it comes to game day preparation,
you don't get near the head coach.
No one talks to the coaching staff, the players, anything, okay? They are dialed in, they are locked in, they are focused. Some random GA does not get to talk to the coach, or else that's his last game,
right?
Period. There is a chain of command, and for him to be standing next to him when he calls a play and everybody looks at him and then they do the same motion tells me there's a lot more to this than just he was a Navy code breaker.
No, exactly. And look, here's the other thing. And again, I've said this all before. The NCAA doesn't care if you knew. You're the head coach. You're responsible. It's in the bylaws. No quote from a Bo Schembechler book. I'm saying it's just what it is. It's why Harbaugh will have a show cause. What happens tomorrow? I don't know, man. I know what should happen. I know what common sense would say. But I will always defer back to the NCAA is useless as boobs on a log. So it just really doesn't matter. We'll see.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but...
Yeah, why the press... There's so many questions.
I know. Let's go to Tim. He's in Los Angeles. He'll get the last say on this, and then we're going to move on to some other stuff. Tim, thanks for hanging, man. I'm sorry it took that long.
Hey, guys. No problem. I'm glad to take the call because I don't have any real sports fans out here in L.A. to talk sports with, so my Odyssey Rewind is the only thing I have to hang on to since we moved from Michigan. So
I'm glad we can help.
Absolutely. I'm a U of M grad who's pissed off and just wants this to be over, frankly, because I'm tired of having like an asterisk over everything that we do. I went to school back during the Fab Five era, and I feel like, that pissed me off back then. Black eye, and then in '97, I still have people telling me that it was a split national championship and Nebraska would have beat us. And so we finally get one. I get my T-shirt. We get to go to the Rose Bowl. I have my Rose Bowl T-shirt. We take good pictures, but yet this is still going to be hanging over us until we can just pull off the Band-Aid, get rid of it. Whether more needs to go or whatever we need to do to just be over it and done. I'll be happy with. Like, my identity is not tied up in football. It's that I got a degree from there, not what the football team does or does not do. And so I'll be glad after tomorrow, no matter what happens.
Oh, I will too, because I don't get the people who think this is somehow enjoyable. Like the first couple of shows, it was fun to rage and be like, wait, you had a guy in costume on our sideline. Everything after that, Tim, it just turns into people not living in the real world and like, I'm with you, Rico. They went from it was a lone wolf to no competitive advantage to, all right, there was an advantage, but nobody knew. But then they knew, but they didn't exactly know. And you're like, guys, what are we doing? You cheated. Just end it. What are we doing?
Until it got to the point where, well, it was a few years ago. Can't we just forget all about it? And what if we just give you this penalty? Is this penalty good enough so we can just move on? Like, well, you started off with saying it wasn't anything.
If it was 10 years ago I would still be enraged because I deeply loved the sport. It's not 10 years ago. So for me, I think I've been largely decently calm about it. Because this sport's a joke.
No, it is.
And if the NCAA does nothing, then I don't know what. Then Godspeed to anybody who spends a good amount of money on this sport. And if you're a Michigan fan, do your thing.
No, but that's just it. If the NCAA does nothing, this has nothing to do with Michigan. It's the message that you're sending to LSU, to Auburn, to Florida State, to all of those schools who have money. You know what? There's a price for a championship. It's about $14 million. We can afford that. Let's go get it.
But you know that wouldn't happen if State did it. You know it, brother. No, but you know what the NCAA be warming up tomorrow?
Okay, but here's the thing.
They'd put Sparty on stage, and they'd drop an anvil on his skull.
I don't think Michigan State's had an AD so defiant as Ward Manuel, who just says, don't ask me about anything, and nothing has happened.
No, we had Paul Blart.
Even going back to Mark Hollis, who stepped down for something he had no knowledge of. But he's just stepped down because he's like, I got to do this. I got to do the right thing. And it's like, Ward was just like, the hell with y'all. You got to charge me for something because I'm Ward Manuel, bitches.
Rico wins. And David on the ticket test. Couch.
That's good. Right. Someone says, just give us a death penalty and get over with it. I'm ready for it to be
They
done.
don't even do that. And stop. Yep. No one with a brain thinks that's happening.
Strip their natty or it's a joke.
Okay, I'm going to remind you of something. The NCAA can't do that directly. If that is what you're chasing, A, I think you'll be disappointed. But B, it would take a vacation of wins and a recommendation by the NCAA. Then the CFP, in all likelihood, and they've been on record, they would follow the recommendation of the NCAA.
If the games are stripped, then I think the CFP would realize how ridiculous this looks. But
right, they had a 0-0 record.
Right.
Champions.
I'll put money on the punishment being way more than 2 games and a fine. I'm expecting something serious like a year suspension and some scholarships from TV.
Well, scholarships don't matter. Now it's just roster size, and you can pay everybody. So the scholarship is...
So you're not on scholarship, but you're a walk-on
who makes $8 million.
Right.
As a Michigan fan, I think that the reason that we fought this hard is because of the holier-than-thou attitude our university is. Our ego is too big to admit that we cheated.
That could be a great point of, once again, going back to the whole kid getting pulled over and I'm going to give you a warning, or I'm going to call my dad. Kid, I'm giving you a warning. No, you don't have the right to pull me over.
I'm going to have your badge.
Or you could have just took the warning and drove off.
Something has to happen to Michigan. Otherwise, what's to stop anyone?
I will say it again. If you think Washington State could pull this off and get a nothing burger, it's fun to say it it's a free-for-all. No, it's not.
Mike, it can happen, but only the serious schools or the SEC know, okay, we have to have a unified force. Nobody can back down, and we'll fight this. And even though we look ridiculous, we're going to stand united and fight this.
You don't need illegal scouting. You need a bunch of money, some roids, and a little bit of coke.
No, because
get out there and kill them all.
No, because you're going to
Tony Montana plan.
The media is going to come after you, and you, instead of answering their questions, you simply say, "We're not talking about this."
Okay.
I mean, that's what they did. David, that's exactly what they did. We're not talking about this. And then you handed Ward Manuel AD of the year in the Big Ten. Really? Wow.
Yeah, but you can either let it upset you or you can laugh at it.
No, I'm saying for other schools, Michigan's giving you the blueprint of what to do.
MSU.
Don't fight it. Follow it.
What was the name of the bomb we dropped on Iran? That's what they would have dropped on MSU if we did this. The bunker buster or whatever it is. They would have actually hit Spartan Stadium with that.
Oh, yeah. You know what they did? Remember, it was called the Fight in the Tunnel.
Ah, yes. Kirk Cousins was there. Yeah. All right. Do you guys, you want to have some fun?
Yes.
We have Who Am I?
No.
Okay. Rico hates this. Corbin's going to join us. David, you're god-awful. This should be exciting. Big Ten edition. We're 2 weeks out. Saturday night. And you don't have to stream this. We'll be back with it next.
Or you can stream it.
97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The NBA has released their full schedule for the 2025 seasons. The Pistons will start the season on the road with a pair of games against the Bulls and Rockets. They return home for the first time on Sunday, October 26th against the Celtics. That's a 3:30 start.
That's a win.
The team announced it with a video on X labeled "New schedule just dropped equals no more rookie duties for Ron." Holland seen at a copier making duplicates at the schedule, asking why does he have such a task still. It ended with him calling for new rookie Chaz Lanier. Jeez, the Lions hit the practice. Censor this man. The Lions hit the practice field at Allen Park for the second time against the Dolphins. Sam Laporta was not at practice. Dan Campbell said he would be out for a little bit, but he's not suffering anything serious. Here, Wojo, Will Birchfield, and Dan Miller coming up at 6 right here on Lions Review. According to ESPN, the NCAA's ruling as a part of the University of Michigan sign stealing scandal is set to come down tomorrow. A press conference is expected, which will also reveal the investigation's findings. The Tigers and Twins begin a 4-game series in Minnesota tonight. Tarek Skubal faces Bailey Ober on the mound. The righty Ober has a 5.16 ERA. Hear the game right here on the ticket at 7:40. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get some football in the mix. Blitz, music, David. Yes. The worst sport on the planet. Let's talk about it.
It is the worst sport on the planet. But I want to do this here. It is some betting that I want to get to here for college football.
Yes.
Let's go through the top 25. There's a bet for every team. I'm not going to go through every team.
I want
top
all 25 of them. Let's go.
Top 10 is what I want to focus on. Just a few outside of it that I liked. For number 24, Tennessee Volunteers, it says the best bet would go plus 105, Tennessee over 8.5 wins. Would you like that one?
I don't. No. I mean, I understand getting a transfer QB and Aguilar to come over and maybe save them. This is still a Josh Heupel offense, and you're basing it not on Nico of last year. The idea was development and Nico's breakout party. And I think the SEC is on a revenge tour this year. I'm out on Tennessee.
Exactly what he said, David. No, I don't see Tennessee gathering up those wins. They basically did a quarterback swap with UCLA.
And now Appalachian State's QB has to save you.
And now you have to basically start all over with a brand new QB in this system. So no.
Very similar thing here with number 20, Indiana, plus 115, Indiana over 8.5 wins. It's also done for them.
I think so. The magic is gone. Most of the James Madison people are gone. Signetti's going to have to start from scratch, and he's going to have to show that he's a real coach and not just bringing over his kids from his previous marriage.
They still don't play anybody, and I can't wait to pick against them when they play Illinois week 4. I just can't take any more of the Signetti stuff.
Wait, you're going full moo-moo?
Moo-moo. Wow. I'm betting on a coach who wears a duvet cover. I'm in.
Mike, never go full moo-moo.
Well, it's a day that ends in Y. Bielema does. Yes, David.
The last one outside of the top 10 that interests me was at number 18, the Oklahoma Sooners. It is Oklahoma under 6.5 wins at plus 135.
I disagree. Look, it's a referendum year on Venables. They have, hopefully, a healthier year. And if John Mateer is not in gambling trouble, he's a superstar. And they got Jaden Ott. Yeah. It's a bounce back year for them. And it's all on now. Like, it's got to happen for them. And 6.5, like, come on, man. If you can't go 7-5 with the resources they have, get gone.
He's fired. I think Mateer is going to be a little bit miffed because of all this gambling stuff coming out. Yeah, I think that they will clear that easily.
So let's get into the top 10. Let's start at number 9 with the LSU Tigers. At plus 135, LSU under 8.5 wins.
You know what? No, David, I'm going to go over. I think they get to 9 wins. Why? Because I think the common theme is what I'm going to say. If you have an experienced quarterback in college football, you have a leg up on your opponent because he knows the system. So with Nussmeier there, I'm going to go over.
I mean, I still think they're going to lose to Clemson in the opener, but man, if Kelly goes 8-4, he's toast. The defense has incrementally gotten better. Whit Weeks is still back. Second year in the new DC system, and you're right. When you have experience and you have a quarterback that has multiple years in that scheme, look, I don't think they're going to win the SEC. I think they're going to have a good year, and they get a couple of their biggest games at home. Those have to be wins.
Number 8, Alabama Crimson Tide.
Over.
The bet for them is Alabama to miss the playoff at plus 125.
I disagree.
Ooh, wow.
I disagree. First of all, they might have the best defense in America.
Yeah.
That's one. 2, Bama O-line is back, led by Caden Proctor, who's going to play at 365 pounds with a 34-inch vert. That's nuts.
Yeah.
If Ty Simpson is just not ass, they'll make the playoffs.
If he's just don't turn the ball over Ty, then yeah, they will make the playoffs, David. Wow, that's real to not make the playoffs?
Plus 125, yes.
That seems like just easy money.
Number 7, Oregon Ducks. The bet for them is Oregon to miss the playoff at plus 210.
Why is this the most negative list ever? Look, they bring so much to the NIL table. They've recruited the trenches so well. This is about Dante Moore. I would defer to Rico.
No.
He knows the kid. He's his quarterback coach in the offseason. My fear is Dan Lanning is like James Franklin light. If it's a big game, Lanning comes up small.
Well, and the fact that Dante Moore in the system, David, but didn't really play last year. That's going to be a problem. Learning on the fly. There's certain schools where you don't get that opportunity. You start screwing up, they have to go to the next guy and the next guy and the next guy. I would actually take that bet.
I'll just
Oregon
tell you,
does not.
Corbin, who is sitting next to me today, Oregon fan, looked like he wanted to kill me when I said that, missed the playoffs. So sorry, Corbin.
David, it really does boil to the quarterback because you can have all the speed and everything out there, but if you can't move the ball down the field, I would take that bet of them not making it.
So number 6, Notre Dame. The best bet for them is minus 2.5 at Miami to open the season.
Wait, say it again.
Their best bet for them is the game that they open up with at Miami, minus 2.5 for Notre Dame.
Leave me out of it. It's C.J. Carr in his first career game. Carson Beck, very uneven last season. I'll take Marcus Freeman all day, every day over Mario Cristobal, so I would just go there.
Yeah.
But I think that's a game I don't see any advantage to. You're on your own.
Well, it's a field goal, basically. So, yeah, that's Vegas odds maker did a great job with that, David, but I would slightly take Notre Dame. I would take Notre Dame in that bet.
So the next two here, they're positive. For number
You're
5,
positive
Georgia.
they're negative?
For number 5, Georgia, it is Georgia over 9.5 wins at minus 180. And for number 4, Clemson, it is the best bet for them. Tigers to make the playoffs at minus 145.
I would take the Tigers to make the playoffs. I think the Tigers will probably win the ACC.
You're such a Clemson hater, and even you're on board. That lets me know. Look, it's a returning QB, and they hit the portal, got 3 big-time wide receivers.
He changed. He embraced the new college football. So if he could change, I can change.
That's right.
We all can change.
And Georgia under. I don't like Gunnar Stockton. I think there's a little bit of a talent drain. If you look at PFF's top 50 players in America, there's one Georgia Bulldog on it. I just don't see it. And I told you, I think the SEC top to bottom is as good as I've ever seen it. I think Georgia's going to have some problems.
Next would be number 3, Ohio State. Their best bet would be their game against Texas. They are the favorite at 2.5.
First time a preseason number 1's been an underdog to open the season. Wow. But I just don't know anything about Julian Sayin. That's my problem.
And the game's at Columbus too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, F Fox. Big noon kickoff. It should be a night game. It should be a night game. Texas and OSU week 1. How's that not a night game? Noon? Couldn't even give us 4 o'clock?
No. You can't blame me for this one.
Nope.
I'm with you. That should be a night game.
Disgrace.
As a matter of fact, that should be the Labor Day game, Labor Day night, like
Sunday night.
Build it all the way up the weekend and let that cap off the weekend.
And then I'll close it out with this one because it leads right into it, what you just said, which is number 1, Texas. The best bet there at plus 220, Texas to miss the playoff.
Look,
that means Arch failed.
My issue for them, they have a very good defense. I think Bama's will be a bit better, but Texas is right there. But they only return 3 starters on offense. And no matter what snaps Arch took against UTSA or whatever, this is live fire. Now, the benefit, you have Sark tailoring the offense.
Right, but maybe we should just listen to Archie Manning and say, hey, my grandson's not ready for the NFL. Maybe we're putting too much pressure on Arch because he's a Manning, but who's to say that he is ready for this, David? That may not be a bad bet to put a couple bucks on.
That is your college football blitz.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. It's a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. You can feel your best self with the best in-class equipment, from full workouts, from strength training to cardio to stretching. They got brand new machines in there, convenient hours that'll fit your schedule and your routine, tons of television, clean environment, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus specifically on you. If that sounds like something you want, which it should, go to your local Planet Fitness right now. $1 down will get you started on a membership. And while you're there, you might as well sign up for the Black Card, where you can recover with the hydro massage and other innovative amenities. Plus, with the Black Card, you can bring a free guest anytime you want. That's somebody who can keep you motivated. The Black Card is just $24.99 a month. But right now, get started with your Planet Fitness membership. $1 down is all it takes. Go to your local Planet Fitness right now to sign up, or you can go online or use the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Well, David's just pointing to me, and that must mean it's time for me to tell you about David Feminino. You've been in an auto accident. You're drowning in medical bills. You're dealing with insurance companies that don't care about you. It's time to call in injury attorney David Feminino. Get David, get paid isn't just a catchphrase. It's a promise. He's going to get to work, get you what you deserve. Call David today, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, let's do this. Rico hates it. David's awful at it. Corbin has no clue what the hell it is. We used to do this all the time, but in a run-up to college football. Not the COI crap, actual football. I wanted to just test run it, and we'll do this in the lead up to the season. I have a Big Ten edition. Who am I?
Drew Stanton.
All right. So here's how it works, people.
Okay.
If you're new, I'm going to give clues. These are Big Ten players, and I'm going to be helpful to Rico. These are Big Ten players who played during the last 10 seasons. Nothing
Okay.
crazy.
So back to 2015.
Correct.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
within that time period.
Thank you. I'm like, oh my God.
Totally legitimate.
Who was the Nebraska running back in 1970?
If you feel like you got the answer, let's announce I have the answer. Notate the clue that you're marking down. Whoever gets it first and right wins.
Okay.
Here we go. Clue number 1. David, I did this just because I know what Rico's reaction will be. I am a man. Okay, now we'll get to the real clues. All right. I played for a traditional power. Okay? Played for a good program.
Okay.
You can start weeding out things. I played a unique defensive position. Okay? Played for
A man. Powerhouse.
Played for a good team and played a unique defensive position. I arrived to college with massive hype.
You just described everybody. From
I think I got it.
Hold on. Oh, whoa. Are you sure you want to do this in your debut?
I mean, either I start strong or I start bleak. I mean, I think I got it.
All right, then hold on. You're done. Mark it down. David, make sure he marks it down and hands you a piece of paper. The rest of us are going to continue. My nickname is a term for a windy day.
Yep, I got it.
Got it.
Oh, my dear God.
Yep.
Okay. Corbin goes first. He was one ahead of you.
Jabril Peppers.
Unbelievable. He's a savant.
How did he
Breezy.
get this ahead of me? Yeah.
The other ones where I bailed on my team in my bowl game. I was the fakest Heisman invitee in history.
Oh my God, I should have waited.
I had one career INT, and my last name is a vegetable.
We needed to hear the rest of that.
You know what?
Well, I mean-
From here on out, I'm going all the way to the end. If this is it, I'll let you guys have the win. I want to hear these clues.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So
I'm glad I guessed it.
No, but
I don't
remember,
care that he was ahead of me. I guessed it. I never guess.
but I wanted to just. The last time we did this a few years ago, Rico was irate. And I was picking what I did. Like, I did Chris Darkins from back in the day, and he's like, nobody knows who that is. I'm like, it's Minnesota's all-time leading rusher.
Okay.
Let's just go back to it. All right. Here's number 2. Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah.
I'm a man. All right. I play offense. All right.
Okay.
Remember, it's a buildup. Don't get all bitter. I didn't start my career where I became famous.
I'm locked in.
What? Huh?
I'm locked in.
On what? I didn't even say anything. Okay, David.
Wait. Offense.
I feel like David's cheating. David, did you go into my notes or something?
No, not at all.
And you're a pastor, so this would be really low.
I did not. I'm just trying to get ahead of everybody. I might be wrong on the rest of the clues, though.
You know
So
what?
we'll
I
see.
want to hear the rest of the clues because I have an idea.
How? Okay.
A man, offense, and you finished your career where you weren't famous at your first school. Okay.
Clue number 4. Mike hated me.
Okay, that's not the guy I was thinking.
Aha!
Glad I didn't say anything.
Aha! I was surrounded by elite talent.
Okay.
I didn't beat my new rival. Despite my limitations, I did get a ring.
David, you want to change
I
your
may
mind?
be wrong, but I'm sticking with it. I have to
Okay.
stick with it.
Corbin, any thoughts? You're just listening along?
So by ring, do you mean like the Natty, or could it be like the Big Ten title or whatever?
I am not at liberty to answer that question.
Okay,
well, hold on. The next clue will be illuminating. Okay. I was a quarterback.
Okay, that kind of takes out who I was thinking.
I think I might have it.
I got it.
All right, everybody calm down. He's
No,
pointing
you know
at
what?
me.
I don't have it. I want to hear the rest of the clues. You can have this one. I want to hear the rest of the
All right,
clues.
Corbin's locked in. David locked in the minute I said, I am a man. All right. I was an old man when I finished my career at 23. My senior year, I threw for 4,000 yards and 35 touchdowns. Who am I?
Now I'll lock in.
Locked in.
Before. I just wanted to hear
Let's start with David, since he locked in when I said
I'm a man.
Right. David, who?
Mike Gundy.
When you said he got famous elsewhere, not his first school, my guess was Russell Wilson.
Wrong.
Okay.
And you didn't listen.
Okay.
Played in the last 10 years.
Oh,
Your
that was
hubris cost you. I don't know what Bible verse that would be in, but you should go read it. Let's go to Corbin.
I'm not entirely confident on this, but Justin Fields?
Wrong. Excellent. Revenge. All right. Rico.
I went all the way to the end. Because I was thinking.
You waited. You waited. You were patient.
I was going with the Ohio. Was it Junkins who transferred in the running back? But you said he's a quarterback. He was old. And then I hearkened back to you hated him.
Hearken.
Because I listened to Cash the Ticket.
Hearken.
He just won a natty. Is the quarterback of Ohio State.
It's Will Howard.
Bang.
Will Howard.
Rico Beard, everybody. He hates the game, but he won a round of it. Now,
I wish I would have waited for the
I was a complete fraud Heisman candidate. All right. Do you feel like I have improved the quality of this to where it's possible you can play?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want another set of these for tomorrow in our countdown to kickoff?
Well, how about next week?
Okay, Rico's not here tomorrow. I forgot about that.
So you should say yes.
You know what? You can call me.
No,
Hey!
I'm not Stony. All right, go enjoy your life. All right, David, a few
Mike,
tickets.
I'm here at Saratoga.
Hey, guys,
I'm
I'm
on the
outside.
paddocks.
I want to play.
I'm at the paddock. I got Big G with me. We're living it up.
David, ticket text. David, I'll come up with some for tomorrow with Stoney. We'll just do this in the run-up to kickoff. Go ahead.
Someone thinks that Jabril may have been a little bit too easy, saying everyone
But
pretty much
you got to
it.
remember something. When we were doing this a couple of years ago, the constant refrain from you and Rico, too difficult, too obscure, to kick this off.
The Will Howard was good.
Thank you.
Because I was like, okay, it was the running back that came there last year. And then you were like, he's a quarterback. I'm like, wait.
But that's where it's a gamble to guess early.
You're exactly right, because people on the ticket text were guessing early. Keon Coleman. They didn't wait for the quarterback.
But he's not in the Big Ten.
But he was, because they were going off of the got famous elsewhere.
Guys who left the
got
Big
big.
Ten are eligible.
Yeah, he
It's
got
did you
big.
play in the Big Ten?
Someone guessed Kyle McCord because he had a better year in Syracuse, but they didn't wait for other clues.
But that's okay. I just want to make sure.
Right. Okay. I didn't know it went the other way because I'm like, oh, it could have been Joe Burrow.
I just wanted to make sure
That was also a
I had
guess.
done my job with this.
Wait, would Joe Burrow fit that?
He didn't play.
No,
he was at Ohio State, but he didn't play.
But he won a natty. He was
Won
old.
a ring. He was old.
But he didn't play.
Surrounded by elite talent.
He sat there.
But he was there.
Okay, his participation trophy.
But but he beat his rival.
He beat his rival.
rival.
I would have ended up giving away the school he transferred to help you. David, some ticket text, please.
Someone says, I got 2 for 2. I'm better than Corbin. These are easy, Mike.
Well, I wanted to start. We're going to ramp up the difficulty before I give you like 1993 Indiana running back Alex Smith.
Someone else says, I was guessing Kenneth Walker got in too early.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Another one says, I thought for sure Rico was going to guess this one, Michael Penix Jr.
Or as the Georgia TV station called him, Michael Penis Jr.
See, I thought it was you had to be in the Big Ten right now, not the other way around.
Nowadays with transfer portal, anything, right?
True. Very true. No, I like this, Mike. We should you gonna do it every day leading up to the
I don't
season?
we're gonna test run it. If the people like it, it's easy for me to come up with these. I just know how much you hated it. So at least now I've got you back on
I'm
our
a man.
side. All right.
I'm 40.
Perfect. All right, listen. Dinner solution if you're busy, you're running around town, Hungry Howie's. They've got their Classic 73 or 73 Classic, whatever the hell the thing is called. 73 pepperonis, not 72 or 74. I don't know. You got somebody counting them. You can get a large, $9.99. Yeah, you got to be really into the pepperoni, but you can upgrade to a stuffed crust. You pick your flavored crust. You get all the premium toppings, including 73 Classic pepperonis. Hey, it's a busy Thursday night. You don't feel like cooking. You're running around town. Hungry Howie's has got you covered. It's a limited time only. Thank me later for solving your dinner crisis at Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Corner Terrion Arnold returned to Lions practice today, getting some individual work in, but tight end Sam Laporta was out. He's expected to miss at least a few days. Return man Khalif Raymond was also idle after leaving with cramps yesterday. It was a successful day for kicker Jake Bates, who nailed all 5 of his field goals. The full NBA schedule is dropped. The Pistons receive 16 national TV games, including 6 on Peacock. They'll begin the season on the road at Chicago. Derek Skubal starts for the Tigers tonight against the Twins. Hear the game at 7:40 right here on the Ticket. Rivals Recruiting released their latest team rankings in the Big Ten. USC is first, Michigan is fourth, with Michigan State coming in at number 12. According to ESPN, the NCAA will go public with the results of the sign-stealing investigation tomorrow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
Okay. I know it's going to be a shorter segment. And I know, look, we've just spent 2 hours on, what do people think is going to happen with Michigan? If you want that, Odyssey.com rewind.
Let me say this.
I had something for you.
I like that Who Am I?
Okay.
I actually felt like I had a chance.
Okay. I know we needed to.
His dog at 10 was named Rusty.
Right. Okay. I know. But, we made a joke earlier about the Georgia TV station with the wrong graphic, and instead of it saying Michael Penix Jr., it said Michael Penis Jr. Sometimes there are headlines you read, and look, man, commercial breaks, I try to, find stuff, add it to our sheet. I have to read this, because these are the moments where I'm just like, how am I living in real life?
Okay.
But I need a guarantee. There cannot be a drop made of this. I am reading the news. Okay, it says right hand to God. Okay.
Actually left, but go ahead.
Here's the headline. Are you ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe this is real. Man with world's largest penis informs news outlet he's horrifically embarrassed that his enormous penis caused him to trip in the shower and seriously injure himself. Per the New York Post, we've heard of people with mammoth members have injured their partners. However, a UK man with the world's largest Johnson reportedly hurt himself after slipping and breaking his arm in the shower because of his got in his way. It was an embarrassing accident, Matt Barr told the Jam Press of the injury. He goes on to say the following. Now, I'm sorry, but I can't believe this is a real paragraph. The AI specialist frequently goes viral for his enormous unit, which at 14 and a half inches is reportedly the biggest medically proven penis in the world. He's even had a cast of his at the Phallogical Museum in Iceland. Who knew? One of the issues...
Honey, can we go to that museum? Well, we good.
Well,
you can go with your girlfriend.
Now, help me with this, because here's the incident. One of the issues is, especially in hot water, this is quote. One of the issues with it being so large, especially in hot water showers, is it's not easy to see my feet, the London resident recalls. As I was rushing to get ready for work, I didn't see the excess shower gel in the tub because the penis was the only thing in his eye line. He explained... He explained I slipped on it, causing me to fall out of the tub completely head first and crack my shoulder on the hard floor, breaking my arm.
I'm lost. Unless old boy's got like a tree trunk, how in the world are you not seeing the shower floor?
Good for him. Good
Whoops.
for him.
I don't know. That's just weird.
Like I said,
I never slip in the shower.
Once in a great while, you see a headline and it's like, you know what? F it. Just going to go ahead.
Because, see, I'm thinking, like, wait a minute. Like, he tripped. Like on the ground? Like, what? I'm thinking he tripped. That's just somebody, you know what? He just wanted to let the world know what he got.
Exactly.
Bro, he got a cast made of it at the museum in Iceland.
Right. He just wanted to, you know what? Let me let the ladies know what I got. Because other than that, you tripped? Right. I'm thinking like you're like, well, you know, it was 3 feet. Wow. Okay. You tripped.
I offered you the news without comment. I just, that's all. We're going to
That
get.
was so ridiculous. Exactly.
Yeah. More like.
And he's an AI specialist?
Yeah.
That's what they call it now, huh?
Okay.
David, take a text, and then we will get to football. And I have something Tiger related. And again, if you want the Michigan stuff, Odyssey.com rewind. Covered it every which way. It's really about what you guys are going to think is going to happen. We've offered some interesting questions, but that's it. There was no yelling. There's no chair throwing. I think everybody was pretty reasonable, and that's it. I think everybody, whether you're a Michigan fan or not, you're exhausted by it. You're tired. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I mean, I got what I wanted. You cheated, and Harbaugh's a scumbag. We're good. And David got what he wanted, a stupid T-shirt and a fake title. God bless.
We're number one.
He believes it's real. I don't have to validate it. We just move forward. Ticket text? Or are those unsafe?
Someone says, I also cannot see the shower gel because I'm fat. Can't see past my stomach. Like, okay, all right.
I thought you were going to say, I can't see it either. Signed, Jeremy Otto.
No. No, someone else says he tripped because he couldn't take his eyes off of it. Couldn't be more unimpressed with himself. Dennis the painter.
It's a weird flex. Like
it is. It is.
I mean, honestly, you call into work. Wait, I'm injured. Why? Well, let me tell you. Yeah, bro, you would have better off saying you got COVID.
Yes, David.
Someone says, deal over. We definitely need drops from that segment.
No.
Not doing it, guys.
That was news. News is not a part of our drop collection.
And honestly, there was really nothing funny that you said that was drop worthy.
Well, I was careful because I had to edit a little bit. There were some funny little ha-has in there, and I wasn't going to even risk it.
See, but you often told me you don't do radio that way.
Well, with this you do.
Someone says he's from Iceland. Well,
no, he's from England. He got a cast of it made at the Phallological Museum in Iceland. Let's get it right.
Someone's saying they're not impressed, basically.
The headline was just something I figured the people of Detroit would want to hear.
I mean, imagine not knowing what the museum is, and you got on a tour group, and you're like, what are we looking at? Oh no, that looks like a Now you're in an Austin Powers
Church
movie.
Group taking the elderly out for the weekend.
Right.
Oh, dear.
And the next thing you know, you're in that Austin Powers scene.
Okay, all right. Football today next. If you want the Michigan stuff, Odyssey.com rewind. I got something Tigers related top of the hour. When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Now, they're not some random tax organization with, people answering a phone. These are real lawyers. These guys have been in front of the Supreme Court. They will fight for you, and they will be the buffer between you and the IRS. Visit AbrahamandRose.com today, or you can call 248-539-5040, and you will never personally have to deal with the IRS again.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. According to ESPN, the NCAA's ruling as a part of the University of Michigan sign stealing scandal is set to come down tomorrow. A press conference is expected, which will also reveal the investigation's findings. The Lions were back on the practice field this morning against the Dolphins in Allen Park. Kirby Joseph, Giomanu, and tight end San Laporta were some of the notables out. Before practice, Dan Campbell said that Tate Ratledge looked like a starting NFL guard yesterday. Goff today threw a near-perfect deep ball to Jamison Williams for a touchdown, beating former teammate Ife Melifonwu. Working in more of those type of passes has been in the works lately for Goff and the offense. The Tigers begin a series with the Twins tonight in Minnesota. First pitch at 7:40 with Tarek Skubal heading to the mound. Here's the rest of A.J. Hinch's lineup. Colt Keith will lead off in DH. Gleyber Torres hits second at second. Kerry Carpenter batting third and right. Green, Torkelson, McKinstry in the middle. Dylan Dingler will catch and hit seventh, followed by Trey Sweeney and Javi Baez in center field here tonight. The NBA released their full schedule today. The Pistons are on the road for the first two of the regular season against the Bulls and Rockets. They also have a game in Rivals week against Houston as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, Jeremy Otto just said to me, Mike, you look fatigued. And I said, well, I was just recovering from the audio Ambien you just passed along with the Jared Goff practice audio.
You were fatigued before I played that.
I mean, well, unlike a lot of other people in this business, we actually do something called effort.
You didn't think the audio?
No, because it's training camp. I can't take it. It's like when you... Well, getting Decker back was huge. And bobbity, boobity, boobity.
I had my headphones off.
I don't care. Get out. Go call your kids. All 12 of them. Get out of here. Now, listen. We got business to take care of.
13 on the way.
I want to... All right. I want to ask a question. ESPN put something out, Tiger related. If you want Michigan conversation, Lord knows we did 2 hours of it, Odyssey.com rewind. I want to know if this is disrespect or not. This is a town that takes everything as disrespect. Everything. This is the eternally aggrieved, eternally victim city that is Detroit as it relates to sports, okay? ESPN did a top 50 in-season update. Top 50 players in Major League Baseball. I want to know if they're disrespecting the Tigers or if it's just reality. And when you look at this, I'll give you the teams and who has what. There's only one good team that doesn't have a top 50 player. And it is the feel-good story of the Milwaukee Brewers.
Hottest team in baseball.
But guess what? You know who's got absolutely no chance of winning a World Series? The Milwaukee Brewers. How many top 50 players do you believe the Detroit Tigers have, according to ESPN and the front office people and experts and whoever put this list together?
Well, Skubal's there.
That's one. He's at number 3 overall. And that's the list.
I was about to say Riley Green.
Nope. They have one player.
Riley Green. Wow.
One player. Is that disrespect or is it just reality? As we watch the Tigers.
You know what? I'll answer this for 1,000, Alex. It's reality. It's their star players to Detroit Tiger fans, but the rest of Major League Baseball sees them for what they really are. Skubal, yes. Because when I look at a star player, it's, would I love to have this guy on our team?
Mm-hmm.
Skubal, I think every team in the major leagues would say, yep, would love to have him on the team. Okay, well, who else would you take? We're good at Skubal. We only inviting Skubal. So no, it's not a sign of disrespect. I think it's more of a mirror to show you exactly what the league thinks of your team and the players on there.
And to this end, I kind of wanted to link this with what we discussed after the game yesterday. Look, I'll never apologize for a win, but when you win 1-0 on a sack fly over a 40-win baseball team, it's okay to look at this and go, man, this just isn't going to get it done. And specifically the lineup, and even more specifically shortstop. And we brought up something yesterday, and I want to give people a chance to comment on it because we were on very briefly. If this team is still middling in 2 weeks, I think they're 6-5 in their last 11. So they've stabilized, but they're not playing good baseball. Okay? When I need a Matt Vierling miracle to save a bad loss against the Angels and help me win the series, when I win 1-0, when Flaherty gets bombed again, they're not playing good baseball. They're just not playing horrible.
Right.
But offensively, the lineup has a lot of problems. The shortstop position, whether it's McKinstry, who's no good anymore. It's weird. It's almost like he's becoming Zach McKinstry again. Baez, who's no good anymore. Also strange. He's Javi again.
Not an all-star?
No, in fact, he may end the season with a sub-700 OPS. He's already below, I believe he's down at 90 for OPS plus.
Give us back our all-star game.
Oh, Lord, you could need him. And the Trey Sweeney obsession, I don't get. He's also terrible. I said something yesterday as an idea, and I wanted to know if people would be on board with this. Do you, on August 31st by 11:59 p.m., bring up Kevin McGonigal? He hit another home run yesterday, following 2 the night before. He has an OPS approaching 1,100. There are only 4 players in the last 13 years of baseball that have done what he's doing at the AA level to start. Juan Soto, Chris Bryant. Juan Soto, Chris Bryant, think Michael, Kyle Schwarber, and Julio Rodriguez. Sorry about that. The point is, if he's still doing what he's doing in 2 weeks, and this team is still doing whatever they're doing, and if you want to make it just specific to the shortstop position, that's also fine. The league is saying you're short on talent. You hoard your prospects. You adore your prospects.
You love your prospects.
If I bring him up on August 31st for the expanded window, that means he's eligible for the playoff roster as well. I don't care about the 40, man. Cut somebody. Figure it out. And don't worry about the service time. First of all, it would have no great impact. Second of all, if McGonigal's this dude,
you're going to sign him anyway.
You're going to treat him like Roman Anthony. Yep. You're going to treat him, forget about the scumbag the guy turned into, but you're going to treat him like the Rays treated Wander Franco. Yeah. Whatever it may be, you're going to sign this cat. You're going to treat him like Cole Keith.
I was about to say, even if it's Cole Keith, Mike, let me ask you a question, because it's yes, but now upon thinking about it 24 hours later, it's yes with this caveat. I want him up here for the simple reason of this. When you're in AA, you're not going up against major league pitching. You're just not. There's no way you can simulate that. But I want him up here because if I'm Scott Harris, I need to know how close are you to a major league player, so I can get a little bit of a body of work, so that even if I have to send you back and this experiment fails, I know what to tell the coaches to work on.
Correct.
Get him up to speed on the fastball or the breaking ball.
Are Chicago Cubs a good baseball team?
The Cubs?
Yeah. 68-51.
Yeah.
Right? Cubs are scuffling at the plate after just scalding the baseball for the first 3+ months. They're struggling at the plate. You know what the Cubs did last night? They called up their top prospect, Owen Cassie, whatever the hell his name is. You know why? They need help hitting the baseball. So if the Cubs are doing that, I just want to ask the question. Is it totally insane that if McGonigal is going to do this isn't normal? And you can go, well, Mike, 2 months ago, you were like, look, this guy's not going to get 600 at-bats until 2027. Right. That doesn't mean he can't get 50 at-bats in September. And he has gone on to move up a level, and in the proving ground of prospects, which is AA, not AAA. AAA is where people like me and Rico won't give up the dream, and Rico's throwing every 5th day. This kid is not just doing well at AA. He's redefining history. Mm-hmm. So I ask you, if you don't like my idea, cool. What's yours? because I can't keep looking at the McKinstry, Baez, Sweeney, triple-headed monster of nothing.
No, I think it's a good idea because your worst case scenario is he bombs. He looks like Jackson Jobe pitching last year, and you know what? The moment was too big. But that's your worst case scenario. And even in that, you learn what it takes to get him up to the majors. Okay, we thought he could be here in next year. Maybe it's going to take another 2 years. Best case, he comes up here, he gives this team a spark, and all of a sudden they start hitting the ball the way that they did at the beginning of the year. They start winning series the way that they won in the beginning of the year, not barely beating a bad White Sox team and taking that series, but no, when they looked dominant, when they looked like the best team in baseball. So absolutely, it cost you nothing. It's almost too good to be true. Like, there has to be a catch.
But it was since yesterday's show, it's almost like the Cubs did exactly what I'm asking this team to consider. And I'm not saying today. I'm saying if we're on August 14th and you're 7, 10, 14 days from now, and this team is still in this offensive funk, look, I understand I can't fix the bullpen. I can't fix the rotation. It's just got to fix itself. But the lineup, you actually have something you can draw upon. Look, if I had a couple of unbelievable prospect relievers or a starter, oh, bet your ass I'd be saying, look, we need to bring these kids up. We got to try something.
And the fact that, okay, but see, I think for some people, they fall in love with the prospects being prospects because if you bring up a prospect, you know what you're doing, you're starting the clock.
Oh,
and
well,
now, what if it doesn't work? What if it doesn't pan out? It's almost like the people who don't want to make a trade. It's like you're so in love with the future that you forget about the right now. And my thing is, bring him up. Make sure he's here and he's eligible enough for the playoffs. Don't bring him up in September. No, bring him up at August 31st? Make sure he's in Detroit.
What do you guys want? You driving home from work? I mean, you're going to start a 4-game series against Minnesota. They're god-awful. By the way, nice of ownership to sell and then go, nah, we're not selling. All while finding out they've incurred $400 million of debt. Things are going great in Minnesota. Awesome division. The point is, I don't think it's a crazy idea. And if he's not ready, big deal. Big deal. I mean, realistically, this is a kid that, okay, you don't like my idea. If this is who he is, I'm sorry, but there won't be any service time manipulation tolerated. Oh, but he can be a free agent at 27 years old. If he's any good, the first thing you're doing is signing him. That's what real teams do. So 248-539-9797. You guys tell me what you want. If you're just tuning in, you want Michigan conversation about the notice of allegations and the COI. And tomorrow, Odyssey.com rewind. Distracted driving's become an epidemic. Look around. We see it. Hell, you're probably looking at it right now. Some goofballs staring at their phone instead of the road. If you don't have life insurance and you get aced out, you're screwing your family over. Call Mike Pepper, National Benefit Plans. Mike will help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. And what makes Mike and NBP different than the rest? Well, starters, Mike shops over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide, guarantees you the best possible rate, and you're not going to deal with some phone service. You're getting 30 years of experience, save some time, money, and headaches. NBPhealth.com. That's NBPhealth.com. National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. So ESPN says you've only got one top 50 player. Is that disrespect or is it accurate? And look, I wanted to offer it because I know we were not on long yesterday. This McGonigal idea. And I it's not radio hyperbole. And I just, players perform or they don't. And when someone's redefining greatness at AA and it's not slowing down, he's far surpassed Max Clark as your best prospect, and he fits a need. And even if he's a below-average shortstop, I don't care. You need offensive help, especially at the shortstop position where McKinstry and Javi and Sweeney, no. So is it crazy? I don't think it is.
No, I don't think.
And if you think it's crazy, then what are the Chicago Cubs doing? Bringing up their top prospect because they can't hit the ball anymore. Well, they're not good. Yes, they are. They're 68 and 51. Let's go to Connor, 97.1. Connor, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, I'm doing great, man. How are you doing?
Excellent. What's on your mind, pal?
I wanted to talk about this whole McGonigal situation. I mean, everything you're saying, I just don't get why anybody would disagree with pulling up the best prospect in our farm system to fit a need on this team. But I wanted to take it a step further. Obviously, Tigers played a day game yesterday, so I got home from work, nothing on TV. I have the MLB app, so I turned on the Cleveland game. Obviously, I want to see what's going on. Did you guys hear anything about the kid on the Marlins yesterday?
No. What? I mean, I know the Marlins destroyed the Guardians, but what kid are we referring to?
Yeah, let me tell you. So Jacob Marcy is his name. Very local kid. Went to Allen Park High School. My little brother played baseball.
Top 50 prospect.
What's that?
He's a top 50 prospect.
50 prospect. You're darn right. He comes in yesterday. Granted, he's been called up, I want to say, maybe 10 games or so. He's batting, 400 in those 10 games. Yesterday, he single-handedly won that game for the Marlins. He had two-run jacks. He had a 2 RBI double. He had 2 stolen bases. He tacked on a single. I mean, he single-handedly brought the energy to that team. A young kid, hungry kid, willing to prove himself. He's 24 years old, and he just absolutely tore up the Guardians yesterday, essentially single-handedly. You guys, this is what McGonigal can help us do. You guys are talking about the Cubs. Every other team is doing it. What are we waiting for?
Yeah, Connor, I don't know, man. It just is something where, hey, I totally understand if they don't want to do it right now, but 7 to 10 days from now, if this kid's rocking an 1100 OPS and you're still just a vortex at short.
The only reason why I think you don't do this, Connor, you don't want to start the clock, which makes no sense to me.
It doesn't to me either. It's just so frustrating. I'm trying to stay positive with the Tigers. I'm falling right back in love with this team, obviously like everybody else is since the Cinderella story last year. But, when there's, what seems to be obvious moves to 75% of the fans and the majority of the people who know baseball and watch baseball on a consistent basis, and the front office you guys have talked about it for 2 days. Trey Sweeney, my goodness, man. Yes, he played his role last year, and this year it's just not working.
Right, it's not. And guess what? You can go lefty for lefty. You replace a direct role, and you can then curate the best chance for success for McGonigal. Hell, if you're going to take Kerry Carpenter out, you won't let him hit against lefties. Well, if you want to do the same protection for McGonigal, fine. But look, Connor, it's just they got to try something because as currently constituted, it just doesn't feel like this is going to be a very good ending to their season.
100% with you, and I hope we're both wrong.
Of course.
Yeah, we got to make some moves, And while we're ahead, guys, we still have a lead in the division. How about we don't wait until push comes to shove, and then we got to fight from behind, and then what?
Right, and look, you've stabilized, and the next 4 games are going to be very important because the schedule is going to get more difficult in September, and you would hope Cleveland wouldn't play 700 baseball. But, hey, let's say you get sloppy and split this series, and you take a 5-game lead to where the schedule is going to start to ratchet up. No, that's not a ton of separation. It's not. And I'm tired. Honestly, I'm tired of watching the quality of the at-bats. It's awful. It's got to be driving A.J. Hinch insane. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, how you doing, buddy?
Good, man. So my gut reaction to these is always initially like I cringe, like, oh, no, he can't do it. It's not ready. You need 600 at bats above high A, all that stuff. But if you think about it, the absolute elite guys, and I'm off the top of my head, Soto, Griffey, Cabrera did it, Verlander did it. Like, if you're that guy, then you make the jump from AA directly to the pros. Like, it happens. It happens for guys at that level. So do you believe McGonigal's at that level? And listen, I don't know if he is. But if they think he is, then I think go for it. Like, I think there's no reason not to if you're confident that you properly assessed that's what he is.
Well, and again, look, only 4 guys since 2012 have outdone what McGonigal's doing in AA. I mean, I gave you the names. Soto's one of them. Yeah. Kyle Schwarber, Julio Rodriguez, and Chris Bryant.
Right.
Why not take a shot?
I think 100%. Like Acuna did it a couple years back, or no, it's been a little longer than that now. But Machado, it's not a short list, but they're all studs. So it's got to be that level of talent, or you do get overwhelmed and you possibly put them back, like his development back. But I think at this point, the problem too, I don't want to get too far off track, but I do think we kind of got what we paid for with Scott Harris. When you hire an Ivy League economist, you get models and systems. And if the ownership is going to let him run his model, then he's not going to take any risks. And I do fear that we maybe – I'm not going to say it's a bad thing. Like, I think he's a good GM so far, but but I just think that's what you get when you hire that kind of person. So
no, and
I don't know
listen,
if he's got the baseball to do it or not.
You're not wrong. And Matt, listen, I'm not telling you it would work. I'm not telling you it's foolproof. And I totally understand if somebody says, listen, he's 20. He's not 22. You're right. But it's pretty clear that he's just too good for AA right now. And he's making history. I mean, I'm not going to tell you he's going to be Mike Trout, but there are plenty of guys who've come up at 20 and they've done it. If he's truly special, and he's top prospect in baseball, well then if not now, when? Because then you know what the conversation's going to be, Rico. Don't you dare break camp without this kid next year. Because if they do the service time manipulation crap, my head will
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. This is the perfect time to do it because you can use the jump start. He can get, as you say, 50 at-bats, and you kind of see what you have. And then you can make a better decision on what to do in the spring, after spring training, or whether to bring him up or not. There is really no lose to this unless your biggest fear is starting a clock and having to put pressure on yourself.
And I don't pretend to know every nook and cranny, but I'm pretty sure if you brought him up August 31st for the September expanded roster, it's not going to start his clock in a meaningful way. You'd still maintain your Rookie of the Year status for next year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on, man.
All right, at some point, all of these kids that you did not want to trade away, well, guess what? Let's see him play.
Yeah, ideal world, you'd have, pick a shortstop you like. You'd have a superstar shortstop, and you'd go, I don't need to do anything with McGonigal.
Correct.
I don't need to do a thing.
I'll see him in 2 years.
No, I'll either
maybe trade him.
I'll either move him to second base when Glaber's not here, or put him on ice until 2027. That's not our situation.
Right.
And you're not going to go spend money on a shortstop. So what are you going to do? So, all right, look, I sold you that pen. That's all I have.
I'm with you.
All right, Rico, tell them about it.
You sold it well, Mike. Hey, preview day is happening at Lawrence Tech. It is this Friday. It's August 15th. It's still not too late. So if you're a high school student and you're getting ready to start your college journey and you're looking for a great college experience, why don't you give LTU a chance? Depending on your goals, one thing is for sure, you need to visit a college campus. Attend programs that will provide you with additional information to help you make your decision, and then you can prepare to move to the next level. You can do that at LTU. Why? Because you're going to learn about the scholarships, the tech jobs. You're going to learn about specs at LTU and so much more. But you got to do one thing. You got to go to ltu.edu/admissions/visit to sign up today to get that spot for tomorrow's preview day. That's ltu.edu/admissions/visit. Do that today.
Brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. The Tigers and Twins begin a series tonight in Minnesota. Ahead of the game, they've sent down Sawyer Gipson-Long to Toledo. The corresponding move sends Bailey Horn to the big leagues. Horn will be available to relief tonight if need be. Tommy Kahnle had the following to say about his struggles today. Quote, "There's something mechanically wrong, which is what I'm trying to figure out now. Getting out there more will help. That's usually how it goes, but since you're not pitching well, you don't get out there as much. That's the hard part," end quote. It's Tarek Skubal against Bailey Ober on the mound tonight. First pitch at 7:40 right here on the ticket. The Blue Jays just beat the Cubs, giving Toronto one more win than the Tigers for the lead in the American League. The full NBA schedule is out. The home opener comes up shortly on Sunday, October 26th at 3:30 against the Celtics. The Lakers, Thunder, Warriors, and Knicks are all tied for the most national TV games at 34. The Pistons got 16 this year. The Lions were back in the joint practice field today against the Dolphins. Sam Laporta was missing. Dan Campbell was vague on that front, but he said he would miss a little bit of time there. And the college football world will learn the fate of Michigan tomorrow pertaining to the sign-stealing scandal. The NCAA reportedly hosting a presser. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, I've mentioned Northville Lumber a lot. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. If Northville Lumber is Michigan's Trex superstore, man, they have it all. And everything's in stock all the time. You stop by their showroom, you don't need to ask. It's in stock. Take home samples and then get it built. Get it done right. Whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex decking you need. Call Northville Lumber today. It's Michigan's Trex superstore. Or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, Rico, with the day off tomorrow, Stoney will join me. Thank God by the time we take the air, whatever does or doesn't happen with Michigan, it's just end. Put the coffin in the ground, and I want to move on with my life. But we'll be here. I don't know. I have no clue. If it's 2 games and $14 million, what a waste of 3 years. Just seems dumb.
Kidding.
But if it's more, I don't know. I don't think anyone will be happy no matter what it is. So I'm insured misery tomorrow. It's going to be amazing. David, ticket text, buddy.
You absolutely bring up the stud by September. Who else is blocking him? Someone else says, I agree. Bring him up. They need to spark something in this lineup. It's boring. That is Gary from Detroit. If he isn't here by the 31st of August, there is a problem. Do it regardless. This is your window, our window, while School Boo is here. Let's go.
Well, windows are an illusion. Regards, Scott Harris. They don't believe in windows. He's telling you they don't believe in windows.
They don't exist. Sign Brad Holmes.
But I'm not going to die on this hill if they don't want to call up a 20-year-old. I'm just making the point, the data you've gotten, the historical context of what McGonigal's doing, the fact that he plays a position that is an absolute nothing burger in your lineup, and the team isn't playing well, and offensively, you got problems. You got
nothing to lose.
Was worth the conversation. That's all.
I say bring them up, but honestly, this team needs more fixing at their pitching than at their lineup if they want to win a World Series. That is Hazen and a car.
Well, that's the problem. I mean, the rotation, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Outside of Skubal, I don't trust anyone to take the ball in Game 2 of a playoff series.
Melton?
He's a kid. The video catches up. He'll be next to get rocked. Flaherty, inconsistent. Mize, inconsistent. Morton, inconsistent. Olsen, dead. Job, dead. And Alex Cobb, question mark?
Dead.
No, come on. Well, maybe.
This is the month for Alex Cobb.
I know.
McGonigal's splits this year show his lefty-righty numbers are nearly identical. Please bring him up. That is Joe in Garden City. Mike, as much as I agree with you, he should be called up in September. You know Scott Harris better than I do. There is no way on God's green earth he's going to bring him up anytime soon. Everything is set up for 2027.
Right, but again, the Cubs have, I think, the same record as you. They're struggling offensively. They just brought up their top guy. It's not like now I understand their guy's 22 and yours is 20. Okay, noted.
But then again, I mean, I don't know exactly when they brought Job up last year, but he was eligible for the playoffs.
And that's my point. You have to do it by August 31st at 11:59 in order for him to then be playoff roster eligible. So I
already have that email or whatever you do to the league office already pre-done.
Yeah, you play that game and then you do
everything. What? Make sure it sends at 11:50. We'll give ourselves 10 minutes of leeway in case, a power surge hits the building.
Someone says, guys, you know what's going to happen. We won't see McGonigal or Kosa until 2027. I have no idea why, but that's what's going to happen in this town.
David, what happens tomorrow? 2 games? A fine? A bunch of blabbering? I mean, look, whatever happens, it's over. There is no more. Let's say the NCAA hammered him, which I've never believed. Michigan's not going to court, guys. That's saber rattling. If you go to court, you enter discovery. Mm-hmm. That's not happening. Then subpoenas happen.
Right, and once they're in discovery, anything that you've done is fair game.
But if it's just 2 games and a fine, then what the hell were you fighting over the last 3 years?
I'm thinking 2 games. I think it'll be the $14 million fine, and I think they'll add to Sharon more, so he may end up with like 4 games.
I say 2 games, show cause for Moore and Harbaugh.
Yeah, but if it's show cause, he can't coach.
He's fired.
Okay. Hey, David, you're the Michigan fan. I'm letting you guide it. I told you for the last 2.5 years. I'm in a lawn chair watching the world burn because you got people who are deeply tied into this one way or the other. Michigan cheated. Full stop. I don't need to give a damn beyond that.
You know what it feels like? I mean, honestly, it feels like an election night, and you don't know if your candidate's going to win or not.
Yeah, but that's so unhealthy. That's like a sickness.
Sitting there waiting on the numbers.
Right, you need Kornacki
at
the board. Okay, right here. This guy lives here. Boom, it's going to go that way.
Oh, this guy sold broken vacuums.
Right. That's it. But that's what it feels like. It feels like an election night.
Waiting on the numbers to come in.
Almost like the 2000 election when it was Bush and Gore, and it kept going on and on and on.
I wish they'd fight it legally because then we'd get to the bottom of BC2. Connor Stallions put Blake Corum's name on an LLC. If Corum was unaware, that's a felony. If Corum was aware, he was in business with him, and he's ineligible. Oh, my lawyers will take a look at that. never to be heard from again.
You didn't read about man, that was all in that article I read. I'm sorry, there was no article.
Yeah, in what? Invisible ink?
There was no article.
My whole point is you don't go to court because all of that, then, again, it'll never happen. They've threatened court the whole way.
Right. And then you have to, in a court of law, Connor, how did you run your scheme? You can't sit there and be cute like you can for Netflix and all of that.
Well, and for the NCAA, because the NCAA is based on cooperation and trust.
Right.
Which, I mean, come on. Look, the whole sport's a joke anyways. If it's 2 games, Michigan is Danny Ocean. They pulled it off. Now, I mean, you're still a thief, but you did it.
I could just see they all just gather up in front of the Bo statue, smoking a cigar. Yeah, we pulled off the con.
Yeah, but
like the Bellagio. Yeah,
the
they're in
whole
front of the
point
Bo
is
statue.
they can do that, and everybody else can look at them and roll their eyes. I don't know. Like, that's the whole problem. There is no middle ground. I mean, this is like a conflict between 2 countries that don't like each other. The hell am I going to tell them? All right, David, good talk. I'll see you. Wait, you're not here tomorrow. Rico's not here tomorrow.
David's not here?
Nope.
Oh. Is it MLK Day already?
Wow. No, he has a funeral.
Oh.
Nice job. All right.
I know, though, that's the one day that neither me or David works.
Okay, then. Well, I'll talk to you tomorrow at 2. Stoney will join me.
Have fun. You'll recap what the midday show said.
We got a 2nd and 6 at practice, and it's a 4-yard carry.
Well, you know what? I'll be watching.
Scott, what do you think they're going to do on 3rd down?
I'll be watching what happens tomorrow on TV. But come football season, I'll be in my new basement that's getting finished by matrixbasements.com. It's going to be sweet. It was an unfinished basement, and they are finishing it all out. It is going to be a beautiful basement, maybe the beautiful basement ever of all time. Look, it's very simple. All you got to do is do what I did. You contact Matrix Basements, and they will come up with a free consultation for you. They got back to me with some awesome ideas. We tweaked the plans, and then they got to work. And right now, we're in the point where the foundation is set, and now the inspectors are coming out. The final inspector came out today. They're going to get back to finishing this thing off so that it is ready by the time football season starts. It is not too late for you. Contact matrixbasements.com. Tons of great ideas, great before and after photos. Matrix Basements, it makes your basement dreams come reality.
The latest on the NBA, the NHL, the NFL, and the MLB on the Boston Balls Podcast with Pat Caputo. Get it on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. WXYT FM and WXYT